Okay, so I'll tell you what I know. And I'll try to tell it straight, which is harder than it sounds when you spend 22 years learning that the straight version is rarely the complete one. I was a detective sergeant with Police Scotland for over 2 decades, Lothian and Borders originally, then the merger, then a transfer to the Serious Crimes Unit in Glasgow that I'd wanted for years, and which turned out to be exactly as grinding as everyone warned me it would be, and exactly as necessary as I'd always believed. I retired at 51. Not pushed. I want to be clear about that, because people assume. My knees had been bad for years, and my marriage had been bad for longer, and I looked at the men around me who'd done 30 years and assessed what the 30 years had done to them, and I made a decision. I moved back to Edinburgh, where I grew up, and I rented a flat in Leith, and I took up running badly, and I did some consultancy work for a legal firm that wanted someone who knew how investigations actually worked, and I tried to become a person who slept through the night. That last part went fine, mostly, better than I'd expected. I'm telling you this so you understand what I brought to what happened, not just the professional experience, the habits of mind, the specific way that 22 years of looking at the worst things people do to each other reshapes how you see everything. You stop being surprised mostly. You stop expecting people to behave as well as they're capable of behaving. That's not cynicism, or it's not only cynicism. It's pattern recognition. And pattern recognition is what eventually made me understand what I was looking at, about 6 weeks after I first stumbled onto it. 6 weeks. I keep coming back to that. 6 weeks of looking at something and not seeing it clearly. Me, someone who'd interviewed killers and built cases from nothing, and read crime scenes the way other people read books. 6 weeks. That should tell you something about how well it was constructed. It started with a favour for an old colleague. Helen, retired now herself, living up in Perthshire with her partner and her dogs, had been contacted by a woman whose adult son had gone missing 3 months earlier. The son, a man in his late 30s called Fraser, had been living in Dundee, working in logistics, separated from his wife. The wife had reported him missing. The police had investigated and found nothing that suggested anything other than a man who had chosen to leave his life, which does happen, and which is not a crime, and which therefore sits in a difficult position, investigation-wise. Helen knew the family distantly, friends of friends, and she rang me and asked if I'd take a quiet look. Nothing official, just see if anything didn't fit. I said yes because I had the time, and because I trusted Helen's instincts, and because the mother had apparently said something that Helen couldn't let go of. She'd said, Fraser wouldn't leave without telling me, not because they were unusually close, but because they had a specific arrangement. He rang her every Sunday, had done for years, and he'd never missed one without warning her first, not once. And then one Sunday, he just didn't ring, and he hasn't rung since, and the police said this was consistent with a man who had decided to walk away from his life. Maybe. It's consistent with other things too. I met the mother in a cafe in Perth, 60-odd, composed in the way that people are composed when they've been composed for so long that it's become structural rather than chosen. She talked about Fraser for an hour. I listened. I asked questions that probably seemed strange, about his routines, his money habits, whether he'd been sleeping differently, whether he'd been vague on the phone in the weeks before he disappeared. She answered all of them. At the end, she gave me a bag with Fraser's laptop in it. She'd been holding it since the police had returned it, hadn't opened it, wasn't sure why she hadn't. I took it back to Edinburgh on the train. Nothing on the laptop seemed wrong at first. I went through it carefully over 2 evenings. Browser history, downloads, Deleted files recovered with a basic tool I'd used since my last few years in the job. He'd been a regular internet user without being a heavy one. News sites, football, a recipe site he'd visited with surprising regularity, which is one of those small human details that stays with you. Email unremarkable, social media minimal. He'd had accounts but barely used them. Last activity on most platforms several months before he disappeared. There was a folder of documents relating to his finances. I looked at those carefully because money is almost always relevant. His accounts were ordinary. He wasn't in serious debt. He wasn't, as far as I could tell, hiding money or receiving money from unusual sources. On the third evening, I found the forum. It was in a partition of the browser history that the basic recovery tool initially sorted into a miscellaneous category, URLs that didn't resolve to anything recognizable, accessed outside the pattern of his normal usage, always late at night, always between 11 and 2 in the morning. There were 9 visits over the course of about 5 weeks, ending 12 days before he disappeared. The URL was a string of characters that didn't correspond to any named site. I tried accessing it and got nothing. Whatever had been there was gone, or had moved, or required credentials I didn't have. What I could see was the cached content. Fragments, mostly. Text that had been stored temporarily on the machine and which the recovery tool had pulled back to the surface. I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen a lot of things in my working life. I've sat in rooms with people who'd done things to other people that I've never discussed outside those rooms and never will. I thought I had a reasonably stable upper limit on what could disturb me. The cached content revised that estimate. What I could reconstruct from the fragments was a community, a forum, organized around a specific category of content. The content was recordings, real recordings of real people being killed, shared and discussed among members of the forum with the engaged interest of a hobbyist community. Ratings, commentary, requests, ongoing threads about future content. The language was particular, technical, with its own vocabulary for describing what was shown in each recording and how it compared to previous ones. That part I could process. Horrible, but processable. I'd encountered material like this in my last years in the job, not often, but enough to have a framework for it. What I couldn't process, not immediately, was what I found in one of the fragments, a thread, dated 5 weeks before Fraser disappeared, discussing a planned recording, discussing, in the specific technical language of that community, a subject, male, late 30s, based in Dundee. I sat in my kitchen in Leith for a long time after that. The rain was doing what Edinburgh rain does in February, which is less falling than simply existing, a permanent damp atmosphere. I sat and I looked at what I had and I did what I was trained to do, which was to assess it without rushing to a conclusion. The description in the thread was not specific enough to be unambiguous. Male, late 30s, Dundee. That's a lot of people. It could be coincidence. Investigators who have been out of the job for a while sometimes see patterns that aren't there, connections their trained minds assemble from insufficient data. I was aware of that possibility. I held it alongside the other possibility, the one that was considerably worse. Then I looked at the date again. The thread was dated 5 weeks before Fraser disappeared. The last visit Fraser made to the forum was 12 days before he disappeared. The thread would have been active during his visits. He'd seen it. I need to stop here and tell you something that I've only admitted to one other person, which was my therapist, whom I started seeing about 4 months after all of this was over. When I understood that Fraser had seen the thread, had read on this screen, on this laptop I was holding on my kitchen table in Leith, a discussion of what was going to be done to him. My first response was not the analytical one. It was something closer to grief, a grief for a man I'd never met, for the specific horror of that knowledge, for the nights he must have spent between seeing the thread and disappearing, knowing what he knew, trying to decide what to do with it, because he had 12 days, and whatever he decided to do, he did it alone, because there's no record of him telling anyone, no email, no text, nothing to his mother, nothing to his estranged wife. 12 days of knowing and saying nothing. That's what I kept coming back to in the months after. Why he said nothing. Whether he tried to run and didn't manage it, or whether he froze, or whether there was something else going on that I still don't fully understand. I've turned it over, and I don't have a clean answer. People respond to extreme fear in ways that don't follow logical scripts. That's something 22 years taught me that's actually true. I gave everything to Police Scotland through a contact I still trusted. The laptop, the recovery, the cached fragments, all of it presented as clearly as I could manage, given that I'd obtained it through channels that were informal, to put it generously. My contact did what she could with it. There was an investigation. I was interviewed several times and gave the same account each time, and was told on each occasion that the investigation was ongoing. Fraser has not been found. That's the part I still don't know how to sit with. He's still on the missing persons register. The forum is still being investigated, or was the last time I was told anything, which was 8 months ago. The cached fragments were enough to establish that the forum existed and what it contained, but not enough to identify individuals or to confirm that the thread about the late 30s male from Dundee referred specifically to Fraser rather than someone else. There are 3 possible explanations. Fraser saw the thread and ran, and is living somewhere under a different name and is fine. Fraser saw the thread and ran, and didn't get far enough, or the thread described someone else, and Fraser's disappearance has an entirely separate explanation that nobody has found yet. I can assign rough probabilities to each of these explanations if I try, which I've stopped doing because it doesn't help, and I'm not sure the probabilities are meaningful anyway. What I know is this. A man rang his mother every Sunday for years. He stopped. Before he stopped, he visited a forum 9 times in 5 weeks, at night, and the last visit was 12 days before he disappeared. On that forum, there was a thread describing a planned recording involving someone matching his description. That's what I know. Everything else is inference, and I've been wrong before. And the cost of being wrong here is not inconsiderable. I still consult for the legal firm. I still run badly. I sleep through the night less than I used to, which is not what I expected retirement to bring, and which I'm managing, more or less. My knees are worse than ever. The habit I developed in 22 years of looking at a situation and asking what doesn't fit. I can't turn it off. I know that. It's not a switch. But I've learned slowly that there's a difference between applying that habit usefully and applying it in circles around the same set of facts until you've worn a groove in yourself that leads nowhere. Fraser's mother still rings Helen occasionally. She still doesn't know what I found on the laptop, or not the full version. We made a decision about that, Helen and I, that I'm still not certain was right. The edited version we gave her, that we'd found evidence Fraser had been involved in something online that the police were now investigating, was true as far as it went. Whether it went far enough is something I've discussed with a therapist and will not resolve here. I think about the recipe site, the one he visited regularly, more than you'd expect. I looked at it once, after everything. Just looked, just the site itself, not any specific page. It was a straightforward cooking website, nothing remarkable. He'd presumably been making meals from it, that's all. A man in his late 30s, living alone after a separation, teaching himself to cook properly. That detail should mean nothing in the context of everything else. It's the one I come back to most. Sophie handed in her essay with that slightly smug expression she always wore when she thought she'd done something clever, sliding the printed pages across my desk with deliberate casualness, like she was passing state secrets rather than GCSE coursework. I was marking media studies assignments at home in Birmingham that evening when I got to hers and stopped reading after the first paragraph, just staring at the pages for about 10 minutes straight. The students always think they're the first ones to discover it, like they've stumbled across some secret that previous generations never found. The assignment was straightforward enough. Investigate how information spreads online and evaluate the reliability of different digital sources. Most students picked safe topics like social media misinformation or how news travels through messaging apps, standard teenage analysis of platforms they already understood. Sophie had decided to explore what she called the hidden internet, places where information exists outside normal search results and social media feeds. She had this habit of tucking her hair behind her left ear when she was concentrating, and I could picture her doing exactly that while typing this essay, convinced she was breaking academic ground that no teacher had ever considered. Her essay described discovering communities and content that operated beyond the reach of regular browsers and conventional oversight. She wrote about it with the casual confidence of someone who assumed she was the first person to encounter these concepts, explaining hidden services and anonymous networks as if she were pioneering digital anthropology. What bothered me wasn't her choice of topic, but the specific details she included about content she'd accessed while researching. Screenshots of sites hosting material that definitely wasn't appropriate for a school project. Descriptions of communities discussing activities that were obviously illegal. The essay included references to live streaming sites that showed what she described as real events happening in real time. Not entertainment content or news broadcasts, but unfiltered documentation of activities that people wanted to keep private from normal observation. She'd analyzed the technical aspects of these streams with surprising sophistication, discussing video quality, audience interaction features, and geographic indicators that suggested some content was being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Most concerning was her casual mention of recognizing locations in some of the streams, buildings and spaces around Birmingham that she could identify from architectural details or background elements visible in the footage. I found myself reaching for my laptop to close it, to put Sophie's essay aside and mark something safer. But something about her description of recognizing local locations made me curious despite my better judgment. That evening, I researched some of the sites Sophie had mentioned. The process of reaching these hidden sites was more complex than regular browsing, requiring specific software and careful attention to security practices. Sophie's essay had included enough technical details for me to follow her research methodology, though I told myself I was just verifying whether her claims were accurate. What I found confirmed that Sophie had accessed content that was genuinely disturbing. The streaming sites showed feeds from various locations that appeared to be monitored without the knowledge of people using those spaces. Not public surveillance cameras, but hidden monitoring of private areas where people assumed they weren't being observed. Most locations looked like commercial or industrial spaces, basements, warehouses, converted buildings being used for activities that required privacy. I found myself leaning closer to the screen, straining to hear the faint background sounds that accompanied the video feeds. Distant traffic, the hum of ventilation systems, occasionally footsteps echoing in empty corridors. What made me pay closer attention was recognizing some of the architectural details Sophie had mentioned. Victorian brickwork, industrial fittings, window designs characteristic of older buildings around Birmingham. I'd lived in the city long enough to identify these features as typical of converted warehouses in areas like Digbeth and the Jewellery Quarter. One location appeared regularly, a basement space with distinctive period features suggesting it was in a Victorian commercial building. The camera angle captured most of the room, but occasionally something would move just outside the frame, a shadow or the suggestion of movement that made me realize these weren't empty spaces being monitored for security purposes. I should have closed the laptop then, should have stopped following Sophie's research methodology and focused on how to address her inappropriate internet usage through proper school channels. But I kept watching, telling myself I needed to understand the full scope of what she'd discovered. The basement's architectural details were specific enough that I could potentially identify the building through local historical records. After narrowing down possibilities to about a dozen buildings, I decided to walk past the most likely candidates during my weekend. Most buildings I identified were occupied by legitimate businesses, but one stood out because it appeared mostly vacant despite being in a desirable commercial area. The ground floor had retail space, but upper floors showed no signs of occupancy, and basement windows were covered from inside. I walked past several times over the next week, observing at different times. Most of the time it looked empty, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles that weren't there regularly, or lights in what appeared to be the basement level. Bright, harsh illumination visible around window edges. One evening, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not slipped under the door, on the table where I'd left my keys and wallet after coming home from school. Someone had been inside my house while I was there, moving through my home quietly enough that I hadn't heard them from the living room where I'd been marking papers. Inside was a printed copy of Sophie's essay with certain sections highlighted in red. The parts where she'd mentioned recognizing local locations and analyzing geographic indicators. On the final page was a handwritten note. Curious teachers make excellent research assistants. I spent the rest of the evening checking every window and door, trying to work out how someone had entered without me noticing. But I also couldn't stop thinking about that phrase, research assistants, and what exactly they might want me to research. The next day at school, I tried to act normally while observing Sophie more carefully. She seemed exactly the same, confident, slightly rebellious, focused on completing assignments with minimal effort. During lunch break, I noticed someone waiting outside the school gates who didn't look like a parent or staff member. They were positioned where they could see both entrances, observing rather than waiting for someone specific. After about 20 minutes, they left, but their presence felt connected to the note about curious teachers. 3 days later, I saw the same person outside the supermarket near my house, standing by the car park entrance with the same careful observation posture, not following me directly, but making sure I understood that my movements were being monitored. That afternoon, I decided to speak with Sophie about her research and whether she'd had unusual contact from people interested in her work. Her response was casual. A few people had messaged her online expressing interest in her research methods, but she'd assumed they were fellow students or academics. She showed me the messages on her phone. Friendly, professional inquiries about how she'd accessed certain sites and whether she'd be interested in sharing additional findings. But something about their tone made me uncomfortable, too knowledgeable about technical aspects, too familiar with specific sites Sophie had accessed. I tried to explain that people operating illegal surveillance networks might not appreciate students writing school essays about their activities. She seemed to understand my concerns, but pointed out that she'd only accessed publicly available sites, hadn't obtained information through illegal methods. Over the next few days, I found myself paralyzed by indecision about contacting the police. Every time I reach for the phone, I'd think about explaining how I discovered the surveillance sites, whether my own investigation might be considered problematic. Then I'd think about Sophie potentially being in danger because I was too cowardly to report what I knew. But I was also afraid that people who could enter my house without detection might take additional steps to ensure teachers didn't become problems for their activities. A week later, Sophie didn't show up for school. Her parents called to report she'd left home at normal time, but never arrived for registration. Police were notified immediately, search procedures initiated, but there was no obvious explanation for where she might have gone. I should have mentioned her research project and the possibility that her internet activities had attracted unwanted attention. But I couldn't bring myself to explain how I knew about illegal surveillance sites without implicating myself in the investigation. Sophie has been missing for 6 weeks now. The police investigation continues, but no trace has been found despite extensive searches and media appeals. Sometimes I still check the surveillance sites, telling myself I'm looking for evidence that might help the investigation. Last week, I saw movement in one of the basement feeds. A figure that could have been the right height and build, hair that might have been the same shade as Sophie's. I shouldn't have gone. That's the thing I keep coming back to, lying awake at 3 a.m. with my heart doing that uneven flutter it's had ever since. I shouldn't have gone, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It started with accessing the dark web. Not for anything extreme or twisted. I wasn't looking for any trouble. I just wanted some cannabis. My usual source had dried up after he'd had a scare with the police, and I'd been without for a couple of months. I wasn't gagging for it or anything, but I missed having something to help me sleep, to quiet my head down in the evenings. A bloke I vaguely knew mentioned, sort of offhandedly, that you could buy practically anything on there these days. He made it sound mundane, like ordering from Amazon. So I looked into it, watched a few videos, read some guides. It was easier than I'd expected, if I'm being honest. Within an hour or so, I was browsing marketplaces that looked surprisingly ordinary. Product listings, star ratings, customer reviews. The whole thing had this weird legitimacy to it, like someone had built eBay for illegal goods. I found what I was looking for pretty quickly. The seller had decent feedback, hundreds of transactions, people saying the quality was good, and it arrived discreetly. The listing said postal delivery, which seemed ideal. Low risk. Just wait for a padded envelope to arrive, and that would be that. But there was another option at the bottom, one I almost scrolled past. Local collection available for buyers in certain areas. I clicked through out of curiosity more than anything else. There was a list of cities. Mine was on there. The price for collection was about 20 quid cheaper, which wasn't the main draw. What interested me was the speed. Delivery would take nearly a week, maybe longer. Collection could be arranged within a couple of days. And there was something appealing about the human element, strange as that sounds. It felt more real, less like I was doing something properly dodgy, just meeting someone, a quick exchange, then home. I think about that logic now and want to shake myself. I spent a day deliberating. kept opening the listing and staring at it, trying to decide. The rational part of my brain was saying to just go with postal delivery, that meeting a stranger was asking for trouble. But another part kept pointing out how many successful transactions he'd completed, how the reviews specifically mentioned collection going smoothly. One person had written that the seller was professional and quick, in and out in under a minute. Another said they'd been nervous, but it was completely fine, nothing to worry about. I read through dozens of these reviews. Looking back, I was probably trying to convince myself, seeking validation for a decision I'd already made. The cheaper price and faster turnaround were factors, sure, but mostly, I think I just wanted to prove to myself that I could do it, that I wasn't as risk-averse and boring as I sometimes felt. Stupid reasoning. Really, genuinely stupid. The seller's username was something forgettable, just random letters and numbers. I sent a message through the site system saying I was interested in collection. The reply came back within a few hours, brief and businesslike. He asked what area I was in, and I told him. He said he could do Thursday evening if that worked. I agreed, perhaps too quickly. We arranged the specifics through a series of short messages over the next day. He suggested a car park behind a row of shops on the outskirts of town, the kind of area that's busy during the day but empties out after dark. I'd driven past it hundreds of times without really noticing it. 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening. He'd be driving a dark blue Vauxhall. I should approach the passenger side and he'd hand it over through the window. Simple enough. I'd been overthinking it, clearly. The days leading up to Thursday had this strange quality to them. I'd go about my normal routine, but my mind would drift to the meeting, running through different scenarios. Most of them were fine. A few were disasters, but I pushed those aside. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. It felt like the kind of thing that would sound worse when said aloud, that would invite questions and judgment I didn't want to deal with. Thursday came around and I spent the whole day feeling slightly sick. Not scared exactly, just apprehensive. I kept telling myself it was fine. People did this sort of thing all the time. The reviews on his page were genuine. This was just a transaction. In and out in 2 minutes. I left the house around 7:30. Told myself I was just popping out. Kept it casual, even though there was no one there to perform for. The drive over took about 15 minutes. I had the radio on, but couldn't focus on what was playing. Just background noise to fill the silence. I arrived deliberately early. Wanted to scope the place out. Make sure it felt safe. The car park was tucked away behind a discount furniture shop and a tile warehouse, both closed for the day. There were a few other cars scattered about, probably belonging to people who lived in the flats nearby. A white van with faded lettering on the side, a small red hatchback that had seen better days, a silver estate car that looked abandoned, one tire completely flat. Streetlights cast everything in that sickly orange glow. It was drizzling slightly, that fine mist that doesn't look like much but soaks through your clothes. The kind of evening where you can't decide if you need your wipers on or not. I parked near the entrance and waited, checked my phone obsessively, looked at the other cars, trying to work out which one might be his. There was a blue Vauxhall in the far corner, but it looked lighter than he'd described, more grey than blue, and no one was sitting in it. The minutes crawled past. I watched a cat slink between 2 wheelie bins near the back fence. A couple walked past on the pavement outside, arguing about something in low voices. A bus went by on the main road, almost empty. 8 o'clock came and went, then 15:15. I was starting to think he wasn't coming, feeling that weird mix of relief and disappointment, when a car pulled in. Dark blue Vauxhall, just like he'd said. It drove slowly past me and parked 3 or 4 spaces away, backing into the spot so it faced outward. The engine cut out, headlights off. I couldn't see much through the windscreen. The driver was just a silhouette. I waited for some kind of signal, but nothing came. No flash of lights, no wave, nothing. After a minute or so, I decided to just get on with it. And their staring at each other was pointless and weird. I climbed out of my car, locked it out of habit, and walked over. The drizzle was heavier now, proper rain starting to form. My jacket wasn't waterproof, and I could feel the damp seeping through. The passenger window was down about halfway. I bent slightly to look inside. The driver was younger than I'd expected, maybe mid-20s, tracksuit, hood up despite being inside the car. I couldn't see much of his face in the dim light. He didn't look at me directly, just stared forward through the windscreen. I said hello, tried to sound casual. My voice came out thinner than I'd intended. He didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge I'd spoken. Just reached across to the passenger seat and picked up a small plastic bag, the kind you'd get from a corner shop. He held it out through the window. I took it and glanced inside. It looked about right. A small clear bag inside the carrier, some green material visible. I reached into my jacket pocket for the cash I'd prepared. 3 20s folded together. That's when things went wrong. As I pulled the notes out, his hand shot through the window and grabbed my wrist. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm, controlling. His other hand appeared holding something I couldn't quite make out in the darkness. My brain was trying to process what was happening, still a step behind. He told me to give him everything: wallet, phone, keys. His voice was flat, matter of fact, like he'd done this before, like it was routine. I just stood there for a moment, stupid with shock. Some part of me was still trying to make it make sense, like maybe this was some kind of test or misunderstanding. Maybe I'd misheard him. Maybe this was how these things worked, and I was being naive. But his grip tightened on my wrist, and he repeated himself, more insistent. Give him everything, now. The thing he was holding was a screwdriver. I could see it properly now, the metal shaft catching the streetlight. Long, maybe 8 inches, the kind you'd use for heavy-duty work. He wasn't waving it around or being theatrical about it, just holding it steady, pointed vaguely in my direction, making the threat clear. My first thought, bizarrely, was about the reviews. All those people saying it went smoothly, that he was professional. Were they lies? Part of the setup? Or was I just special, the unlucky one he decided to rob? I should have just complied, given him what he wanted. It was only stuff, nothing worth getting hurt over. My wallet had maybe 40 quid in it, some cards I could cancel. My phone was a year old, nothing special. The car keys were the biggest loss, but even that was just inconvenience, not disaster. But something in me panicked, and I yanked my arm back hard, twisting away from his grip. The plastic bag fell from my other hand and scattered on the wet tarmac. I stumbled backward, and his car door flew open, slamming into me and knocking me further off balance. He was out of the car fast, faster than I would have thought possible. I turned and ran. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just did it, pure instinct. I sprinted back toward my car, but he was between me and it now, cutting off that route. So I veered left, toward the back of the car park where a footpath led between 2 buildings. I could hear him behind me, not shouting, not saying anything, just footsteps slapping against wet pavement, getting closer. That silence was worse somehow, more frightening than if he'd been yelling threats or demands. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Walls on both sides, brick on the left and wooden fencing on the right. It was darker here, away from the streetlights, and I couldn't see properly. I was running on adrenaline and terror, my breathing already ragged. The path curved, and I nearly lost my footing on the slick ground. I put a hand out to steady myself against the wall, felt the rough brick scrape against my palm, and kept going. Behind me, his footsteps were still there, relentless and steady. He wasn't gaining on me, but he wasn't falling behind either. Just maintaining the same distance, like he knew he could keep this up longer than I could. Why was he still chasing me? I dropped the bag, left it behind. He could have just taken it and gone, unless this had never been about the cannabis at all. Maybe the whole listing was a setup, a way to lure people to isolated spots. Maybe he'd done this to dozens of others. Maybe some of them hadn't got away. These thoughts were flashing through my head in fragments, none of them fully formed. Mostly, I was just focused on running, on the burning in my lungs and the sound of him behind me. The path opened out into a residential street. Rows of terraced houses, cars parked bumper to bumper on both sides, lights on in some windows. Normal life happening just meters away, completely oblivious. I thought about screaming, banging on someone's door, but I was gasping too hard to make much noise, and he was right there, close enough that I could hear his breathing. I ran down the middle of the street, my shoes slapping against the road, looked back over my shoulder and immediately regretted it. He was maybe 10 meters behind, hood still up, face in shadow. Something about seeing him in the open like that, in this normal suburban street, made it worse somehow, more real. This wasn't happening in some dark alley or abandoned building. This was happening in the middle of ordinary life, and nobody was noticing. I turned at the end of the road, took a random left, then another right, trying to lose him in the maze of identical streets. My chest was screaming and there was a stitch developing in my side, but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, could taste copper in my mouth. After another turn, I risked another glance back. The street behind me was empty. I kept running anyway, not trusting it. Took 2 more turns and then ducked into a front garden, crouching behind a car. Tried to control my breathing, listening for footsteps. Nothing. Just the sound of a television through someone's window and distant traffic. Someone laughing inside one of the houses. A dog barking a few streets over. I stayed there for what felt like 20 minutes, but was probably closer to 5. Slowly, my heart rate came down from its frantic hammering. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, realized I had no idea where I was. The streets all looked the same. Victorian terraces with identical front doors and tiny gardens. I'd been running blind, taking turns at random. I opened the map and tried to work out a route back to the car park. My hands were trembling so badly I kept mistyping. Eventually, I got it sorted and started plotting a path. The walk back took me nearly 40 minutes. I went the long way round, sticking to main roads where there were people and lights. Even then, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Kept checking behind me every few seconds. Every car that passed made me tense up, certain it would be the blue Vauxhall circling back to find me. I passed a pub, warm light spilling out onto the pavement, people smoking outside and chatting. I thought about going in, hiding there for an hour or so, but the idea of being around people felt impossible. I couldn't imagine making small talk or pretending to be normal. So I walked past and kept going. My clothes were soaked through by now. The rain had picked up properly and I was shivering, though I couldn't tell if it was from cold or shock or both. My legs felt weak and unstable, like they might give out at any moment. When I finally made it back to the car park, his car was gone. So was mine. I stood there staring at the empty space where I'd parked, my brain struggling to process this final kick. Of course he'd taken it. I'd left the keys in my jacket pocket, and he'd had plenty of time while I was running in circles through the estate. Probably drove straight back here after I'd lost him, let himself in, and helped himself. The plastic bag was still there on the ground, dark and soggy with rain. I left it where it lay. I walked to the main road and called a taxi. Stood under the awning of the furniture shop while I waited, dripping and shaking. The driver who picked me up gave me a look, but didn't ask questions. I was grateful for that. I reported it to the police as stolen, left out the bit about the dark web, obviously. Said I'd parked up and someone must have taken it while I was walking around. They were polite, but clearly not that bothered. Gave me a crime reference number and said they'd be in touch if it turned up. Asked if I'd seen anyone suspicious. I said no. It did turn up, about a week later. Burned out in a field just outside town. Completely gutted. The police said it was probably joyriders. I didn't correct them. The insurance process was tedious and humiliating. They asked all sorts of questions about where I'd been, why I'd left the keys in the car, whether I'd locked it properly. I stuck to my story. Eventually they paid out, minus the excess, and I bought a replacement. Nothing special, just something to get me from A to B. I think about that night constantly, not in a dramatic, traumatized way, just little flashes throughout the day. Seeing his hand shoot through that window, the sound of footsteps behind me in the dark, the empty space where my car had been, the screwdriver catching the light. Mostly I think about the reviews, all those positive comments on his listing, people saying the transaction went smoothly, that he was reliable. Were any of them real? Or were they all part of the setup? Fake accounts building credibility? Maybe some were genuine and I was just unlucky, the one he decided to target. Or maybe everyone who left a bad review simply never got the chance. I went back to the dark web a few days later, once I'd calmed down enough to think straight. Wanted to see if his listing was still there. It was gone. The whole account had vanished. I tried searching variations of the username but found nothing. Like he'd never existed. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't go near that stuff anymore. Hardly even drink these days. The whole thing taught me that the normal rules don't apply once you step outside normal channels. There's no customer service, no protection, no recourse. You're just vulnerable, and some people will exploit that without a second thought. The worst part is how ordinary it all was. No masks, no weapons really, just a screwdriver. No abandoned warehouses or dramatic showdowns. Just a rundown car park and a residential street and a bloke in a tracksuit. That's what real danger looks like, I suppose. Not cinematic or exciting, just squalid and frightening and pointless. I still live in the same town. Sometimes I see dark blue Vauxhalls and my stomach drops before I can remind myself it's irrational. Sometimes I'm walking somewhere at night and I hear footsteps behind me and I have to fight the urge to run. Sometimes I drive past that car park and feel my chest tighten, my breathing goes shallow. I never saw him again, never heard anything. It was like it never happened, except for the insurance claim and the nightmares I had for a couple of months afterward, and this jumpy, paranoid feeling that never quite goes away. I was lucky, I know that. It could have been so much worse. He could have caught me. He could have used that screwdriver. I could have hit my head when I fell, or run into traffic, or any number of things. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I'd tripped during that chase, if I'd gone down on that narrow path with him right behind me. I don't let myself think about it for long. But knowing you were lucky doesn't make it feel any better somehow. It just makes you realize how close you came to something terrible. and how easily it could happen again. How thin the line is between normal life and absolute disaster. How quickly things can spiral out of control. I've never told anyone this, not properly. Partly because I'm ashamed of how naive I was, but mostly because I don't want to hear what they'd say. That it was my own fault, that I should have known better, that anyone with half a brain would have seen it coming. They'd be right, of course. I should never have gone. I used to work in digital forensics. Not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the student's digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. I should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy, nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. But I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty rooms searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. I want to be honest about something before I get into this. I've told bits of this story to people close to me, my sister, someone I used to work with, and both times I've downplayed it. I made it sound like a weird thing that happened once, something I stumbled into and walked away from unscathed. I've been doing that for almost 2 years now, and I think the reason I keep softening it is because telling the full version means admitting things about myself I'm not comfortable with, not illegal things. I want to be clear about that. Just the ordinary, embarrassing things. Boredom, curiosity, the small, stupid decisions that compound into something you can't undo. The other reason I've been softening it is that the full version frightened me in a way I still haven't completely recovered from. And I'm aware that saying that, framing this as a story about being frightened, already sounds like I'm centering myself in something I had no business being near. Maybe I am. I've thought about it enough that I'm no longer sure where self-awareness ends and self-indulgence begins. I was 28 when it started, living alone in Leeds, in a one-bedroom second-floor flat. It's the kind of place you rent when you can just about afford not to have a housemate. I'd been there about 18 months, give or take. My days had settled into a comfortable, if slightly dull, routine. Work, home, dinner, television, sleep. I wasn't unhappy exactly. I was just a bit numb. And when you're a bit numb, you start looking for things to prod at. I'd read about the dark web the way most people had. News articles about takedowns, documentary clips, the occasional Reddit thread where someone claimed to have been down a rabbit hole they couldn't fully articulate. I'd always assumed it was something for people with a specific intent, people who wanted something they couldn't get through normal channels. I didn't think of myself as that kind of person. I told myself I was just curious, and I knew how that sounded even then, which is probably why I never mentioned it to anyone. Within an evening of looking into it, I was in. I won't go into exactly how. It wasn't complicated. The first thing that struck me was how mundane most of it was. I'd expected something that looked dangerous in the way a horror film set looks dangerous. All red and black and clearly wrong. Instead, it mostly looked like the internet did in about 2005. Crude layouts, text-heavy pages, forums that reminded me of the message boards I'd used as a teenager. There were illegal things, obviously, that's not a secret. But much of what I encountered in those first couple of weeks was just grey market. Strange, often bleak, but not the horror show the documentaries had implied. I started treating it a bit like sightseeing. An hour here, an hour there, mostly just clicking and reading, and occasionally feeling unsettled in a way I'd quietly enjoy, and then feel vaguely ashamed of at work the next morning. I wasn't buying anything. I wasn't engaging with anyone. I was just looking. That was my first mistake, I think. Convincing myself that looking was somehow neutral. I found the listings site about 3 weeks in. I can't remember exactly how I got to it. Some link from somewhere else. The way everything on the dark web connects to everything else in ways that aren't always obvious. It looked, at first glance, like a classified ads page. Think Gumtree, but stripped back to almost nothing. Categories down the left side, a search bar, listings with brief titles and small photographs. Most of the categories were what you'd expect. There was one, though, sitting near the bottom, that simply said surveillance. No further description, just that word. I should have kept scrolling. I've thought about that moment many times since. It was such a small thing, clicking that link. The kind of thing that takes less than a second and costs you nothing. Except it did cost me something, as it turned out. It cost me quite a lot. The listings under that category were varied and, I'll be honest, initially disappointing in a way that was almost a relief. Some were people selling old CCTV equipment. A few were offering security consultancy services through vague, poorly written descriptions. One or two had that unsettling ambiguity where you couldn't quite tell what was being sold and didn't want to read closely enough to find out. I scrolled through without clicking much. Then I found the one that stopped me. The title was short: Property in West Yorkshire, full documentation. The thumbnail was dark and slightly out of focus, but you could make out what looked like a residential street at night. Just ordinary terraced houses, orange lit by a street lamp. Completely unremarkable. And yet, something about it made me pause. I clicked through. There was a gallery of photographs, maybe 12 or 15 in total, and a block of text below them. The photographs were all of the same street, taken from different angles and at very different times. Early morning shots with the light low and grey. Daytime photographs taken mid-week, judging by the empty pavements. Several taken after dark from what looked like a parked car. The angle slightly upward, through glass, the way you'd see the street if you'd been sitting in the driver's seat for a while. Someone had been to this street many times, over days probably, maybe longer. The text was what stopped me breathing for a moment. It was spare and factual in the way that made it worse. It listed the street name. It listed the house number. It described the occupant as a woman, somewhere in her 30s, with a specific physical description: height, build, hair color, even a note about the coat she was regularly seen wearing. It stated that she appeared to live alone and gave the approximate hour she left and returned each day. It listed what vehicle was parked outside most mornings. One of the photographs, when I went back to look at it with this information in mind, showed a woman at some distance, maybe 40 or 50 yards down the street, caught mid-step, apparently completely unaware. She was wearing the coat. Then there was a price, somewhere in the low hundreds of pounds, and a line that said, "Full package includes additional timestamp documentation and daily pattern log, available on request." I sat looking at it for a long time. I kept waiting for my brain to offer me a rational explanation. Property developer, legal dispute, some kind of legitimate investigative purpose. None of those explanations sat comfortably. The language was too specific. The photograph of the woman was too intimate, too careless about what it implied. And the fact that it was here, in this particular corner of the internet, rather than anywhere else, was the most telling thing of all. I closed the page. I sat back in my chair and I looked at the ceiling. I told myself I'd done the right thing. I hadn't bought anything. I hadn't made contact. I just looked at it. Except I kept thinking about the street name. I'd clocked it involuntarily. The way you can't help but read something once your eyes have landed on it. It was a street in Leeds. I knew the area, vaguely. 15 minutes from my flat, maybe less. And I sat there, around midnight, with that fact feeling like something I'd swallowed that wasn't going to digest. I told myself it had nothing to do with me. I told myself this many times over the following days. I distracted myself with work, with television, with anything that wasn't the image of a woman in a grey coat walking down a street she thought was ordinary. But on the fourth day, I looked up the street on Google Maps. I want to stay on this for a moment because I think it matters. I've tried to explain it to myself in ways that don't make me sound completely hollow, and I've never fully managed it. At the time, I told myself I was looking for context, that seeing the street in daylight via a satellite image would make the listing feel less sinister, less real, like checking under the bed, almost. A controlled confrontation with a thing that's frightening you. But that's not quite honest, because what I actually did, once I'd pulled up the satellite view, was start trying to identify the house. I zoomed in on the terraced row, looking for the vehicle she'd been linked to. trying to count down from the end of the row using the listed house number. I wasn't alarmed by her or seeking to harm her. I don't know what I was doing exactly, but I was doing the same thing the person who made that listing had done. I was applying information to a map. I was looking at a woman's home and trying to locate her precisely within it. The fact that I had no further intent doesn't really excuse the shape of the thinking. When I finally caught what I was actually doing, I closed the laptop so quickly the hinge cracked slightly. I sat in the dark kitchen for a while after that. The self-disgust was immediate and total. Not frightened yet, just genuinely repelled by myself. I stopped going on the dark web that night. Cold. Immediately. I told myself the whole thing was finished. I'd been offline for about 6 weeks when something happened that I've never been able to fully attribute to coincidence, even though coincidence is the only explanation I can rationally defend. I came home on a Tuesday evening to find a small package on the communal doorstep of my building. Parcels got left there all the time. It wasn't unusual, but this one had my name on it, handwritten, in block capitals, slightly uneven, like someone had pressed too hard. No return address, no postage mark, hand-delivered. Inside was a USB drive, nothing else. I stood in the hallway and went through all the reasonable possibilities. Wrong address, a prank, a colleague who'd forgotten a note. I went through all of them, and none of them held. And the reason they didn't hold was that I already knew, underneath the reasonable possibilities, what this probably was. I didn't plug it in. I'd read enough about the ways people use physical drives to gain access to machines. Keystroke logging, remote access, things that activate the moment the drive connects. So I put it in a kitchen drawer, under some takeaway menus, and left it there. But leaving it there turned out to have its own particular weight, because I became aware of it constantly. Not obsessively. I wasn't taking it out to look at it, but I knew it was there in the way you know a room in your flat is unlocked, when it should be locked. A persistent, low-level wrongness that didn't leave. I started wondering what was on it, whether it contained more photographs, more documentation, whether it contained something about me. When I left in the mornings, what I drove, whether I lived alone. I thought about that last one more than I'd like to admit. And then other things started to accumulate. About 10 days after the package arrived, I came home to find the communal front door to the building propped open with a piece of gravel. Not unusual in itself. Residents propped it occasionally when carrying shopping, but it had been propped from the outside, judging by where the stone had been wedged. I moved it, let the door close, and stood in the hallway for a moment, trying to talk myself out of what I was thinking. It didn't work. The week after that, I found a small mark on the door frame of my flat, a faint vertical scratch near the lock, pale wood showing through the paint, fresh enough that it hadn't grayed over yet. I couldn't tell you for certain it hadn't always been there. I'd never looked closely before. That was the problem with all of it. I'd never looked closely before, and now I was looking at everything. The car outside my building was a dark blue Volvo, a bit older, always parked facing the same direction. I noticed it properly about 3 weeks after the package arrived. Once I'd noticed it, I couldn't stop. Over the following week, I found myself checking for it every time I arrived home. Every time I left. It wasn't always there, but it was there often enough that its presence started to feel deliberate, and its absence started to feel like part of a pattern too, which is when I recognized I was frightening myself into something unmanageable. But then, one evening, I crossed the road to look at it properly, and there was something on the dashboard that stopped me. A small spiral-bound notebook, left open, face down, in that specific way people leave notebooks when they want to keep their place. ordinary enough, except that when I looked up at my building from where I was standing beside the car, I was looking directly at my flat window. Second floor, front facing. Blinds open, because I hadn't yet started closing them. I went back inside and closed them. I've never opened them since. About 2 months after finding the package, I reported it to the police. I want to be honest about why it took that long. It wasn't misplaced loyalty. Wasn't any attempt to protect anyone. It was shame. Explaining what had happened meant explaining where I'd been, what I'd been browsing, and the moment in the kitchen with Google Maps that I'd never told a single person about. I waited 2 months because I couldn't face saying any of that out loud to a stranger in a police station. The officer who took the report was a woman, mid-40s, brisk in a way that was probably professional, but felt like impatience. She listened carefully, took the drive, took my account. When I finished, she asked, with a flatness that made the question worse, whether I had any reason to believe I'd been personally identified through my use of the site. I said I didn't know. She wrote something down and didn't share it with me. She said they'd follow up. Near the end, she looked at me across the desk for just a moment too long before looking back at her form, and I couldn't read what was in that look. Skepticism, maybe, or just the particular exhaustion of someone who has heard a lot of these conversations and knows how most of them end. I never heard back. What I found out later, through late-night reading I should probably have avoided, was that the category I'd been browsing had a documented purpose among people who track these things. They were called targeting packages, compiled personal profiles on private individuals, their address, daily movements, physical description, domestic situation, vehicle, built up over time through observation, and sold to buyers whose intentions were never stated and didn't need to be. The buyers could be anyone, a stalker with a fixation, someone with a specific grievance, someone who'd been paid by someone else. The package was just information. What happened to it after purchase was someone else's concern, technically. I don't know whether the woman on that street was ever hurt. I searched the local news for months and found nothing obviously connected. She might be completely fine. She might have moved. She might still be living in that house, going through her days, with no idea that a page ever existed somewhere in that network with her house number and her coat and her daily routine and a price attached. Or something might have happened that I never connected to what I'd seen. It might have happened quietly, in a way the news didn't carry, or carried in a form I didn't recognize. That not knowing has a texture to it. It's not like ordinary uncertainty, the kind that fades when you stop thinking about it. It sits differently. It has weight and surface, and it's still there when I reach for it, even now. I moved out of Leeds about 8 months after all of this. There were proper reasons, work, money, the usual, and I won't pretend those weren't real. But I'd be lying if I said the move didn't also feel, at some animal level, like finally being able to exhale. I took the kitchen drawer with me when I moved. Not intentionally. It was built in. I'd forgotten. When I was packing, I found the takeaway menus, but the USB drive was gone. I went through the drawer twice. I went through the boxes I'd packed. I went through the flat. I don't know when it went. I don't know if I'd moved it at some point and forgotten, the way you do with small objects. I don't know if someone else had been through the drawer. I don't know if the police had taken it when they said they'd taken it, or whether they'd given it back at some point in a conversation I'd half remembered wrong. I stood in the empty flat, with the drawer in my hands for a long time, trying to reconstruct a timeline that didn't leave a gap. The gap is still there. I've not gone back to any of it since. The dark web, the listings, any of it. Not because I'm worried about what I'd find, because I'm worried about who I'd be while I was looking. The Google Maps moment taught me that. The way curiosity, if you let it, will route itself through the same channels as something much worse and arrive somewhere you didn't mean to go. The mechanism is identical. The outcome is the only difference. And the outcome is downstream of intent. And I'm not entirely sure I trust myself to examine my intent in real time. I'm not sure most people could. I think about the woman sometimes, her coat, the angle of that photograph, the fact that she was walking towards something or away from something and had no way of knowing she was being framed in a lens. There's an image I can't get rid of, and I've stopped trying. It's her, at that distance, mid-step. It's the fact that whoever took the photograph stayed still while she moved, waited, possibly, for her to come into frame, or followed her movement with the camera and pressed the shutter when the composition was right, patient, deliberate, already thinking about how it would look in the listing. The worst part about grief is how it makes you stupid. When you're barely functioning after losing someone close to you, and someone offers you a way to connect with people who understand exactly what you're going through, you don't question why they know so much about your personal situation or why they seem so eager to help. You just grab onto anything that might make the pain stop, even if it means trusting strangers who probably shouldn't be trusted. My wife Emma died in a car accident on the M4 near Reading in February last year. One minute we were planning a weekend away in Bath, and the next minute I was sitting in a hospital corridor being told that nothing could be done. The grief hit me like a physical blow. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate on anything for more than a few minutes at a time. I tried going back to work at the engineering firm in Reading, where I'd been for nearly 10 years, but I kept breaking down in meetings or staring blankly at technical drawings that might as well have been written in ancient Greek. My manager suggested I take extended compassionate leave, which was probably the kindest way of saying I was completely useless to them in my current state. The NHS grief counselling had an 8-month waiting list, which felt like a cruel joke when you could barely get through 8 hours without falling apart. My GP prescribed antidepressants and suggested I might benefit from peer support groups, but most of the local bereavement services seemed to be run by well-meaning volunteers who had never lost anyone important themselves. That's when I received the letter about the specialist grief support program. It arrived about 6 weeks after Emma's funeral, addressed to me personally, and explaining that they provided intensive support for people dealing with sudden loss of spouses or partners. The letter demonstrated remarkable knowledge of my specific circumstances, mentioning details about Emma's accident and my current emotional state that I couldn't remember sharing with anyone outside my immediate family. The program was described as a cutting-edge approach to grief therapy that combined traditional counseling with modern technology and peer support networks. They offered immediate access to qualified grief specialists and connection with others who had experienced similar losses without the lengthy waiting periods typical of NHS services. The letter included a phone number and website address for more information. When I visited the website, I found professional-looking materials about innovative grief therapy techniques and testimonials from people who claimed the program had been life-changing during their darkest periods. I called the number and spoke to a counselor named Sarah, who seemed to understand exactly what I was going through. She asked insightful questions about my relationship with Emma and my current coping mechanisms, demonstrating genuine empathy and professional knowledge about grief psychology. Sarah explained that their program used a holistic approach that addressed both the emotional and practical aspects of losing a life partner. They provided individual counseling, group support sessions, and access to online communities where people could connect with others facing similar challenges. The online component was particularly appealing because it meant I could access support at any time of day or night when the grief felt overwhelming. Sarah explained that they used private platforms that provided enhanced security and privacy for participants who needed to share very personal experiences without fear of judgment or exposure. I agreed to participate in the program and was sent detailed instructions for accessing their online support communities. The setup process required downloading specialized software that would connect me to private grief support networks that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Sarah explained that the enhanced privacy measures were necessary because grief support required sharing extremely personal and vulnerable information. The private networks ensured that participants could communicate openly without worrying about unauthorized access to their emotional disclosures. The individual counseling sessions with Sarah were genuinely helpful. She seemed skilled at grief therapy techniques and provided practical strategies for managing the daily challenges of living without Emma. The support felt professional and compassionate, and I began to feel like I was making some progress in processing my loss. The online support communities were also beneficial initially. I connected with other people who had lost spouses in sudden accidents, and sharing experiences with people who truly understood what I was going through felt more valuable than any professional therapy I had received. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of the online communities that didn't quite fit with typical grief support services. Many participants seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about each other's circumstances, including details that wouldn't normally be shared in support group settings. Some conversations included references to my daily routine, financial situation, and family relationships that I hadn't disclosed during my participation in the support communities. The level of background knowledge that other participants seemed to have about my personal life was concerning and suggested that information was being gathered from sources beyond what I had voluntarily shared. When I mentioned these observations to Sarah during our counseling sessions, she explained that effective grief support required understanding the complete context of participants' lives and circumstances. The program conducted background assessments to ensure that support recommendations were appropriate for each individual's specific situation. She assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to provide better therapeutic support. The comprehensive background research allowed counselors to understand factors that might be affecting grief recovery, such as financial stress or family dynamics. Around the 6th week of my participation in the program, Sarah began requesting that I help with outreach activities for other people who might benefit from their grief support services. These assignments involved identifying and contacting people in my local area who had recently experienced losses and might need professional support. The outreach work was presented as a therapeutic activity that would help with my own grief recovery by allowing me to help others facing similar challenges. Sarah explained that many people found meaning and healing through supporting others who were struggling with loss. I was provided with lists of recently bereaved people in the Reading area, along with detailed information about their circumstances and contact details. The lists included information about causes of death, family situations, and psychological profiles that seemed far too comprehensive for routine outreach activities. When I questioned how the program had obtained such detailed information about vulnerable people, Sarah explained that they worked with various healthcare and social service providers to identify individuals who might benefit from immediate grief support. The detailed profiles ensured that outreach efforts were appropriate and effective. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to gather during outreach contacts seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic support. I was documenting people's psychological vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social isolation levels in ways that could be valuable for exploitation rather than help. Some of the people I contacted during outreach activities seemed to be in extremely vulnerable situations, dealing with complex grief while managing financial difficulties, family conflicts, or health problems. The information I was gathering would be useful for identifying people who could be manipulated or taken advantage of during their most vulnerable periods. When I tried to refuse the outreach assignments, Sarah reminded me that I had been receiving valuable grief support that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The program depended on participants contributing to community support activities to maintain the comprehensive services they provided. She also pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of other participants' personal circumstances and access to private support communities that contained sensitive information about vulnerable people. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that extended beyond my individual therapy needs. Sarah began demonstrating knowledge of my daily activities and personal circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our counseling relationship alone. She made references to my financial situation, family interactions, and daily routine that suggested comprehensive surveillance of my personal life. I realized that the grief support program had been used to recruit me into systematic exploitation of vulnerable bereaved people. The counseling sessions had been genuine enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online communities had been used to gather detailed intelligence about people dealing with loss and trauma. The outreach activities were probably designed to identify and assess additional targets for exploitation, using my legitimate grief and desire to help others as cover for intelligence gathering about vulnerable people in my local area. When I attempted to withdraw from the program entirely, Sarah pointed out that I had sensitive information about other participants and access to private support communities that could be harmful if misused. My knowledge of their methods and participant details created ongoing security considerations. She also suggested that ending my therapy abruptly could be detrimental to my grief recovery, particularly given the progress I had been making and my continued vulnerability following Emma's death. The therapeutic relationship was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to end my participation in the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online support platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in group sessions. I tried reporting my concerns to healthcare regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online support could be justified as innovative therapy methods, and the outreach activities could be explained as peer support work. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped participating, offering additional grief support services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the support program or what they were using the detailed intelligence about vulnerable, bereaved people for. The systematic exploitation of people's grief and trauma, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy platforms, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and fraud. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's grief to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence gathering operations targeting vulnerable, bereaved individuals. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust while using support communities to gather comprehensive personal information about people at their most vulnerable moments. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for grief support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people dealing with similar losses. The support program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar grief support organizations, offering immediate access to counseling and peer support communities for people dealing with loss and trauma. The services they describe always offer enhanced privacy through specialized platforms, always involve comprehensive background assessment, and always include peer outreach components. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other grieving people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support while actually participating in intelligence gathering operations that exploit the vulnerability of bereaved individuals for criminal purposes. Here is the question I've never been able to answer cleanly. If you watch something terrible happen to a person and you feel the wrong thing, does that make you responsible for what you feel, or only for what you do with it? I've been sitting with that question for 3 years. I don't have a clean answer. What I have instead is this account, which I'm giving as honestly as I can manage. And the honest version requires me to tell you things about myself that I would prefer not to tell you. That's the point of honesty. It costs you something, or it isn't honesty. My name is Stuart. I'm 46 years old. I live alone in a sandstone flat on the south side of Glasgow. 2 bedrooms, high ceilings, the kind of place that was built for a family and has gradually become an extension of a single person's interior life. Books stacked on every surface, a kitchen used seriously and well, a second bedroom that functions as a study and which nobody else has entered in about 2 years. I work as a structural engineer for a consultancy in the city centre. I am good at my job in the quiet, unremarkable way that people who have done something for 20 years without drama are good at it. Thorough, reliable, not brilliant, but not far off. I run 3 times a week. I cook from scratch most evenings. I have 2 close friends, both from university, both with families now, both of whom I see less than I'd like and more than I deserve. I should tell you about my father, not because what happened is his fault. I want to be clear about that from the beginning, because there is a version of this story that uses him as an explanation, and I don't believe in that version. But he is relevant context, so I'll give him to you plainly. He was a man who contained, for as long as I knew him, a reservoir of anger that had no consistent relationship to events. It surfaced unpredictably, with a violence that was controlled enough to avoid leaving marks anyone outside the house would notice. And it receded just as unpredictably, replaced by a version of him that was warm and funny and genuinely good company. I grew up understanding that there were 2 registers available to a man under pressure. I grew up understanding which one I preferred not to become. I have spent the better part of my adult life managing that inheritance, recognizing the anger when it appears, which is not as often as I feared when I was young, and containing it, directing it into the run, the controlled effort of physical exertion, the clean problem-solving of structural engineering where the forces are calculable and the tolerances are known. I am not my father. I know that, but I also know that I am not as far from him as I'd like, and the distance requires maintenance. And there have been periods of my life when the maintenance has felt effortful in ways I haven't admitted to anyone. I was in one of those periods when I found the site. The divorce had been finalized 8 months earlier. I don't want to dwell on it, partly because it isn't the point, and partly partly because the reasons for it reflect poorly enough on me that the relevant facts can be stated briefly. Karen and I were together for 11 years and married for 7. We didn't have children, which was a source of grief for her, and an ambivalence I handled badly by avoiding the conversation for too long. The marriage ended because I was emotionally unavailable in ways I understood too late, and because the unavailability had, over years, produced in Karen a loneliness she'd finally decided she didn't have to sustain. She was right about all of it. The anger I felt about the divorce was directed, accurately, inward, which is the healthiest direction for it, and also the most corrosive over time. I was managing. That's the word I keep using for the periods in my life when I'm functioning without flourishing, and it applied here. Work was fine. The runs were longer than usual. I was cooking elaborate meals for one and reading a great deal and seeing my friends occasionally, and by any external measure, I was fine. I was getting through it. I was doing what people do when a significant part of their life ends and they have to reorganize around the space it leaves. The site appeared in my life the way these things apparently always do, through a chain of connections that each seemed innocuous and which I've retraced many times since without finding the individual link that should have stopped me. A forum I used for engineering discussion had a thread about digital privacy that referenced a broader conversation happening elsewhere. That conversation was happening on a platform I hadn't used before, and the platform had, among its many channels, a section given over to discussions of online content that existed at the edges of legality. I read that section the way you read things you've stumbled into, with the half attention of someone who expects to find nothing and is half hoping to be proved right. I wasn't proved right. The references in that section to a specific category of site were oblique enough that I had to piece together what was being described from context and implication rather than explicit statement. When I understood what was being described, I closed the application and made dinner and ran 8 miles the following morning and told myself I was done with it. I went back 4 days later. I want to stop here because what comes next requires me to be honest about something I have not been fully honest about, even with myself, until I sat down to write this. When I went back, it wasn't purely out of morbid curiosity. That's the comfortable version, and it has the advantage of being partially true, but it isn't the whole truth. The whole truth is that in the weeks after the divorce was finalized, in the period of managed functioning and long runs and elaborate solitary meals, I'd become aware of something in myself, that the maintenance I mentioned earlier was doing less to contain than usual. A pressure without a specific object, an anger that had turned during those months slightly abstract, no longer directed at myself for the failure of the marriage, not directed at Karen, not directed at any identifiable thing, just present, a low-level force looking for somewhere to resolve. I had recognized this before. I recognized it then, and I went back to that section of the platform with a quality of attention that I am not proud of, looking for something I cannot name cleanly even now, some way of sitting with the force without having to account for it. What I found navigating through the chain of references over several sessions was a site. I won't describe its technical specifics. What I will describe is its content, because the content is the point. It was a repository of streams, live and recorded. The streams showed people being harmed. The harm was deliberate, methodical, administered by parties who remained off camera, and the people receiving it were restrained and unable to prevent it, and clearly, undeniably real. The streams were categorized, rated, discussed in an attached forum with the engaged interest of people who had been watching for a long time and had developed strong opinions about quality and craft and the specific elements that elevated one stream above another. watched part of one stream. I am going to tell you what I felt, because this is the part of the account that matters most, and because honesty requires it. I felt sick. That part was immediate and genuine, and has never left me. The physical reality of what I was watching. A person in a room, hurt, unable to stop what was being done to them, produced a nausea that was visceral and absolute. I want you to know that was real. But underneath it, or alongside it, in a register I had to work to acknowledge and have spent 3 years working to understand, there was something else, not pleasure. I want to be precise here because imprecision would be a kind of self-exculpation I don't deserve. It wasn't pleasure, but it was recognition. A sense, horrible and clarifying, of looking at a structure that corresponded to something I already contained. Not the specific acts, not the desire to commit them, but the force behind them, the pressure finding its outlet, the anger resolved into action. I recognized the energy of it even as the content revolted me. And the recognition was worse than the revulsion, because it was mine. It came from inside. It told me something about the distance between myself and my father that I had spent 20 years trying not to measure too carefully. I closed the stream. I sat in my study for a long time. 3 days passed. I ran every morning. I went to work and did my job and spoke to colleagues with normal fluency. I rang my friend Mark in Edinburgh and we talked about his kids and about a project I was working on. And I was present and engaged and entirely myself, which is the terrifying thing about this period in retrospect. How completely compartmentalized it was, how the ordinary life continued without interruption, while the other thing sat in its separate container and waited. On the 4th day, I went back to the site, not to watch. I want to be specific about that because specificity is what I owe this account. I went back to read the forum, to understand who was there, what they were, what the community that had organized around this content actually consisted of. I told myself it was a need to understand rather than participate, which was partly true. The other part, I'll leave you to assess. What I found in the forum was not what I'd expected, and what I'd expected was bad enough. I'd expected a community of people who were comprehensively unlike me, people I could locate clearly on the other side of a line I was confident I stood on the correct side of. What I found instead was a range. There were people who were comprehensively unlike me, yes. People for whom the content was clearly the organizing principle of their lives, whose posts had the fluency of long practice, who referenced streams and categories and specific performers with the ease of people in a specialist hobby discussing technique. But there were also people who sounded, in their register and their self-presentation, and the particular quality of their engagement, uncomfortably like someone sitting in a sandstone flat in Glasgow, with high ceilings and a second bedroom used as a study. People who framed their presence as curiosity, who used the language of detachment and observation, who had clearly told themselves a version of the same story I'd been telling myself for 4 days, about watching rather than participating, about understanding rather than consuming. The forum had a thread dedicated to new members. The thread contained, among other things, a discussion of what the moderators called the curiosity pipeline, a term they used without irony to describe the predictable path by which new members arrived, the stages of engagement they moved through, the point at which passive observation became active participation. The thread described this process with the satisfied expertise of people who had watched it happen many times and knew exactly how it worked, and were entirely unbothered by it. New members always started as observers. New members always told themselves they were different. The forum had been watching new members move through these stages for years. I read that thread at 11 o'clock on a Thursday evening, And then I sat in my study and I looked at myself very clearly for the first time in 4 days. What I saw was not comfortable. I saw a man who had gone back twice, who had watched part of a stream and felt something he didn't want to name and gone back anyway, and then again, and who was now reading a forum's clinical description of his own behavior as a known and predictable pattern, a pipeline, a process they had watched repeat itself in person after person until it had become so familiar it could be discussed as a category rather than an individual failing. I saw the distance from my father, and I saw that it was measurable, and I did not like the measurement. I rang the police the following morning, not the emergency line, the non-emergency number, and then I was transferred twice, and eventually I spoke to someone from a unit that dealt specifically with online serious harm, a man who was professional and thorough and who asked me to walk him through everything I'd seen and where I'd seen it without asking me, at any point, to characterize what my own engagement with it had been. I gave him the site, the forum, the stream I'd watched, the chain of platforms that had led me there. I answered his questions for 40 minutes. He told me the site was known to them and that the information I'd provided was useful. He told me what the process would be from that point. He did not tell me what would happen to the people in those streams, and I didn't ask, because I already knew the honest answer was that it depended, that these investigations were long and complex, and the outcomes were uncertain, and I needed to make the call regardless of what the outcome was going to be. I've been in therapy since the following month, not because I was required to be, not as part of any formal process, but because the accounting I'd done in my study on that Thursday evening made it clear that the maintenance I'd been relying on for 20 years was not adequate, and had perhaps never been adequate, and that I needed to understand myself better than I did. The therapy has been difficult and useful in the way that difficult things are useful. I've talked about my father more in the past 3 years than in the preceding 43. I've talked about the anger and what it is and where it comes from and what it is not. It is not a desire to harm. The therapist and I have been through this carefully, but it is a force that requires honest acknowledgement rather than management through suppression and misdirection, which is what I had been doing. The question I started with, about watching and feeling the wrong thing and responsibility, my therapist and I have discussed it in many different ways over 3 years and arrived somewhere that isn't a clean answer, but is perhaps as close as I'm going to get. Feeling is not doing. The recognition I felt watching that stream does not make me the same as the person off camera, but it is information, and information requires a response. And the response I chose, the call, the therapy, the long, honest work of understanding what I contain and why, is the only thing I have that stands between the question and an answer I couldn't live with. I still live in the flat. The ceilings are still high. I still run 3 times a week and cook from scratch and see Mark in Edinburgh when I can manage it. I am not my father. I believe that more confidently now than I did 3 years ago, which is perhaps the only straightforward improvement I can point to. The site was still operational the last time I thought to wonder about it, which is less often than it used to be. The people in those streams are people I cannot locate or help or reach in any direction from a sandstone flat in Glasgow. And that helplessness is something I've had to make a kind of peace with, because the alternative is to let it become another thing the anger attaches to. And I am trying, carefully, and with a great deal of assistance, to give the anger fewer places to live. It is slow work. It is the right work. Most days I believe that. The runs are shorter now than they were 3 years ago. Not because I need them less, but because I've found other ways to use the pressure, other places to put it that don't require me to exhaust myself into calm. That feels like progress. Small, undramatic, the kind of progress that doesn't look like much from the outside. Imagine losing your job on a Tuesday and finding something that changes your entire understanding of human nature by the following weekend. That's essentially what happened to me last spring, though I suppose the sequence of events had been building for longer than I realized at the time. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds for the better part of 3 years. Nothing glamorous, mostly small business logos and website mock-ups. But it paid the rent on my bedsit and kept me fed. The work dried up gradually at first. Then all at once, when a couple of my regular clients decided to use AI tools instead of paying an actual person. Can't say I blame them really. Hard to compete with something that costs nothing and works around the clock. With suddenly abundant free time and a dwindling bank balance, I found myself spending more hours online than was probably healthy. Started browsing forums I'd never paid attention to before, reading about cryptocurrency, privacy tools, things I'd previously dismissed as too technical or too paranoid for normal people to bother with. Someone in one of these forums mentioned the dark web in passing, describing it as a place where you could find anything if you knew where to look. The comment was quickly deleted by moderators, but it stuck in my mind. I'd heard the term before, obviously, but always in the context of news articles about drug arrests or cybercrime investigations. Never occurred to me that ordinary people might actually use it for legitimate purposes. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected. Downloaded Tor, followed some basic security guides, and within an hour I was browsing hidden services that existed completely outside the normal internet. The initial experience was disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing illegal activities, none of which interested me particularly. But I kept exploring, driven more by boredom than genuine curiosity. Found communities dedicated to privacy advocacy, whistleblowing platforms, forums for people living under authoritarian governments. Started to understand that the dark web wasn't just criminals and extremists. It was also journalists, activists, ordinary people who needed to communicate without surveillance. After a few weeks of casual browsing, I stumbled across discussions about something called red rooms. The concept seemed ridiculous initially. Live streaming platforms where viewers could allegedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people discussing them insisted they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible users from their Bitcoin. The technical arguments against their existence seemed sound. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable video streams, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting detected by law enforcement. Everything pointed to red rooms being nothing more than internet folklore. Yet some users claimed to have encountered genuine examples. They described specific technical details that seemed too elaborate to be complete fabrications. Sophisticated payment systems, invitation-only access requiring references from existing members, streaming infrastructure that somehow overcame the limitations of anonymous networks. My design background made me curious about the technical aspects. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of user interface would be required? It became a theoretical problem I couldn't stop thinking about, the same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging design brief. The research consumed several weeks. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about video compression algorithms, about distributed hosting systems, discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous streaming, always careful to frame everything as academic research or security testing. In mid-April, I found something that shifted my investigation from theoretical to practical. It appeared in a thread about experimental video technologies, presented as a demonstration of new streaming protocols designed for high-latency networks. The poster described it as a proof of concept for communication systems that could work in areas with unreliable internet infrastructure. The link led to a basic authentication page. No branding or explanation, just fields for username and password. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required invitation codes from existing users. I spent the next fortnight trying to work out how to get access. Posted carefully worded questions in various forums, hoping someone might share an invitation or point me toward whoever was distributing them. Got nowhere. The breakthrough came through pure chance. I'd been helping a small web development company with some logo work, essentially working for free because I needed portfolio pieces more than I needed payment. One of their junior developers, someone I'd barely spoken to previously, messaged me asking if I'd be interested in testing a new streaming platform focused on user privacy. The timing seemed suspicious, but I accepted anyway. The authentication process was more complex than I'd anticipated. Beyond basic login credentials, the system required verification through a mobile application that generated time-sensitive codes. Reminded me of online banking security, the kind of multi-factor authentication used by financial institutions. When I finally gained access, the interface was surprisingly polished. Professional design, intuitive navigation, clean typography. Looked like any mainstream streaming service, the sort of platform you might use to watch films or television programs. There was a sidebar listing available channels, most of which appeared to be offline. The active ones had generic titles, combinations of letters and numbers that conveyed no information about their content. Viewer counts were modest, typically between 20 and 40 people. The associated chat functions were mostly empty. I selected one of the active channels at random. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymous networks. Heavily compressed, pixelated, with noticeable lag between audio and video. It took several moments to understand what I was looking at. A small room with bare walls, lit by a single overhead bulb. Someone was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the frame. The person appeared to be sleeping or unconscious. Their head was tilted forward, and they didn't respond to occasional sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section showed only automated timestamps generated by the system. I watched for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person remained motionless. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed empty. Eventually, I switched to a different channel. The second stream showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, fluorescent lighting. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing occurred while I watched. No movement, no activity, no interaction in the chat. Over the following evening, I sampled about 10 different channels. Most showed similar content: empty rooms, unconscious individuals, institutional or industrial settings. The production quality varied significantly. Some appeared professionally shot with multiple camera angles. Others looked like amateur recordings from cheap equipment. What puzzled me was the absence of the interaction these platforms supposedly offered. Despite claims about viewer participation and real-time control, I saw no evidence of such functionality. No voting mechanisms, no command interfaces, no way for viewers to influence what happened on screen. I began to suspect these were pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. The technical challenges that skeptics had identified seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video through anonymous networks would require substantial resources and expertise, made more sense that these were archived recordings designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that completely changed my understanding of what I was looking at. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Session 23, Community Request. The viewer count was significantly higher. Nearly 200 people. The chat section showed constant activity, messages appearing faster than I could read them. The video showed a residential setting. Someone's kitchen, complete with appliances, crockery, personal items scattered about. Looked like any working-class British home, the kind of place where normal people lived normal lives. A woman sat at the kitchen table, facing the camera. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, she was alert and aware, making direct eye contact with the lens. She appeared frightened, but not panicked, as if she understood her situation but hadn't completely given up hope. The chat exploded with messages, numbers, single words, brief phrases in multiple languages. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of German, French, what might have been Russian. The messages appeared to follow some sort of pattern or structure, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. That's when I noticed something that made everything else irrelevant. One of the chat messages included a timestamp that matched exactly what was showing on my computer. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. This wasn't a recording. This was happening right now. A man entered the frame from behind the camera. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a dark jumper. Nothing distinctive or threatening about his appearance. He approached the woman and placed a mobile phone on the table in front of her. She picked up the phone and appeared to read something on the screen. Her expression shifted from fearful to genuinely terrified. She started to stand up, but the man placed his hand on her shoulder, not violently but firmly enough to guide her back into the chair. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that they weren't just comments. They were instructions. The numbers corresponded to actions or locations. The brief phrases were commands for what should happen next. The viewers weren't just watching. They were directing the entire situation. The woman looked directly at the camera again, and I realized she could see the viewer count. She knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that we were all participating in whatever was about to happen to her. Her eyes held a kind of desperate appeal that I'd never seen in any film or television program. I closed the browser immediately and shut down my computer. For the better part of a week, I avoided going online except for essential tasks. Told myself it had been an elaborate performance, a piece of interactive theatre designed to disturb people who'd stumbled into spaces they shouldn't have been exploring. The production values had been too professional, the technical execution too smooth for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat and my system clock, the way the woman had looked through the camera, as if she could see directly to the people controlling what happened to her. Eventually, I started checking local news websites, missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might relate to what I'd witnessed. Found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made me more uneasy. I never returned to that platform. Uninstalled Tor, deleted everything related to my dark web browsing, reformatted my hard drive twice, changed my passwords, closed the email account I'd been using, even moved to a different flat across town. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been the subject of an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely outside official channels? that leaves no trace in the legitimate world. That was 7 months ago. I eventually found new work, doing design projects for local businesses again. Tried to return to something resembling a normal routine. But sometimes, usually late at night, when I'm working on a project, I'll notice the time display on my computer and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere, right now, other people are watching similar streams, participating in similar situations, directing what happens to people whose faces they'll carry with them forever. And sometimes I wonder if my name is recorded somewhere, whether there's a database of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their browsers when things became too real, whether someone, somewhere, is keeping track of witnesses. I've become considerably more careful about online security since then. Use VPNs for everything, monitor my network traffic, maintain operational security practices that most graphic designers have no reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there someone might still be keeping tabs on people like me. The internet feels different now. Every website I visit, every click I make, carries the knowledge of what exists in the spaces between legitimate services. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface, hiding depths that most people never imagine are there. I still do design work, still help businesses with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. But now, I understand that the threats people face online aren't just technical or financial, they're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I get emails from technology companies, requests to test new platforms or privacy tools. I delete them without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never really leave behind. The woman in that kitchen is somewhere right now, either living with the memory of what happened after I closed my browser, or not living at all. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty has become a constant companion, following me through every ordinary day of my ordinary life. That's the real horror of these systems. Not the violence or the voyeurism, but the way they create witnesses who can never speak about what they've seen. People who carry knowledge they can't share, bound by complicity they never intended to accept. I've never told anyone about this. Not friends, not family, not the authorities. What would I say? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then ran away? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because keeping it secret has become its own kind of prison. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That the real purpose of these platforms isn't the content itself, but the people who stumble across them, who carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what they wanted all along. I don't really know how to start this without it sounding strange, so I'm just going to start where it actually began, which is a lot more boring than you'd expect. Nothing dramatic kicked it off. No warning signs, no big decision. It started because I was bored, and because I had too much time on my hands, and because I didn't think any of it mattered. At the time, I was working from home full time. I'd been doing that for a while, long enough that the days had started to blur together in a way that's hard to notice until it's already happened. I'd wake up around 9, sometimes later, make coffee in the same mug I'd used the day before, still sitting unwashed by the sink, sit at my desk in yesterday's t-shirt and the joggers I'd slept in, write words I didn't care about for people I'd never meet about products I'd never use, close the laptop around 6, eat something microwaved while watching whatever Netflix suggested, go to bed, do it all again. Sometimes I'd realize it was Thursday and I still felt like the week hadn't properly started. Sometimes I'd go 3 days without speaking to another person out loud and only notice when my voice came out strange and croaky when I finally answered a work call. I worked in marketing, copywriting mostly, product descriptions, emails, landing pages, the kind of work that sounds creative until you're actually doing it. And then you realize it's just filling in the same template over and over with slightly different words. I wrote about kitchen appliances for a living, blenders, air fryers, coffee machines. There's only so many ways you can describe a blender before your brain starts to rot a little, before you catch yourself staring at the screen, trying to think of a synonym for powerful that you haven't already used twice in the same paragraph. I've been doing it for about 3 years, living alone in a 1-bedroom flat in Bristol that I'd stopped decorating after the first month. The walls were still that builder's beige. I had a sofa I'd bought second-hand that smelled faintly of someone else's life, a bed, a desk, a television. That was about it. I kept meaning to hang pictures or buy a plant or do something to make it feel less temporary, but I never got around to it. After a while, I stopped noticing. I didn't really notice how empty things felt until there was nothing left to distract me from it. My girlfriend had left about 6 months earlier, Claire. We'd been together for 2 years, living together for 1. She'd tried talking to me about it several times before she actually went. Said I'd become distant. Said I never wanted to do anything anymore. Said it felt like I'd checked out of my own life and was just waiting for something to happen. I remember nodding along, not really disagreeing, but not really doing anything about it either. When she finally packed her things, I helped her carry boxes down to her car. We hugged. She cried. I didn't. I went back upstairs and felt relieved that I didn't have to pretend to be present anymore. I told myself I'd feel worse about it eventually. I never did. One evening, sometime in late October, I was supposed to be finishing a deadline, a product launch for a new range of food processors. 1,500 words about 6 different models that were basically identical except for the color and the number of attachments. I'd written maybe 200 words in 4 hours. Instead, I was doing what I'd been doing more and more often, which was clicking around online without any real purpose. Articles, videos, forums, anything to avoid actually working. I'd start reading something about one topic and end up somewhere completely different 20 minutes later, without any clear memory of how I'd gotten there. Reddit threads about missing persons cases, YouTube videos about abandoned buildings, Wikipedia articles about cults, that sort of thing. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual internet rabbit hole. Somewhere along the line, I ended up reading an article about the dark web. I'd heard of it before, obviously, everyone had, but I'd never really thought about it beyond the vague sense that it was where illegal things happened. A digital underworld full of hitmen and hackers and things normal people didn't need to worry about. What struck me about this particular article was how unexciting it made the whole thing sound. It wasn't one of those sensational scare pieces you see shared on Facebook with headlines like, "What your kids are really doing online." It was technical, dry even. Written by someone who clearly knew what they were talking about and didn't feel the need to dress it up. It talked about privacy, about journalists in dangerous countries, about whistleblowers and activists and people who needed to communicate without being monitored. It mentioned the illegal marketplaces, the stuff everyone thinks about, but almost in passing, like they were an unfortunate side effect rather than the main attraction. The article kept stressing that most of it was dull. Forums full of technical discussions, lots of broken links, lots of text-heavy pages that looked like they'd been designed in 1998. I remember feeling oddly disappointed by that. I think I'd built it up in my head as this forbidden, dangerous place, all black screens and green text and shadowy figures doing shadowy things. Being told it was mostly boring felt like someone had taken the mystery out of it, like finding out that a magic trick was just mirrors and fishing wire. And instead of that putting me off, it did the opposite. It made me curious. I told myself I just wanted to see it. That was all. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I didn't have some secret interest I was hiding from myself. I just wanted to know what it actually looked like, the same way you might want to look at a building you'd only ever heard described. I'm not going to explain how I accessed it. Not because it was difficult, it wasn't, but because that's not really the point of this. The point is that within about 20 minutes of downloading the right browser and finding a working link, I was looking at a plain page full of links with vague names that didn't really tell you what you were clicking on. Free speech forum, library archive, privacy discussion, that sort of thing. At first, it was exactly as boring as the article had promised. Forums full of technical discussions about encryption and servers and things I barely understood. Long walls of text written by people who clearly spent a lot of time online and had strong opinions about things I'd never thought about. I clicked through a few, read a bit, clicked back, felt a bit stupid for expecting more, like I'd fallen for my own imagination. Then, almost by accident, I stumbled onto one of the marketplaces. If I hadn't known what it was, I genuinely might not have thought twice about it. It looked like a normal shopping site. Clean layout, white background, categories down the left side, a search bar at the top, little thumbnail images next to each listing. For a second, I thought I'd clicked on the wrong link and ended up back on the regular internet. Then I started reading the category names and the listings. I'm not going to describe what was on there in detail. I think you can imagine. Drugs, mainly. Pages and pages of them. Organized by type, with prices in Bitcoin and user reviews like it was Amazon. But there was other stuff too. Forged documents, hacked accounts, electronics that were probably stolen. Even some things I didn't understand at all, coded in ways that seemed deliberately obscure. I didn't linger on any of it. I wasn't interested in buying anything. I wasn't even tempted. I was just looking, in the same detached way you look at something you know you shouldn't be paying attention to, like watching footage of an accident or reading about a crime. What stuck with me, though, weren't the obvious listings. It was the ones that didn't quite explain themselves. They were scattered throughout the site, easy to miss if you weren't paying attention, tucked in between the obvious stuff. Titles like Specialized Delivery or Discreet Service, UK Only, or No Questions Collection. The descriptions were short and careful. A few lines about professionalism, reliability, discretion. Satisfaction guaranteed. No prices listed. No clear explanation of what was actually being delivered or collected. I clicked on one. The page didn't say much more than the listing had. It talked about moving items that required no documentation or tracking. It stressed that questions weren't asked about contents, as long as things were properly packaged and the dimensions were provided in advance. At the bottom was a contact link and a note. Payment required upfront. Non-refundable, regardless of outcome. That phrase stuck with me. Regardless of outcome. I read it 3 times, trying to work out exactly what it meant. Did it mean they might fail to deliver? Or did it mean something else? I hovered my mouse over the contact link for longer than I meant to. Long enough to feel my heart rate pick up slightly. Long enough to tell myself it was probably a scam, that anyone offering something like this so openly couldn't be serious, that this was exactly the kind of thing designed to prey on curious idiots. Eventually, I closed the page, shut the browser, turned my laptop off, went and made tea I didn't drink. I remember thinking that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Over the next few days, it kept coming back to me at odd moments, when I was supposed to be working, when I was making coffee, when I was lying in bed trying to sleep. That phrase, specialized delivery. I kept wondering what people actually used a service like that for. What kind of items couldn't be sent through normal channels? Whether anyone really responded to those listings at all, or if they just sat there, digital storefronts for services nobody actually needed. I found myself thinking about it more than I should have, more than made sense. It wasn't that I wanted to use it. I didn't have anything to send, nothing that needed delivering secretly. But the fact that it existed, that someone was offering it, that there were probably people out there using it right now, kept nagging at me. About a week later, on a Tuesday evening when I should have been writing about the benefits of stainless steel mixing bowls, I went back. I told myself I was just going to look again, that I wouldn't click anything, that I'd just have another browse, satisfy my curiosity, and then leave it alone for good. But when I found that same listing, with the same vague description and the same contact link, I clicked it before I'd fully decided to. The messaging screen was blank. No name, no profile picture, no history, just an empty text box and a blinking cursor. I stared at it for a while, trying to work out what I could even say that wouldn't immediately make me sound either suspicious or stupid. In the end, I typed something neutral, something like, "Hi, I saw your listing. Could you explain a bit more about what your service involves?" Kept it vague, non-committal, the kind of thing someone might genuinely ask if they were curious. I read it back 3 times before sending it, then immediately regretted it. I didn't expect a reply. Or maybe I expected one in a few hours, or the next day. But 10 minutes later, a message appeared. It was polite, professional even. The kind of tone you'd get from a customer service rep at a legitimate business. It explained that they provided courier services for items requiring discretion, that they operated mainly in the south of England and Wales, and that payment was required upfront via cryptocurrency and was non-refundable regardless of outcome. There it was again, that phrase. I stared at the message for a long time. My hands were shaking slightly, though I couldn't have told you why. I hadn't done anything wrong. I was just asking questions. But something about the calm professionalism of the response made it feel more real than I'd expected. I should have stopped there. I know that now. But instead, I asked another question. I asked what kind of items they usually handled. The response came faster this time. They said they didn't ask about contents, only size and weight. They said items had to be appropriately packaged, properly sealed, and ready for collection. That was it. Nothing more. I asked if there were restrictions on what could be sent. They replied, as long as items are packaged appropriately and dimensions are provided, no questions are asked. I read that several times. No questions are asked. It was the kind of phrase that sounded reassuring, but felt wrong the more you thought about it. I told them I'd think about it and get back to them if I decided I needed their services. They said that was fine, to reach out anytime. And then the conversation ended. No pressure, no follow-up, no attempt to convince me. Just silence. I closed the laptop and sat in the dark for a while. I wish I'd left it there. Instead, over the next week, I started looking for more listings like it, and I found them. Not hundreds, but enough to make it clear this wasn't some one-off amateur operation. Different sellers, different regions, but all offering essentially the same thing: discreet collection and delivery. No questions asked. Some even had reviews, though they were always short and coded. Reliable service. Delivered as promised. No issues encountered. The kind of feedback that told you nothing and everything at the same time. I spent hours reading them, clicking through profiles, trying to piece together how it all worked. Who were these people? Were they just couriers willing to look the other way, or something else? And who was using them? What were they moving that couldn't go through Royal Mail or DPD? I started imagining scenarios. Drugs seemed too obvious. Why would you need this when the whole marketplace was full of dealers who shipped things themselves? Stolen goods, maybe. Things too hot to fence normally. Or maybe it was legitimate things that people just wanted kept private. Documents, money. I didn't know. And then I did something I still struggle to explain properly. I created a listing of my own. If you'd asked me at the time why I was doing it, I don't think I could have given you a straight answer. Part of me wanted to see if anyone would actually respond. Part of me wanted to prove to myself it was all nonsense, that these were just scammers posting fake listings to steal Bitcoin from idiots like me. Mostly, I think I just liked the feeling of stepping into something different from my actual life, of doing something that felt like it mattered, even if it didn't. I spent almost an hour writing it, deleted it, rewrote it, tried to match the tone of the other listings I'd seen, vague but professional, enough detail to sound legitimate without actually saying anything concrete. In the end, I settled on something simple. Item collection required, Bristol area, delivery to address provided after agreement. Item is appropriately packaged and ready for collection. Weight approximately 8 kilograms, dimensions 40 by 30 by 25 centimeters. Payment can be made within 24 hours of agreement. None of it was real. I didn't have anything to send. There was no package, no address. I told myself that if anyone actually responded, I'd just ignore it or make up an excuse about it already being handled. I read it back one more time, cursor hovering over the post listing button. My stomach felt tight. My hands were definitely shaking now. I knew this was stupid, knew I was crossing some kind of line, even if I didn't fully understand what that line was. I clicked it anyway. Then I closed the laptop, went to bed, and lay awake for 3 hours. When I checked the next morning, I had 3 messages waiting. That was when I panicked. The first thing I felt wasn't curiosity, it was fear. Real physical fear that made my chest tight and my hands go cold. Because these were real people. They'd read my listing and decided it was worth responding to, which meant they thought I was serious, which meant I'd convinced them I had something that needed moving secretly, no questions asked. I didn't open the messages at first. I just stared at the notification number, 3. Such a small number, but it made everything feel suddenly, horribly real. I stood up, walked away from the laptop, made coffee, sat back down. The messages were still there. Finally, I opened the first one. It was brief and professional. They said they operated in the Bristol area and could arrange collection within 48 hours. They asked for confirmation of the exact dimensions and whether there were any special handling requirements. They provided a Bitcoin wallet address for payment and stated their fee, £400. £400. For delivering a package, I didn't have to an address that didn't exist. The second message was similar. Different person, slightly higher price, £450. They could do it within 24 hours. I opened the third message with my heart hammering. This one was different, longer. The tone wasn't quite as polished. They said they'd been doing this kind of work for 18 months and never had an issue. They said they understood that discretion was important and that some items required special consideration. They asked if the package contained anything that might be heat sensitive or time critical. Heat sensitive, time critical. I felt sick because I suddenly understood what they thought I was asking them to move. What kind of items would be heat sensitive and time critical? What would need to be exactly 8 kilograms and fit in a box that size? I closed the laptop so fast I nearly broke the screen. For the next 2 days, I didn't open it again. I didn't check the messages. I tried to pretend I'd never posted the listing, never contacted anyone, never even heard of any of this. I did my actual work, wrote bland sentences about kitchen appliances, ordered takeaway, watched television, and tried very hard not to think about the 3 messages sitting in my inbox. But on the 3rd day, I checked again. There were 7 messages now, and one of them said, "Still available. Can collect tonight if needed." Picture this. You're going through life, you have a few close friends, you're relatively happy and all is well. Then, one day, you borrow your neighbor's internet connection, and it changes everything. You never imagined it would lead you into the darkest corners of human behavior, that a simple act of digital trespassing could make you a witness to things that happen every day, just out of sight of people like us. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour Tesco in Birmingham, have been for the past 2 years, stocking shelves and dealing with the occasional drunk customer between midnight and 8 in the morning. It's not glamorous work, but it pays enough to cover the rent on my studio flat and leaves my days free for sleeping and not much else. The internet in my building has always been unreliable. The landlord installed the cheapest possible broadband years ago and hasn't upgraded it since. Most evenings when I'm trying to unwind before work, the connection drops out completely or slows to the point where even basic websites won't load properly. Around Christmas last year, I noticed that one of my neighbors had left their Wi-Fi network unsecured. The signal was strong enough to reach my flat, and the connection speed was significantly better than what I was paying for. I told myself I'd only use it temporarily, just until I could sort out proper internet service for myself. The network was called Deep Access 01, which seemed like an odd name for a home connection, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People choose strange names for their networks. I've seen everything from FBI surveillance van to pretty fly for a Wi-Fi in my building. For several weeks, everything worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, actually. The connection was faster and more stable than any internet service I'd ever used. I could stream videos without buffering, download files in seconds, browse multiple websites simultaneously without any noticeable slowdown. It was during one of these late-night browsing sessions that I first encountered something unusual. I was looking through Reddit, jumping between different communities, when I clicked on a link that seemed to take longer than usual to load. When the page finally appeared, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of the typical Reddit interface, I was looking at what appeared to be a directory listing. Rows of folders and files with cryptic names organized by date and time. It looked like the back end of a website, the kind of administrative interface that normal users aren't supposed to see. I assumed I'd clicked on a broken link or encountered some sort of server error, tried refreshing the page, but got a different view of the same type of directory structure. Different files, different folders, but the same basic layout. Most of the folder names were meaningless combinations of letters and numbers, but a few had descriptions that caught my attention. Things like archive sessions and live feeds and request queue. The file sizes were enormous, much larger than typical documents or images. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on one of the folders labeled Archive Sessions. What opened was another directory, this one containing video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date and numbered sequentially. The file names didn't provide any information about their content, just timestamps and reference numbers. I selected one at random and clicked on it. The video opened in a basic media player, no fancy interface or streaming platform branding, just a simple window with standard playback controls. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected for files that seemed to be stored on someone's personal server. The content showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, minimal lighting, basic furniture. Someone was sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, though the image quality made it difficult to make out specific details about them. I watched for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. The person in the chair appeared to be unconscious or sleeping. No one else was visible in the frame, and there was no audio beyond a faint ambient hum. Eventually, I got bored and tried a different file. This one showed a different location, what might have been a garage or workshop. Similar setup, different person, same lack of activity. I began to suspect these were test recordings or placeholder content for some sort of streaming service. Over the next few evenings, I explored more of the directory structure, found folders containing what appeared to be live streaming software, payment processing systems, user management databases, everything you'd need to run a professional video platform, but hosted on what seemed to be a residential internet connection. The live streaming folder was particularly interesting. It contained software I'd never heard of, applications designed for anonymous broadcasting over encrypted networks. The documentation mentioned compatibility with Tor and other privacy-focused systems. That's when I started to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just someone's personal media collection. This was the infrastructure for a dark web streaming service, the kind of platform I'd read about in forums, but assumed were mostly urban legends. I should have stopped exploring at that point, should have disconnected from the network and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I kept digging deeper, found a folder labeled Current Operations that contained what appeared to be real-time data, server logs, user statistics, financial records. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of users, hundreds of thousands of pounds in cryptocurrency transactions, server costs that would make most small businesses bankrupt. The user logs showed people connecting from all over the world, accessing content at all hours of the day and night. The financial records indicated that viewers were paying significant amounts to access premium content, with additional fees for what the system described as interactive services. But it was the content scheduling system that made everything clear. A calendar showing planned streaming sessions, each one tagged with location details, participant information, and viewer capacity limits. The language was clinical, bureaucratic, like something you'd see in a corporate project management system. Except the projects being managed were real people, and the calendar showed that a session was scheduled to begin in less than an hour. I found the live streaming interface and accessed it using credentials I discovered in one of the configuration files. The platform looked professional, with a clean user interface and robust streaming capabilities. There was a chat system, payment processing, viewer analytics, everything you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. The scheduled session appeared in the interface as Location 7, Premium Interactive, max 50 viewers. The stream wasn't active yet, but there was a countdown timer showing roughly 40 minutes until it began. I waited, telling myself I was just curious about the technical aspects of how such a system might work, that I was investigating out of professional interest, not personal entertainment. When the timer reached 0, the stream activated automatically. The video showed a room I hadn't seen in any of the archived files. Looked like someone's living room, complete with family photos, children's toys scattered about, the kind of domestic space where normal people lived normal lives. A man sat on the sofa, facing the camera. He was clearly awake and aware, looking directly into the lens with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite fear, not quite resignation, but something in between that suggested he understood exactly what was about to happen. The chat system activated as soon as the stream began. Messages appeared from viewers around the world, most of them numbers and brief phrases in various languages. Within minutes, there were nearly 50 people watching, all of them typing commands and instructions. That's when I realized what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a streaming service. It was an interactive platform where viewers could direct what happened to real people in real time. The chat messages weren't comments, they were orders. Someone entered the frame from off camera. They were holding what looked like a tablet device, which they showed to the man on the sofa. He read whatever was displayed on the screen, and his expression changed from resignation to genuine terror. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that the viewers were voting on what should happen next, with the most popular suggestions being implemented by whoever was operating the camera. The man on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized he could see the viewer count. He knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that dozens of strangers were deciding his fate through an anonymous chat system. I closed the browser and unplugged my computer from the wall. Spent the next 3 days calling in sick to work, barely leaving my flat, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was some sort of elaborate performance art or psychological experiment. The production values had been too professional, the technical infrastructure too sophisticated for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's expression when he'd read that tablet, the way he'd looked through the camera, as if he could see directly to the people controlling what happened to him. Eventually, I contacted my internet service provider and arranged for proper broadband installation. Stopped using my neighbor's connection entirely, though I never figured out which flat it was coming from. The building has 12 units, and I've never been social enough with the other residents to know who might be running that kind of operation. I moved out 2 months later, found a different flat across town, told myself it was for completely unrelated reasons, better neighborhood, shorter commute to work, that sort of thing. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I stumbled across an elaborate piece of interactive fiction? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was nearly a year ago. I still work the night shift at Tesco, still live alone in a studio flat, still spend my evenings browsing the internet before work. But I've become much more careful about which networks I connect to, which links I click, which rabbit holes I'm willing to explore. Sometimes, usually when I'm stocking shelves during the quiet hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, I'll think about that countdown timer, about the professionalism of that streaming platform, the sophistication of the user interface, the global audience participating in real-time decision-making. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, similar platforms are operating with similar audiences. And people like that man on the sofa are looking into cameras just like that one. And sometimes I wonder if my access to that network was really accidental. Whether someone in my building noticed my internet usage patterns and deliberately left their connection unsecured, knowing that someone like me would eventually find what they wanted me to find. Whether I was supposed to discover that platform, supposed to witness what I witnessed, supposed to carry that knowledge forward into my ordinary life as a night shift worker in Birmingham. I've never told anyone about this. Not colleagues, not friends, not the authorities. What would I say? That I used someone else's Wi-Fi and found something that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then disconnected? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts during those quiet hours at work. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That platforms like that don't just exist to serve their paying customers, but to generate people like me who carry the knowledge of what's possible in the spaces between legitimate internet services. People who understand that the surface web is exactly that, a surface, concealing activities that most people never imagine are happening, right alongside their Netflix subscriptions and social media feeds. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what whoever runs Deep Access, 01, intended from the beginning. Maybe that's how these things spread and survive, through stories told by people who stumbled across them accidentally and can never quite forget what they saw. Maybe the real product isn't the streams themselves, but witnesses like me who carry the knowledge forward, who plant seeds of awareness in the minds of people who might otherwise never imagine such things exist. I still live in the same city, still work the same shifts, still browse the internet during my free time. But I've never again seen a network called Deep Access 01, and I've never again found directory structures like the ones I explored that winter. Sometimes I wonder if they're still operating from somewhere in my old building, still running streams for global audiences, still creating new witnesses who will carry their own versions of this story forward. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my computer, I catch myself looking for unsecured networks, wondering what I might find if I started exploring again. That's perhaps the most disturbing part of all. Not the horror of what I witnessed, but the lingering curiosity about what else might be out there, just a few clicks away from the ordinary internet that most people think they know. Have you ever left a review online? I used to, occasionally, when something seemed worth commenting on. A restaurant that was particularly good or notably disappointing. A shop that went above and beyond or completely failed to deliver. Nothing elaborate, just a few stars and a couple of sentences. The sort of casual feedback that takes 30 seconds to write and then you forget about it. Last year, I left one review that was slightly more critical than usual. Still perfectly reasonable, I thought. Just honest about a meal that hadn't lived up to expectations. That's it. That one review is the reason I can't use my real name online anymore. Why I've closed all my social media accounts, and why I still receive anonymous messages containing photographs of my house taken from angles I didn't know were possible. I'm a dental hygienist working at a private practice in Cambridge. Been there for about 6 years now. I live in a terraced house on the outskirts of the city with my partner Rachel and our 2 cats. We're both in our early 30s, reasonably settled. The sort of people who have mortgage payments and pension contributions and think about things like garden maintenance. Normal, boring, exactly the kind of life where a restaurant review shouldn't matter at all. The restaurant in question was a new place that opened near the city centre last year, marketed as fine dining with a Mediterranean fusion concept. Rachel had booked us a table for our anniversary, drawn in by the glossy website and the promotional reviews from local food bloggers. The meal cost nearly £200 for the two of us, expensive by our standards, but supposedly worth it for a special occasion. The experience was disappointing from the start. We waited 40 minutes past our booking time to be seated. The food was mediocre at best, nothing like the elaborate dishes shown in the website photos. My main course arrived barely warm, and when I mentioned it to the waiter, he shrugged and said the kitchen was busy. Rachel's meal had ingredients listed on the menu that simply weren't present on the plate. We left feeling we'd wasted money we couldn't really afford on an evening that was meant to be memorable for better reasons. A few days later, I wrote an honest review on one of the major restaurant review websites. I explained what we'd experienced, noting the long wait, the quality issues, the dismissive service. I wasn't cruel or personal about it, didn't name staff members or use inflammatory language. I just described what had happened and said I wouldn't recommend the restaurant based on our visit. I gave it 2 stars out of 5, which seemed fair given the price and the promises they'd made. The review was posted under my real name, which the platform required for verified reviews. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It was just a restaurant review, the sort of consumer feedback that businesses should expect when they charge premium prices and under-deliver. I'd left dozens of reviews over the years for various businesses, all under my real name, never having any issues. Within days, I started receiving messages. They came through various platforms, the review website itself, my Facebook account, my email address, even my LinkedIn profile, which I barely used. The messages all followed a similar pattern, accusing me of lying about my experience, suggesting I was trying to damage a small business unfairly, demanding I remove my review immediately. Some messages were more aggressive than others. A few contained thinly veiled threats about consequences if I didn't take the review down. Others tried a different approach, claiming the restaurant owner was a single mother struggling to build a business, and my review was personally devastating to her family. The tactics varied, but the goal was always the same. They wanted my review deleted. I initially assumed these messages were from the restaurant owner or staff members, upset about negative feedback. It's not uncommon for businesses to respond defensively to criticism, even if it's legitimate. I reported the more threatening messages to the platforms they came through and otherwise tried to ignore them. My review was honest, and I had no intention of removing it just because someone didn't like what I'd written. Then the messages started including personal information, details about where I worked, which dental practice employed me, what time my shift typically started. One message mentioned my partner by name and described the car she drove. Another referenced our house, giving the street name and mentioning the distinctive blue door we'd painted the previous summer. That's when I started feeling genuinely concerned. These weren't just angry business owners or defensive staff. Someone had researched me extensively, gathering information from various sources to create a detailed picture of my life. The messages had made it clear this information wasn't just passively collected. It was intended to intimidate me, to make me feel watched and vulnerable. I reported everything to the police. They took a statement, but explained that unless someone made explicit threats or engaged in sustained harassment that met legal thresholds, there wasn't much they could do. Sending messages that mentioned publicly available information wasn't itself illegal, however unsettling it felt. They advised me to make my social media accounts private and be cautious about my online presence. I did exactly that, locking down all my accounts and removing as much personal information as I could find. I also noticed that my restaurant review had accumulated dozens of comments, all attacking my credibility and character. People I'd never heard of claimed I was a competitor trying to sabotage a legitimate business. Others said they'd seen me behaving badly at the restaurant and that I'd invented my complaints. The comments were clearly coordinated, all posted within a short time frame, all using similar language patterns. What I didn't understand was why a restaurant would go to such lengths over a single negative review. The place had other reviews, some positive and some critical like mine. It wasn't as though my one review could destroy their business, especially since other customers had mentioned similar experiences. The response seemed wildly disproportionate to the perceived offense. Rachel suggested I just delete the review to make the whole situation go away. Part of me wanted to, just to stop the messages and get back to normal life. But another part felt stubborn about not being bullied into removing honest feedback. We compromised by me contacting the review platform to explain what was happening and asking if they could hide my personal information while keeping the review active. The platform support team was sympathetic but limited in what they could do. They removed my last name from the review and disabled comments on it, but they couldn't completely anonymize it without violating their verification policies. They also mentioned that several other reviewers who'd criticized this particular restaurant had reported similar harassment, suggesting this was part of a pattern rather than an isolated incident. That information should have made me feel less alone, but instead it worried me more. If multiple people were being targeted like this, it suggested the restaurant had resources and systems in place for dealing with negative reviews that went far beyond normal business responses. It implied organization and deliberate strategy rather than just emotional reactions to criticism. About 3 weeks after the harassment started, I discovered my home address had been posted on the dark web. A colleague at work who had some technical knowledge helped me access the relevant sites after I explained what had been happening. She showed me how to navigate these hidden spaces, warning me that what I might find wouldn't be pleasant. My address was listed on a site that specialized in what they called reputation management services. The listing included my full name, home address, workplace, daily routine information, photos of my house and car, and detailed personal information about Rachel and me. It was presented as a dossier available for purchase, marketed to people interested in correcting what the site termed unjust online criticism of businesses. The listing made it clear what was being offered. For a fee, people could purchase access to comprehensive information about individuals who'd left negative reviews of certain businesses. The information could be used for various purposes, all of them designed to pressure reviewers into removing their criticism. The site didn't explicitly endorse harassment or violence, but the intended use was obvious from how the information was packaged and presented. My dossier had been purchased multiple times already. The site included a counter showing how many people had bought access to my information, and the number was in the 20s. 20 different people had paid money for detailed intelligence about my life, all because I'd left an honest review about a mediocre restaurant meal. But my information wasn't alone on the site. There were hundreds of similar dossiers, all targeting people who'd left negative reviews of various businesses across the UK. The site organized them by region and by the type of business reviewed. making it easy for restaurant owners or their representatives to find information about their critics. Some dossiers were more detailed than others, but they all included enough personal information to enable serious harassment or worse. The site also featured a messaging system where buyers could coordinate their activities. I could see discussions about my review specifically, with people planning how to pressure me into deleting it. Some suggested sending more threatening messages. Others proposed showing up at my workplace or home. A few discussed more subtle psychological tactics designed to make me feel unsafe without doing anything obviously illegal. Reading through these discussions was surreal and terrifying. These were real people, casually planning ways to intimidate me and disrupt my life, all over a restaurant review. The casual tone of their messages made it worse somehow. The way they discussed harassment strategies like they were planning a mild inconvenience rather than a campaign of psychological warfare. The police took this development more seriously. Evidence of organized harassment through dark web coordination met thresholds they could actually investigate. They seized my computer to document what we'd found and opened a formal investigation into the reputation management site and the people using it. The investigation revealed that the site was operated by a company offering what they marketed as online reputation services to businesses. For fees ranging from a few hundred to several £1,000s, they'd identify critics, compile detailed dossiers on them, and either harass them directly or provide information to clients who wanted to handle it themselves. The restaurant I'd reviewed was just one of dozens of businesses using their services. What made it particularly insidious was that the harassment was crowdsourced. The company would create the dossiers, but actual intimidation was carried out by multiple individuals who'd purchased access to the information. This made it extremely difficult to trace any single incident back to the company or the business that had commissioned the dossier. Each harassing message or threat could be dismissed as an isolated incident by a random internet user, even though they were all coordinated through the dark web marketplace. The company operating the site was eventually prosecuted, though the charges were complicated by the fact that they technically only provided information rather than directly engaging in harassment. Several individuals who'd purchased access to dossiers and sent threatening messages were also charged, but many remained anonymous and untraceable. The site itself was shut down, but police confirmed similar services continued operating elsewhere. My dossier presumably still exists in private collections of people who downloaded it before the site was closed. The photos of my house, the details about my routine, the personal information about Rachel, all of that is still out there somewhere, saved on devices I'll never identify, potentially being shared through networks I can't access. We moved house about 6 months after all this happened, not just because of the harassment, though that was certainly a factor. The knowledge that our home had been photographed and analyzed, that strangers had discussed showing up there, made it impossible to feel safe. Our new address is carefully guarded. We don't link it to our names online anywhere. We have security cameras. We're hyper-vigilant about maintaining privacy. I deleted the review eventually, not because the harassment achieved its intended goal, but because I wanted to remove any reason for people to continue targeting me. The review website understood and didn't penalize me for removing it. They also implemented new policies about protecting reviewers from retaliation, though I'm not sure how effective those policies can be given how much personal information is inherently shared when leaving verified reviews. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other people whose dossiers appeared on that site, most of whom probably never discovered they'd been targeted. How many honest reviewers faced harassment without ever understanding it was coordinated? How many deleted reviews under pressure without knowing about the dark web marketplace facilitating their intimidation? How many moved house or changed jobs, or lived in fear because they'd exercised their right to share legitimate consumer experiences? The restaurant closed down about a year after all this happened, not because of my review or anyone else's, but because they genuinely weren't very good. The space was taken over by a different restaurant that actually delivers on its promises and treats customers properly. I've never left a review for them, even though they deserve positive recognition. I can't bring myself to leave restaurant reviews anymore, can't participate in consumer feedback systems that should be helpful, but turned out to be dangerous. That's what I think about now when I see negative reviews online. Not whether they're fair or accurate, but whether the person who wrote them has any idea what they might have exposed themselves to. Whether their honest feedback about a disappointing meal or poor service has resulted in their home being photographed, their routine being documented, their personal information being compiled and sold to strangers who view intimidation as a business service worth paying for. I left a bad review once. Just one honest assessment of a genuinely poor experience at a restaurant that charged premium prices and delivered mediocre results. That review led to organized harassment, dark web dossiers, personal threats, and ultimately having to move house and reconstruct our digital lives. All because I thought consumer feedback was meant to be honest and that businesses should be accountable for the experiences they provide. The asymmetry of it still bothers me. A restaurant can take your money, serve you poorly, treat you dismissively, and you're supposed to just accept it. But if you honestly describe what happened in a review, you become a target. Your home gets photographed, your routine gets analyzed, your life gets disrupted by people who view your criticism as an attack that justifies retaliation. I've learned to stay silent now, to keep my opinions private, to avoid participating in the feedback systems that theoretically make markets more efficient and businesses more accountable. It's safer that way, less vulnerable, though it means bad businesses continue operating without the public accountability they deserve. That's what they want, of course. That's the entire purpose of services like the one that targeted me, to silence honest criticism through intimidation and make consumers afraid to share their genuine experiences. So I stay quiet now, and I suspect many others do too after experiencing similar harassment. We move through our consumer lives pretending everything is fine, leaving only positive reviews, if we leave any at all, never mentioning when we've been disappointed or mistreated. Not because businesses have improved, but because we've learned that honesty has consequences that extend far beyond a simple online review. That restaurant review cost me £200 for a mediocre meal, and thousands of pounds in moving costs, security systems, and psychological counseling. It cost me my sense of safety in my own home and my willingness to participate honestly in consumer feedback systems. All for being truthful about an experience that genuinely happened, written in measured language, posted where such reviews are meant to be shared. I left a bad review once, and I'll never make that mistake again. I still think about this every time I see a phone left unattended somewhere, and it makes me wonder what secrets everyone's carrying around without realizing it. It happened during my second year at Manchester University. I was in the library cramming for exams when I noticed someone had left their phone on the table next to mine. There was nothing exceptional about it. It was just a standard iPhone. Yet its owner had not returned for more than an hour. I figured I'd hand it in at the library desk, but the screen kept lighting up with notifications and messages. I wasn't deliberately trying to read anything, but it's hard not to notice when someone receives dozens of text messages and the preview lines appear on the lock screen. The messages weren't the usual student stuff you'd expect. Instead of chat about assignments or plans for drinks, these were cryptic references to locations, times, and what appeared to be coded arrangements for meetings or transactions. I became intrigued and began closely observing the pattern of notifications. The messages were coming from multiple contacts, but they all had similar formats, combinations of letters and numbers that looked more like usernames than real names. When the phone buzzed with an incoming call from someone listed as DM_Manchester_03, I made a decision that probably seems obvious in hindsight, but felt justified at the time. I answered it thinking I could explain that they'd reached a lost phone and help arrange for its return to the owner. The person on the other end seemed confused when I explained the situation, but not in the way you'd expect from someone whose friend had lost their phone. Instead, they sounded concerned about what I might have seen and started asking specific questions about which messages had come through and whether I'd accessed any applications. When I assured them I hadn't looked through anything private, just noticed the notifications on the lock screen, they seemed slightly relieved, but still worried about what they called operational security being compromised by the phone being left unattended. That terminology made me realize this wasn't just someone who'd misplaced their device. There was something on this phone that required serious security precautions and careful handling. The caller asked me to power down the phone immediately and leave it exactly where I'd found it. They explained that the owner would return to collect it within the hour, and that it was important not to move the device or allow anyone else to handle it. The urgency in their voice suggested this was much more serious than recovering a lost phone. They seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of the device being in unauthorized hands. Even briefly, I followed their instructions and left the phone where I'd found it, but I couldn't stop thinking about the strange messages and the caller's reaction to the phone being temporarily lost. During the next hour, I kept glancing over at the phone while pretending to study. The screen continued lighting up with more cryptic messages, and I started noticing patterns in the codes and references that suggested they were related to specific activities happening around Manchester. When someone finally came to collect the phone, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of a student looking for their missing device, it was a middle-aged man in business clothes who approached the table very cautiously and checked the area carefully before picking up the phone. He didn't seem relieved to find his lost property. Instead, he looked worried and spent several minutes checking the device thoroughly before leaving quickly without acknowledging my presence. The whole interaction felt more like someone recovering sensitive equipment than a simple lost property retrieval. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd witnessed and what kind of activities might require that level of security and operational concern. I started researching the location references I'd glimpsed in the message previews, trying to understand if they corresponded to any significant places or events around Manchester. What I found led me to websites and platforms I'd never encountered before, places that required specific access methods and operated outside normal internet structures, sites where people coordinated activities that couldn't be discussed through conventional communication channels. The coded references in the phone messages seemed to relate to a marketplace where various services were being arranged and coordinated. These activities may not be illegal, but they require discretion and anonymity for individuals who cannot afford to have their involvement traced or documented. Some of the services being offered were clearly criminal: drug distribution, stolen goods trading, even what appeared to be violence for hire. But others were more ambiguous, involving information trading, surveillance services, and various forms of assistance that might be legitimate depending on the context. The phone I'd briefly handled contained evidence of systematic criminal coordination happening throughout Manchester, with people using coded communications to arrange everything from minor fraud to serious violent crimes. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide any clear guidance about what to do with the information. I had no concrete evidence of specific crimes, and explaining how I'd learned about these activities would require admitting to accessing communications that weren't intended for me. More importantly, the people involved had already demonstrated their concern about operational security and their ability to respond quickly when they perceived threats to their activities. If they discovered that I'd researched their coded references and found the hidden marketplaces they were using, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be managed. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things around campus and the city that seemed connected to the coded activities I'd glimpsed on the lost phone. People having brief conversations in public places using terminology that matched the message formats I'd seen. Despite their casual appearance, the small transactions and exchanges mirrored the coordination I had witnessed. Most disturbing was the realization that this criminal coordination was happening everywhere, with participants who looked like normal students, professionals, and residents conducting illegal business while maintaining completely ordinary public personas. The hidden marketplace, I discovered, wasn't an isolated community of obvious criminals. It was a parallel economy that operated alongside normal life in Manchester, involving people who could be anyone you might encounter during routine daily activities. But the most troubling aspect was understanding that the security concerns expressed by the phone's associates weren't just about protecting their own activities. They were worried about unauthorized people gaining access to information that could expose a much larger criminal ecosystem. The brief glimpse I'd gotten into their coordination system had probably revealed connections and methods that could be used to identify many more participants in illegal activities across the city. That knowledge made me potentially valuable as an informant for law enforcement, but also potentially dangerous to people who had significant investments in maintaining the secrecy of their operations. I was caught between having information that could help prosecute serious crimes and knowing that revealing what I'd learned could make me a target for people who specialized in eliminating security threats. The lost phone incident had given me unwanted insight into criminal activities that I had no safe way to report or ignore. Meanwhile, the coordination system was probably continuing to facilitate crimes throughout Manchester, with new participants being recruited and existing operations expanding while maintaining the anonymity and security that kept law enforcement from detecting their activities. I never contacted police about what I'd discovered, but I remained constantly aware that I was living in a city where systematic criminal coordination was happening all around me, involving people who might be anyone I encountered during normal daily life. The casual way these activities were integrated into ordinary life made it impossible to feel secure about anyone's true intentions or activities, especially knowing that criminal coordination could be happening through devices and communications that appeared completely normal to casual observation. When I finally graduated and moved away from Manchester, I felt relief about leaving behind the knowledge of criminal activities that I couldn't safely report or completely ignore. But I also realized that similar coordination systems probably operated in every city and university town, with hidden marketplaces facilitating criminal activities while maintaining the appearance of normal communities populated by ordinary people. The lost phone had revealed that criminal coordination was much more widespread and systematically organized than I'd ever imagined, and that the security measures protecting these activities were sophisticated enough to make exposure extremely dangerous for anyone who accidentally gained unauthorized access to their communications. Walking past that library table, where I'd first noticed the abandoned phone, I spotted another device left unattended, with its screen lighting up with incoming messages, and this time I just kept walking. There's a photograph in my wallet. It's been there so long the edges have gone soft, the way photographs do when they live in a back pocket for years. It's of my wife Sian standing outside our house in Tredegar. This would be maybe 15 years ago, squinting into the sun with her arms folded, and that expression she gets when she's pretending not to smile. I look at it sometimes when I'm on a job, sitting in the van eating a sandwich, and I think about how ordinary it is, that photograph, how completely solidly ordinary. I look at it differently now. Since last March, I look at it, and I think about how much it would have cost someone, what the going rate is, apparently, for a woman standing outside her house in the sun, not knowing she's being looked at. I'll get to that. My name is Gareth. I'm 54 years old. I've been a plumber for 30 years, self-employed for the last 22, working mostly residential across Blaenau Gwent and up into the valleys. I know this part of Wales the way you know somewhere you've worked every corner of, not the postcard version, not the valleys and chapels version that people imagine when you tell them where you're from, but the actual version. The houses with the boilers that haven't been serviced in a decade. The council estates where the pipework is original and holds together mostly through stubbornness. The farms up on the ridgeline, where in winter the ground freezes hard and the pipes go with it, and you drive up there in the dark because a family has no water, and the wind off the beacons is the kind of cold that lives inside you for the rest of the day. I like the work. That's not something I've said to many people because it sounds like the kind of thing you're supposed to say, but it's true. There's a satisfaction to it that I haven't found in much else. A problem that has a solution you can find with your hands, an outcome you can test. Either the water runs or it doesn't. I find that straightforward quality restful, which probably tells you something about the rest of my life. Sian and I have been married for 26 years. We have 2 daughters, both grown, one in Cardiff and one in Bristol. We live in the house we bought when Megan, the eldest, was small. Semi-detached, good-sized garden, on the edge of town where it starts to feel like somewhere rather than nowhere. It's not a dramatic life. It's a good one. Was a good one. Still is. I suppose technically, in the sense that we're both alive and the house is still standing and my daughters still ring on Sundays. But the word good has changed shape since March, and I'm not sure it'll go back. The job that started it was straightforward. Emergency call-out, bathroom in a house on the edge of Ebb Vale, burst pipe behind the boxing around the bath. The householder was a man in his 60s, Barry, who I'd done work for before. Good customer, paid promptly, made decent tea. He let me in, showed me the problem, and went to sit in the kitchen out of the way, which is what sensible customers do. I had the boxing off inside 10 minutes. Pipe split clean along a weld, old copper, the kind of thing that goes eventually in houses this age. Standard repair. While I was working, I had Radio Wales on low through my phone, not really listening, just background. Barry came in at one point, offered more tea, mentioned something about his internet being slow, asked if I knew anything about routers. I said not really, plumber not an electrician, but I had a look on my way to rinse my hands and noticed his laptop open on the kitchen table. screen facing me as I passed. I wasn't looking at it. I want to be straight about that. I wasn't snooping, wasn't curious about what he had on there. But the screen was there and I glanced at it, and my brain registered what was on it before I could choose not to see it. It was a forum. Dark background, lots of text, and in large enough type that I caught it clearly in a glance. A thread title, and below it a partial line of text. The thread title was a location. The partial text below it was a price, both registered. Neither meant anything to me at that moment. I went and rinsed my hands and finished the job and drove to the next call out. That was a Tuesday in November. November to March. That's how long it took. It took that long because I didn't connect what I'd seen to anything. A forum, a location, a price. So what? The internet is full of forums about everything. People buy and sell things online. I filed it away as nothing and forgot about it more or less. More or less. The location had been Tredegar. I live in Tredegar. There are, I don't know, a few thousand people in Tredegar. A location is not a person. I told myself that in the occasional moments when what I'd seen surfaced, and I let myself think about it briefly before putting it back down. A location is not a name. It's nothing. Barry rang me in February. Boiler service. Annual reminder I sent out to regular customers. I went back to the house on a Thursday morning, did the service, drank the tea. The laptop wasn't on the table this time. Everything was normal. He was, as far as I could tell, exactly what he'd always been. A retired man, living alone, reasonable, polite. Not someone you'd look at twice. That's the thing about people, isn't it? You can work in someone's house, drink their tea, know them for years across a series of jobs, and know almost nothing about them. I know more about the pipe runs in Barry's house than I know about Barry. I know where his stop valve is and how old his boiler is and what the water pressure runs at. I know nothing about what he does at that kitchen table in the evenings. I drove home on the Thursday afternoon, and for some reason I didn't put it back down this time. The fragment I'd seen in November sat in my head and wouldn't move, and on an impulse, I still don't fully understand, I mentioned it to Cian over dinner. Not the forum, not the specifics. Just that I'd been back to Barry's. Just that I had an odd feeling I couldn't account for. She asked what kind of odd feeling. I said I didn't know. We talked about something else. But she pulled her cardigan a bit tighter, the way she does when something bothers her. And later that evening I sat in the kitchen after she'd gone up, and I thought about what I'd actually seen. A dark forum, a location, a price. And below the price, one more thing I'd half processed, and then not thought about since November. Below the price there had been a small amount of additional text. I hadn't read it consciously, but the brain keeps things, files them away whether you ask it to or not. And sitting in the kitchen in February, I understood that I had retained more than I'd acknowledged. Below the price, the text had included a description. Female, 40s, specific street, our street. I need to be careful here about what I'm saying, and I'm aware I need to be careful, because the alternative is something I can't sustain and still function. What I saw in November was a fragment, a glance. I am not a man who makes dramatic leaps. I'm a plumber. I deal in what's in front of me, what I can touch and test and verify. Leaping to a conclusion on the basis of a partial line of text seen on someone else's screen for 2 seconds is not how I operate. But female, 40s, specific street, location, Tredegar. Cian is 49. We live on that street. There is no version of these facts that I can arrange into a comfortable shape. I went back to the forum. That sentence sounds straightforward, and it wasn't. I don't know my way around that side of things. I'm not someone who explores the internet much beyond what the job requires. But I knew enough to find it, eventually, through a process I won't explain in detail. And when I found it, I wished I hadn't. It was a marketplace. That's the cleanest word for it. A forum structured around the buying and selling of violence. Not weapons, not threats. Violence as a service, specific, directed, contracted, delivered. The listings were organized by location, by specification, by price. They were discussed in the threads with the matter-of-fact language of people who have been doing this long enough that the horror has become routine. Availability, timelines, methods. The threads about completed jobs were the worst, brief, confirmatory. The kind of language you'd use to confirm a delivery had arrived, which is, when you think about it, exactly what they were. I found the Tredegar thread. I found the listing. I read it completely this time, not a glance, not a fragment. The description was seen. I am not making a leap. I am telling you that the thread contained details that were not publicly available. Details about her routine, about the layout of our house, about the times she was likely to be alone. Someone had done preparatory work. The thread was active. The listing had been up, based on the thread dates, for about 3 weeks, when I first saw it in November. It had continued to be active since then. There had been at least 2 expressions of interest from other users in the period between November and February. No confirmed contract. Not yet. I sat in my van for 40 minutes reading that thread. The wind off the beacons was doing what it does. I'm going to tell you what I felt because I said I'd be honest. It wasn't panic. Not quite. It was something colder and more specific. A focused, precise fury that I'm aware has not left me and which I manage daily by concentrating on facts and on what I can actually do rather than on what I want to do, which I'll leave to your imagination. I went to the police that same day, Thursday evening, Tredegar Station. A conversation that was at first difficult to have coherently and then became more coherent as I forced myself to slow down and report facts in order. The officer I spoke to was young, did her best, took notes. Within an hour, I was talking to someone from a specialist unit over the phone. Within 2 hours, there were people at my house. Cian didn't know the full detail that night. I'm not sure I made the right call with that. She knew something was wrong, obviously. Police in the house make it fairly clear that something is wrong. And I told her there was a threat that was being taken seriously and that she was safe. She accepted that with the composure she's always had, which I rely on more than I've ever told her. I sat with her until she slept, and then I sat in the kitchen again for most of the rest of the night. The investigation is still ongoing. Barry, and I'll say this plainly because I've earned the right to say it plainly, Barry was identified early in the process as connected to the forum. Whether he placed the listing or shared it, or was simply a member who'd engaged with it, I don't know and haven't been told in terms I can be certain about. What I've been told is that the investigation is complex, that these things take time, and that the threat to Cian has been assessed and addressed. She knows now, all of it. We've talked about it more times than I can count, and not talked about it on the days when talking about it isn't possible. She's handling it the way she handles most things, which is by continuing to get up in the morning and do what needs doing, and I'm trying to do the same. The photograph in my wallet. Cian outside the house, squinting, pretending not to smile. I didn't put it there thinking about it. It's just always been there, the way things accumulate in a wallet over years without you choosing them exactly. But I look at it differently now. Someone compiled a description of my wife, researched her, listed her, attached a price. I don't know who that someone is beyond Barry's connection. I don't know why. There are scenarios the police have suggested but not confirmed, and I've tried not to construct more of my own because I'm aware that once you start building that kind of story in your head, it's hard to stop. I have 30 years of knowing how things work. Pipes, boilers, systems. You trace the problem back to where it started. You fix it properly. You test it. You move on. That's what I know how to do. This I don't know how to fix. That's the part I haven't told anyone, not even Cian. There is no fixing it. There's managing it. There's the investigation. There's the ongoing assessment and the police contacts and the process. But the thing that was true when I read that thread in my van with the wind off the beacons is still true, and no investigation changes it. Someone looked at my wife and decided she had a value, and the value was a price on a screen on a dark forum, and I drove to her house every day for 26 years without knowing that was a thing that could happen. Barry made decent tea. His boiler runs fine. His stop valve is under the kitchen sink. Copper isolation. Original to the house. I know where he lives. I'm not going to do anything with that. I want to be clear. I'm saying it because it's true. And the truth of it is part of the account. And leaving it out would make the account dishonest. The thought is there. It sits where it sits. And every morning I get up and I look at what's actually in front of me, which is my wife, alive, making coffee in our kitchen, and I make the same decision again. So far, that's been enough. So far. I won something once, or at least I thought I had. It was one of those online competitions you enter without really expecting anything to come of it. The sort where you provide your email address and answer a few questions for a chance at winning a holiday or a voucher. I can't even remember now which competition it was specifically, just that I'd entered several around the same time, and one of them had apparently selected me as a winner. That moment of unexpected good luck is the reason I now sleep with my curtains drawn, my phone on silent, and a growing sense that I'm being watched in ways I'll never fully understand. I'm a hairdresser working at a salon in Leicester. Been there for around 8 years now. It's a good job, steady clientele. The kind of work where you get to know people over time through their regular appointments. I rent a small flat above a chip shop on a busy road near the city centre. Nothing fancy, but it's affordable and convenient for getting to work. I live alone. Always have preferred it that way, though that independence feels more like vulnerability now. The email about winning the competition arrived on a Saturday morning last spring. I'd been entering various online competitions for months, mostly out of boredom during quiet evenings at home. Gift vouchers, spa days, weekend breaks, the kind of prizes that seemed appealing but unlikely. The email said I'd won a luxury hamper worth around £300, filled with premium foods and wines, and I just needed to confirm my delivery details. The message looked legitimate enough. Professional formatting, a logo I vaguely recognized from one of the competition websites I'd visited, congratulatory language that seemed genuine. It asked me to click a link to verify my details and select a delivery date. I did exactly that, pleased with my unexpected luck and already mentally planning who I'd share the hamper contents with. The verification form asked for standard delivery information. My full name and address, obviously, but also a phone number in case the courier needed to contact me. Then it asked about my availability for delivery, wanting to know which days I typically worked, what hours I was usually home, whether I had neighbors who could accept packages on my behalf. It explained that the hamper contained perishable items and needed to be delivered when someone would definitely be available to receive it. I provided all the information requested. My work schedule at the salon, the fact that I worked Tuesday through Saturday, that I was usually home by 7 in the evening on work days and all day Sunday and Monday. I mentioned I didn't really know my neighbors well enough to have them accept deliveries, and that the best time would be Sunday afternoon when I was definitely home. The form also asked about dietary restrictions and preferences, supposedly so they could tailor the hamper contents appropriately. I answered those questions too, noting that I was vegetarian, that I didn't drink red wine, that I had a mild allergy to nuts. It seemed like good customer service, making sure the prize would actually be something I could enjoy, rather than a generic selection. A confirmation email arrived within minutes, thanking me for providing my details and saying the hamper would be delivered within 2 weeks. I felt satisfied and lucky, the small rush of pleasure that comes from winning something unexpected, even if it wasn't life-changing. The hamper never arrived. After 3 weeks, I tried to follow up using the email address from the original message, but my emails bounced back as undeliverable. I searched for the competition website I thought I'd entered, but I couldn't find it anymore. I checked my browser history, but I'd entered so many different competitions that I couldn't identify which specific one had supposedly selected me as a winner. I eventually accepted that it had probably been a scam, annoyed with myself for falling for it, but assuming the worst consequence would be some spam emails. I hadn't provided bank details or anything that could be used for direct financial fraud, just delivery information and personal preferences. It seemed like an elaborate scam for relatively minimal payoff, but I figured the scammers had probably sent the same email to thousands of people hoping to collect data they could sell to marketing companies. About a month later, I started noticing a car parked on my street that I didn't recognize. A dark blue Vauxhall, usually parked a few spaces down from my building, often there when I left for work and still there when I returned. I didn't think much of it initially. Parking on my street was always competitive, and residents often left cars in the same spots for days at a time. Then I started seeing the same car in other locations, parked near the salon where I worked, visible from the window where I spent most of my day cutting hair, parked outside the supermarket I usually shopped at on Sunday mornings, parked near the bus stop I used when visiting my mum across town. The same dark blue Vauxhall, or at least what appeared to be the same one, showing up in too many places to be coincidental. I tried to get a look at the driver, but the windows were tinted enough that I could only make out vague shapes inside. I never saw anyone get in or out of the car, never caught a clear view of who was driving. It was just there, persistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening. I reported it to the police, explaining that I believed someone was following me. They took a statement and said they'd increase patrols in my area, but they were honest about how difficult it was to act on these situations. Following someone wasn't itself illegal unless it crossed into harassment or stalking territory, and I didn't have evidence of threats or direct contact. They took down the registration number I'd managed to note, but when they checked it, the car was registered to a leasing company with multiple vehicles on their fleet. Tracing who was actually driving at any given time would be nearly impossible. The car eventually stopped appearing, or at least I stopped noticing it after a few weeks. I told myself I'd been paranoid, that it was probably someone who happened to live and work in similar areas to me, that the pattern I'd seen was just coincidence amplified by anxiety. Then other things started happening, small things at first, easy to dismiss individually, but forming a pattern that became harder to ignore. I'd find my rubbish bin moved from where I'd left it, positioned differently than I remembered. The position of my doormat would be slightly off, as though someone had lifted it and replaced it carelessly. Once I found a cigarette stub near my door, even though I didn't smoke and neither did any of my neighbors as far as I knew. Inside my flat, I'd noticed minor changes that could have been my own forgetfulness, but felt wrong. A kitchen cupboard left slightly ajar when I was certain I'd closed it. A book moved on my shelf, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed it wasn't where I'd last placed it. My bathroom window left unlatched when I always kept it locked. I started documenting these incidents, taking photos of how I left things so I could compare them when I returned. The documentation confirmed I wasn't imagining it. Things were being moved, adjusted, interfered with while I was out. Someone had access to my flat, entering and leaving without forcing locks or breaking windows, just subtle enough that each individual incident could be explained away as forgetfulness or accident. I had my locks changed, installed a chain on the door, checked all the windows obsessively before leaving. The disturbances continued. A drawer in my bedroom would be open slightly. A coat in my wardrobe would be hanging differently than I'd left it. My toothbrush would be in a different position on the sink. What made it more disturbing was that nothing was ever stolen or damaged. Whoever was entering my flat wasn't taking anything or leaving obvious evidence of their presence. They were just moving through my space, touching my belongings, making their presence known in the smallest possible ways. It felt like psychological warfare, designed to make me question my own perception and feel unsafe in my own home. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic security cameras that connects to your phone and records when it detects movement. The first few days showed nothing unusual, just me moving around the flat going about my normal routine. Then on the fourth day, whilst I was at work, the camera captured someone entering my flat. The figure was dressed in dark clothes and wore a balaclava that completely obscured their face. They moved through my flat systematically, not looking for valuables to steal, but appearing to document everything. They opened drawers and cupboards, looked through papers on my desk, examined items on my shelves. They spent several minutes in my bedroom, going through my wardrobe and checking under my bed. The whole intrusion lasted about 40 minutes before they left as silently as they'd entered. Most disturbing was what they did at the end. They walked directly to where the camera was positioned, despite it being small and relatively well hidden. They stood there for several long seconds, staring directly into the lens, letting me know they were aware of being recorded and weren't concerned about it. Then they reached up and adjusted the camera angle slightly before leaving. A small violation that made it clear they could access my flat whenever they wanted, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. I took the footage to the police immediately. They treated it more seriously this time, with actual evidence of someone illegally entering my home. But the figure in the video was completely unidentifiable, and they'd been careful not to touch anything that might leave fingerprints. The police arranged for forensics to check my flat, but they found nothing useful. Whoever was entering knew how to avoid leaving evidence. A detective assigned to my case asked if I'd recently signed up for any online services or provided personal information to anyone I didn't know well. I mentioned the competition email from months earlier, though I didn't see how that could be connected. She asked if I still had the email, and when I showed it to her, her expression changed. She explained that these fake competition emails were being used to gather detailed information about people's routines and living situations. The questions about work schedules, availability times, living alone, dietary preferences, none of it was about delivering a hamper. It was intelligence gathering, creating profiles of potential targets who could be monitored and accessed. The detective showed me how to access a dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. My information was listed there, complete with everything I'd provided on that verification form, and additional details that had apparently been gathered through surveillance. My work schedule, the fact that I lived alone, my regular shopping times, even my recent habit of visiting my mum on Sunday afternoons, all documented, analyzed, and made available for purchase. The listing described me as an ideal target for what they called residential access services. People could purchase rights to enter my flat during specific time windows when I was reliably away. The profile explained that locks had been bypassed using specialized tools, that the flat had minimal security, that entry and exit could be accomplished without alerting neighbors or authorities. But it wasn't just about burglary. The listing mentioned that the flat had been accessed multiple times already for photography and documentation purposes. There were buyers interested in detailed images of someone's private living space, in being able to study how a person organized their belongings, in having visual access to intimate details of a stranger's life. The marketplace showed my profile had been purchased multiple times by different users. Some had bought access for physical entry, which explained the person caught on my camera. Others had purchased photographic documentation, which meant images of my private space existed somewhere I'd never find them. The listing was still active, still accepting new purchases, still describing my flat as available for access. Comments beneath my listing discussed the quality of access and the accuracy of the timing information. Previous buyers had left feedback rating their experience, mentioning that my routine was reliable and that entry was straightforward. One comment noted that I'd installed a camera which had been easily managed during their visit. Another comment discussed specific items in my bedroom, describing my belongings in detail that suggested they'd spent considerable time examining my personal space. The police investigation eventually identified the person who'd created my profile, someone who'd sent thousands of fake competition emails and collected information from hundreds of respondents. They were prosecuted for fraud and other offenses, but the marketplace itself continued operating, and the profiles that had already been created remained accessible. My information was still there, marked as potentially compromised, but still available for reference. I moved out of that flat within weeks of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly violated, that multiple strangers had accessed and photographed while I was away. My new place has serious security, proper locks, multiple cameras, alarm system, the works. I'm hyper-vigilant about any requests for personal information, no matter how innocent they seem. But I know the profile still exists somewhere online. My old address, my routine from that period, images of my former living space that strangers can still view and study. The listing has been updated to note that I've moved, but the historical information remains accessible, permanently archived in spaces I can't reach or control. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other people who received similar competition emails and filled out verification forms, never realizing what they were actually providing. The detective told me thousands of these profiles had been created across the UK, targeting people who lived alone, who had predictable routines, who seemed vulnerable in ways that made their living spaces attractive to buyers on these dark web marketplaces. I still see marketing emails sometimes about competitions and prize draws, and I wonder how many are legitimate and how many are intelligence-gathering operations. Every request for personal information makes me suspicious now. Every form that asks about my schedule or living situation raises red flags that most people would never notice. The person caught on my camera was never identified. The police believe they were hired specifically to enter my flat and document it. Probably someone who'd purchased access through that marketplace and decided to verify the information they'd bought. They might have been planning something more serious, or they might have just been satisfied with the intrusion itself, the violation of entering someone's private space without their knowledge. I'll never know how many times my flat was accessed before I installed the camera. How many strangers walked through my rooms, examined my belongings, photographed my space while I was at work or visiting my mum. The camera only caught one person, but the marketplace comments suggested there had been multiple successful entries by different buyers over several months. That's what I think about now when I'm alone in my new flat, despite all the security measures I've installed. The knowledge that somewhere online, detailed information about my life is still available for purchase. That images of my former bedroom, my wardrobe, my personal belongings exist in private collections I'll never locate. That I enabled all of it by entering a competition I can't even remember, by filling out a verification form that seemed completely harmless. I won something once, or thought I had. What I actually won was a permanent place in a dark web marketplace, a profile describing my vulnerabilities and routines, and the knowledge that my privacy was systematically violated by people I'll never identify. All from answering a few questions about a hamper I was never going to receive. The competition was fake, but the consequences were real. That's what keeps me careful now, questioning everything, trusting nothing that seems too good to be true. Because I learned the hard way that sometimes the cost of free entry is everything you thought was private, documented, and sold to strangers who view your life as a commodity worth purchasing. Do you ever rehearse something in your head before you say it, just to get an idea of how it'll sound? I did that with this story. It probably sounds like a strange way to begin, but there's a reason. I can't bring myself to properly clean my own house anymore. Every time I pick up a cloth or switch on the Hoover, I think about the things I found hidden inside other people's homes, and I start to wonder what might be buried in mine. What seemed like straightforward work ended up showing me how fragile privacy really is. The whole thing started when I answered an advertisement for domestic cleaning work in Stoke-on-Trent. I had been struggling to find steady employment after the care home where I worked closed down due to funding issues. The redundancy package had barely lasted 2 months, and I was facing the prospect of losing my flat if I couldn't find regular income soon. The cleaning job seemed ideal for my circumstances. The agency advertised flexible hours, above average pay, and the opportunity to work independently without constant supervision. They emphasized that they served a discerning clientele who valued discretion and reliability above all else. During the interview, the agency manager explained that their clients were typically busy professionals who traveled frequently for work. Many of their properties required maintenance cleaning while the owners were abroad, ensuring that homes remained pristine and secure during extended absences. The manager stressed that absolute discretion was essential for this type of work. Clients needed to trust that their homes would be treated with complete respect, and that any personal information encountered during cleaning would remain strictly confidential. She made it clear that discussing clients or their homes with anyone outside the agency would result in immediate termination. I was assigned to a rotation of about 6 different properties across Staffordshire and the West Midlands. All were substantial homes owned by people who apparently travelled extensively for business. The agency provided detailed cleaning schedules and specific instructions for each property, along with keys and alarm codes for access. The first few properties I cleaned were exactly as advertised. Well-maintained homes that showed signs of recent occupation, but were temporarily vacant while the owners travelled. The cleaning work was thorough but straightforward. focusing on maintaining the properties in pristine condition for the owner's return. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of these homes that didn't quite fit the profile of busy traveling professionals. Many contained personal belongings and living arrangements that suggested the owners had left suddenly rather than departing for planned business trips. Some properties had half-eaten meals still on tables, unopened mail accumulating by the front door, and cars parked in driveways that appeared to have been sitting unused for weeks. The homes felt abandoned rather than temporarily vacant, as if the occupants had simply vanished without making proper arrangements for their absence. When I mentioned these observations to the agency manager, she explained that many of their clients worked in high-stress industries where travel plans could change rapidly. Emergency business trips often required immediate departure, leaving little time for proper household arrangements. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for the apparent haste with which some clients had departed their homes. International business often involved urgent situations that required dropping everything to respond to crises or opportunities abroad. However, as I continued working for the agency, I noticed that the cleaning assignments involved tasks that went beyond typical domestic maintenance. I was asked to organize personal documents, inventory valuable items, and photograph certain rooms and belongings for what the agency described as insurance and security purposes. These additional responsibilities felt intrusive and unnecessary for basic cleaning services. When I questioned why document organization and property photography were required, the agency explained that their clients often needed assistance managing their affairs during extended absences. Many clients were elderly or had complex financial arrangements that required careful monitoring, while they were unable to oversee their properties personally. The agency provided comprehensive property management services that went beyond simple cleaning to include basic administrative support. This explanation seemed plausible for legitimate property management work, but the specific documents and items I was asked to photograph suggested interests that went beyond administrative assistance. I was documenting personal correspondence, financial records, and intimate family photographs that seemed irrelevant to property security. The agency began requesting more detailed reports about each property, including information about the personal lives and circumstances of the homeowners based on what I observed during cleaning. They wanted to know about medication schedules, social relationships, and lifestyle patterns that could be determined from examining personal belongings. When I expressed discomfort with gathering such intimate information about the homeowners, the agency reminded me that understanding client circumstances was essential for providing appropriate property management services. Elderly or vulnerable clients often needed additional support that required awareness of their personal situations. Around the 6th week of my employment with the agency, I was assigned to clean a property that belonged to an elderly woman named Mrs. Henderson. Unlike the other homes on my route, this property showed clear signs that the owner had not left voluntarily for business travel. The house contained evidence of a struggle, with furniture overturned, personal belongings scattered, and signs that someone had been searching through drawers and cabinets. The home felt like a crime scene, rather than a property requiring maintenance cleaning while the owner traveled. When I contacted the agency about the condition of Mrs. Henderson's home, they explained that she had suffered a medical emergency while preparing for a trip and had been hospitalized. The family had asked for emergency cleaning services to secure the property while they dealt with the medical crisis. This explanation seemed reasonable enough, but I was troubled by the specific cleaning instructions for Mrs. Henderson's property. Instead of focusing on tidying up after the medical emergency, I was asked to photograph all personal documents, inventory jewelry and valuables, and document any information about bank accounts or financial arrangements. These tasks felt more like systematic robbery than cleaning services for a family dealing with a medical emergency. I was essentially cataloging everything of value in the home and documenting personal information that could be used for identity theft or financial fraud. When I tried to refuse these expanded responsibilities, the agency pointed out that I had already been gathering similar information from other properties for several weeks. They reminded me that I had signed comprehensive confidentiality agreements that covered all aspects of the property management services I was providing. They also mentioned that I had gained access to sensitive information about multiple clients and their personal circumstances. This knowledge made me a valuable part of their operation, but it also meant that ending my employment would require careful consideration of security implications. The agency began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our employment relationship. They made references to my financial difficulties, housing situation, and daily routine that suggested they had been conducting background research into my own life. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my activities and communications were being monitored. The agency was applying the same intelligence-gathering techniques to my personal life that I had been using to gather information about their clients' circumstances. I realized that the cleaning work had been used to recruit me into systematic burglary and identity theft operations disguised as property management services. The homes I had been cleaning belonged to vulnerable people who had been targeted for exploitation, and I had been gathering the intelligence needed to rob them systematically. The properties weren't owned by traveling business professionals at all. They belonged to elderly or vulnerable people who had been removed from their homes through various means, allowing the agency to access their properties and personal information without interference. Mrs. Henderson's case was probably typical of how the operation worked. Vulnerable people were identified and their circumstances manipulated to create opportunities for accessing their homes and gathering information about their assets and personal lives. When I attempted to report my suspicions to the police, I discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The cleaning work had been presented as legitimate property management services. The confidentiality agreements I had signed covered various types of administrative assistance, and the personal information I had gathered could be justified as necessary for proper client care. The agency had structured their operations to make the systematic robbery and identity theft appear like legitimate property management work. Proving criminal intent would require evidence that went beyond what I could provide based on my limited knowledge of their overall operations. The agency continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for them, offering additional cleaning assignments and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of their operations or what happened to the people whose homes I had been systematically cataloging. The combination of property access, personal intelligence gathering, and sophisticated methods for targeting vulnerable individuals suggested an organization capable of extensive financial and personal exploitation. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting people into criminal operations by presenting theft and fraud as legitimate employment opportunities. They understood how to exploit financial desperation to recruit accomplices who would provide detailed intelligence about potential victims' assets and vulnerabilities. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for steady employment had been transformed into participation in systematic victimization of vulnerable people. The cleaning work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people desperate enough to ignore ethical concerns in exchange for regular income. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar property management companies, offering cleaning and administrative work that pays well for what appears to be basic domestic services. The positions they advertise always involve working with elderly or traveling clients, always require strict confidentiality, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical cleaning work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate property management services while actually participating in systematic robbery and exploitation of vulnerable homeowners. The first time I saw my own front door on someone else's screen, it was buried a few clicks deep into a part of the internet most people prefer to pretend is just an urban myth. I should start before that, otherwise it sounds like I am jumping to the end to make it dramatic. I did not grow up wanting to explore hidden parts of anything. I grew up on a tired council estate outside Birmingham, in a flat where the walls carried other people's arguments, kids crying and televisions you could follow through plaster. The family laptop sat on a wobbly little table in the living room, and it became the one thing that felt mine. Headphones on, brightness turned down, noise shrunk into a small square of light. At first it was harmless. Clips, music, stupid comedy videos. Then the recommendations shifted. Short CCTV compilations, doorbell camera footage, titles about burglars caught on camera, home intruders chased off, people trying door handles on quiet streets. At the start, I told myself it was educational in a way. You see how break-ins actually happen, instead of just hearing about them. A lot of those videos were fake. You could tell when the acting was too neat, when angles changed in ways real security cameras never would. But enough of them were real that it hooked me. You saw ordinary houses, ordinary people, and then one night something went wrong. I was not enjoying other people's fear. At least, that was what I told myself. I just wanted to see what danger looked like when it arrived without warning in a place that could have been ours. Years drifted by. I left school with average grades and got a job in a small warehouse near Digbeth. Normal hours, basic pay, nothing that would impress anyone. Eventually, I moved into a small flat above a row of shops on the edge of the city centre. My life settled into a pattern that felt fine on the surface. Work, walk home, heat something up, sit on the sagging sofa with the laptop balanced on my legs. Other people put on box sets or football when they wanted to switch off. I put on shaky footage of late-night break-ins. The trouble with watching that kind of thing for years is that you get desensitized. The clips on normal sites started to feel processed. The same soundtracks kept cropping up. Comment sections were full of people arguing about which ones were staged. I could see where edits had been made to make things seem worse than they were. The part of me that wanted something real began to notice how fake it all looked. The phrase dark web popped up now and then in conversations at work. Blokes by the loading bay repeating half-remembered stories about a place online where you could buy anything, hire anyone, see things too heavy for the normal internet. It was always delivered with a laugh, like they were not completely sure it existed. I did not rush off home and start digging. The idea just lodged itself somewhere in the back of my head, the way an odd door at the end of a hallway sticks in your mind, even when you never touch the handle. What finally pushed me was not anything dramatic. It was boredom. One night, I was scrolling through a long thread about missing people, hidden security footage type stuff. Deep in there, buried between stupid comments, someone mentioned a site that streamed live footage from unsecured cameras inside people's houses, not celebrities. Not people who had agreed to it, just normal homes someone had accidentally exposed. The person wrote that if you watched long enough, something always happened eventually. The way they said it was almost casual. That bothered me more than anything. I tried to forget it, I went back to my usual habits. But every time I watched some old clip of a man trying a back door or a teenager creeping through a garden, the thought floated up again. Somewhere, right now, someone might be watching a live hallway instead of a recording, waiting for the moment things tipped. Eventually, I found a way into that side of the internet. I am not going to explain how. You can piece it together if you really want, but if you have any sense, you will let the steps stay blurry. All that matters is that one evening, with the sky outside my windows turning orange and then black, I ended up on a page that was clearly not meant for the average user. It looked dull. No logos, no animations, no adverts. Just a pale background, a list of locations described in vague terms, and beside some of them, tiny video windows. The descriptions were deliberately unspecific. Terrace in a city, detached house in a village, flat in a tower block. Enough that you could imagine the place, not enough to identify it. A short line at the top claimed all the cameras were already exposed elsewhere, that nothing here involved breaking in or planting devices. It said the feeds were taken from things people had left open. That little sentence was enough for me to tell myself I was not crossing a line. I was only looking where someone careless had already left a door wide open. I clicked on one of the feeds. A living room appeared. The camera was mounted high up near the ceiling, looking down on a sofa, a television stand, a coffee table with an empty mug and remote on it. The room was empty. After a minute or two, a woman wandered in, dropped a bag, scrolled through her phone, and then flopped onto the sofa in that way you never do if you think anyone is watching you. Nothing happened. She did not get attacked. No masked figure appeared. She just watched television, scratched her leg, and eventually went to get a drink. It was painfully ordinary. I clicked away, then back, then tried a different feed. A kitchen, empty. A nursery, thankfully empty too. A hallway in a narrow house with a front door and staircase. The camera tucked up in one corner, so it saw almost everything in that small, cramped space. That hallway ended up being the one I kept returning to. You could tell it was somewhere in the UK from the style of the door and the switches. Coats hung thick on a rack. Shoes piled underneath a thin strip of carpet ran down the center, frayed at the edges. Through the patterned glass panes in the door, the blur of people walking past outside shifted back and forth. Nothing much happened there either. Someone came home, took shoes off, picked post up, went upstairs. Kids clattered through once or twice at night. It was just a dark strip with the occasional soft flash of headlights through the glass. I cannot explain why I watched that hallway as often as I did. There was something about the angle that made you feel as if you were balanced on a ledge above their doorway. It felt honest in a way. No music, no editing, just the light changing through the day. It became a quiet ritual, not every evening, but enough that I could tell when the doormat had been moved or another coat had been added. I started checking my own front door after watching, noticing how thin the wood felt, how you could almost picture a little camera in the corner above it. The first odd thing I saw there was so small I almost missed it. It was late on a Sunday with that steady drizzle that darkens everything without properly raining. I had the hallway feed open. The house was quiet, faint. Light from the street slipped through the frosted glass. Nothing moved. Then a darker shape passed close to the door, someone walking by outside. A couple of seconds later, the letterbox flap twitched. It lifted just a touch and fell back. No post dropped through. No flyers. It was not a full knock. More like someone testing it with a fingertip, seeing how easily it moved. I stared at that little rectangle of metal longer than made any sense. It could have been a bored kid, a drunk neighbor, a parcel courier playing with things on their route. Or it could have been exactly what it looked like. Someone touching the edge of that household safety to see if anyone noticed. After that, I started spotting tiny things in other feeds too. A back gate left open that was always shut before. A kitchen window tilted just enough that someone careful could get fingers under it. A side door that no one ever seemed to double lock. It was around then that I realized the page I was using was not the only layer. One evening, I accidentally scrolled past a list of locations and noticed a faint line at the bottom, almost the same color as the background. It mentioned alternative feeds, more active houses, and something about viewer suggestions. The text only stood out when the cursor passed over it. Part of me knew exactly what kind of people would click that link. Part of me had already become one. The new page looked the same as the first at a glance. Same list, same vague descriptions. But next to some of the locations, there was an extra column. In that column, short notes had been added in a neat little list. They were only a few words each. Gate, light, knock, back door. I scrolled until I found the hallway I knew. The description matched. Next to it was a chain of those blunt notes. The most recent said simply, letterbox. It did not take much imagination to connect that list of words with the little movements I had been watching. Someone, somewhere, was writing those notes after arranging for things to be done to that house people on the site had asked for small tests, and someone else had carried them out. Realizing that did not make me close the laptop. It should have. Instead, I shut that page and tried not to think about it for a bit. I lasted a few days. The feeling that something was now moving behind all those still images made my own flat feel thinner. One evening after work, I came up the stairwell in my building, walked along the corridor, and slid my key into my front door. The lock turned with almost no resistance. It felt wrong immediately. I stood there, key still in hand, trying to remember whether I had definitely locked it that morning. You would be surprised how quickly memory bends when you need it to. Maybe I had been distracted. Maybe I'd been on my phone. People forget to lock doors all the time. I opened the door and stepped into my hallway. At first glance, everything looked normal. The shoes lined up in a half-hearted row. The little hook on the wall where my keys usually hung. A couple of letters on the floor. Beyond that, the living room in its usual state. Sofa sagging a bit in the middle. Television on its stand. Clutter on the coffee table. The kitchen to the right with washing up. I should have done the night before. Even so, the air felt unsettled, as if someone had been moving through it not long before I arrived. I walked through the flat trying to look casual, eyes sliding over surfaces, shelves, corners. I noticed a cushion on the sofa angled slightly differently. A glass on the worktop I thought I'd put in the sink. Tiny things that could have meant nothing. In the bedroom, the wardrobe door was open by a sliver. A shirt sleeve was caught in the gap. I always shut it fully, not because of monsters, just because I did not like the dark line of the opening staring at me when I was in bed. I pulled the door wide, half expecting something ridiculous. There was nothing inside but my clothes and a couple of boxes on the floor. Ordinary silent. I felt stupid standing there, listening to my own breathing. I told myself, again, that I was letting the things I'd been watching get into my head. That night I tried to keep away from the site, put on normal programs, scrolled news, anything. Eventually habit took over. I opened the darker page almost without noticing. For reasons I still cannot fully explain. I searched for a description that sounded like my own building. It did not take long to find. Top floor, city center, converted shop, single occupant. Beside it was the same kind of code I had seen by the hallway house. I clicked. My own hallway appeared in the little window. Same door, same cheap mat my mum had given me. Same skirting board scuffed where I had once knocked a bookcase. The camera was high up somewhere, just out of view. I had never installed anything. I had never agreed to anything. Yet there I was, walking in and out on old clips, completely unaware. The site kept a short buffer of footage, so I watched myself leave for work, come back with shopping, wander about half-dressed in the mornings, movements I would never do if I thought anyone was there to see them. Underneath the feed was a blank space where notes could go. The location was labeled active and new. No tasks listed yet. I shut the laptop so hard the lid bounced. There is a particular kind of fear that does not come with shouting or screaming. It just sits under your ribs and makes everything around you feel slightly wrong. My flat was suddenly not mine. It was a set someone else had dressed and wired for their own purposes. I found the first camera almost straight away after that, once I started looking. In the casing of the smoke alarm in the hallway. Another in a corner of the living room ceiling. Nothing obvious in the bedroom, but by then I assumed it was there, disguised as something else. I should have called the police that second. I should have rung the landlord and demanded answers. I did not do either. Instead, I scrolled down. At the bottom of the entry for my flat, there was that same faint line I had seen before. New locations eligible for introductory tasks. Suggestions open. Up until that moment, I had always thought of myself as separate from the people who use this site properly. I was a watcher, nothing more. Now the page was effectively asking if I wanted to prove to myself more than anyone how real it was. I can dress it up any way I like, but what I did next was stupid. I clicked to submit a suggestion. A simple little form appeared. My location code was already filled in. There was a box where you could type what you wanted done. No mention of who did it or how, no prices, no guarantees. I told myself I wanted a test, something small, something that could not hurt anyone, just to see whether this whole thing was live, or if I had stumbled into some elaborate relic. I typed a short request asking whoever handled tasks to move one of the kitchen chairs a little out of place. Nothing threatening, just enough for someone living there to notice. I submitted it before I could talk myself out of it. Nothing obvious happened. The form cleared. The feed of my hallway carried on showing stale footage. The word under the window stayed blank. I went to bed eventually, after checking every lock and window twice. The next morning, as I walked into the kitchen, I smacked my hip on the corner of a chair that should not have been in the way. It was subtle. The chair was angled a few centimeters out from the table, as if someone had started to pull it out and then changed their mind, not shoved rudely, not overturned, just wrong enough for your body to notice before your eyes did. I did not touch it for a full minute. I just stood there and stared at it. When I finally pulled up the site again, there was now a kitchen feed for my flat I had not noticed before. The recording from the early hours showed a dark room. After a few seconds, a hooded figure stepped into view. They did not act like a cartoon burglar. No creeping, no darting about. Calm movements. They walked to the table, rested a hand on the back of the nearest chair, shifted it slightly, looked at it for a second, and walked out again. The whole thing took less than half a minute. Under the hallway feed, in the blank note space, there was now one word: chair. Any shred of comfort I had taken from thinking of myself as only an observer disappeared. I had given someone a task, and they had completed it by entering my flat while I was asleep. I stopped submitting anything after that. I tried to pull back, delete bookmarks, go back to ordinary videos. I kept the laptop closed more often, but fear does not die neatly. It just changes shape. Every night I heard little noises in the building and found myself awake, listening. Every time I locked the door, I wondered who else had a key. I looked at the smoke alarm in the hallway and imagined the little camera lens behind the plastic. When I finally caved and opened the site again, there was a new note beneath my feed. Pending. No description of what was pending. No clue how big or small. That single word sat there under the image of my front door, and I could not stop looking at it. Sleep stopped being something that happened naturally. I would drift off, snap awake at the slightest creak, then stare at the ceiling for hours. I thought about staying with a friend, but every version of the story sounded insane when I tried to rehearse it. I did not want the questions that would come afterwards. On the fourth night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the feeling that something in the flat was different. No bang, no shout. Just that prickling awareness you get when you know there is someone else in the room even before you see them. I lay still and listened. From the hallway came the exact floorboard creak I had heard 100 times in other people's houses on that side. I did not shout. I did not leap out of bed. My hand reached for the laptop almost on reflex, as if it was the only tool I had. When the page loaded, my location was already open. In the hallway feed, a figure stood just inside the door. Dark hoodie, hands by their sides, head turned slightly as if listening to the flat. They were still enough that the only sign this was not just a frozen frame was a slow shift of weight. The little word beneath the feed flickered, then changed from pending to active. The figure moved out of the hallway, stepping under the camera and out of that frame. I cycled through the feeds with clumsy fingers until I got to the one placed high in the bedroom corner. On screen, I saw myself in bed with the laptop open, the glow lighting my face. A second later, at the edge of the frame, the hooded figure appeared in the doorway. There is no way to prepare yourself to watch your own fear from a slight delay. I saw my shoulders tighten. I saw my eyes lift from the screen. I watched myself realize that the person I was watching was also watching me. The intruder moved with the same unhurried confidence as before. They walked around the bed, keeping their face just out of the camera's reach, as if they knew exactly where the lens sat. Their hand rested briefly on the bed frame. The mattress dipped under their weight. I felt that in real time while watching it happen, a heartbeat behind on the feed. That touch snapped something in my head. I was not an observer anymore. I was a subject. On screen, I saw myself slide off the opposite side of the bed, staying low. In real life, I was already doing it, driven entirely by instinct. My hand grabbed the keys from the bedside table. I moved around the foot of the bed and bolted for the hallway. The recording never showed the intruder speeding up. They did not lunge or chase. They just turned slightly, following my movement with a tilt of the head at the very edge of the frame. I wrenched the flat door open with more force than it needed and stumbled into the stairwell. The sudden change from the close bedroom air to the cold concrete corridor hit me hard. The motion sensor light came on with a tired buzz. I clattered down the stairs barefoot, half expecting a hand to land on the back of my neck at any moment. No one stopped me. Out on the street, the city was reduced to taxi headlights and the distant rumble of late buses. My breath fogged in the air. I stood there in shorts and a t-shirt, clutching my keys, and realized I could not walk back indoors on my own. I reported a break-in the next morning. I left out everything that would drag the conversation into places I did not want to go. I said I had woken to see someone in my room, that they had left while I escaped. Once the officers saw the altered smoke alarm and the discreet little devices in the corners, the mood shifted. They took it seriously. They photographed everything. They questioned the landlord. The landlord denied knowing anything about the cameras. They said the previous tenant had been quiet, worked odd hours, kept to himself. They promised to change the locks. The officers logged it as an unlawful entry with suspicious circumstances. Hidden surveillance, unknown installer. No one asked the right question. How did you know exactly when to run? I moved out within the week. Packed essentials, left furniture behind, argued about the deposit until I pointed out that it might not look great for them if I started telling people about covert cameras in their flats. They signed the form without further fuss. The new place was further out from the center. A second-floor flat in a relatively recent build with a proper security door downstairs and fresher paint on paper, safer in every way. I checked every smoke alarm, every vent, every odd fitting, holding my breath each time until I was sure no wires or lenses were hidden behind them. I also bought a new laptop. Part of it was practical. You need a computer for normal life these days. The other part was not practical at all. I wanted to see if that page still had my old flat listed, and if so, what it said. Finding the site again was easier than I expected. Muscle memory is good at carrying bad habits. The layout was almost unchanged. A longer list of vague descriptions. Some familiar, many new. The hallway house I had watched for months had gone no trace. Its notes and feed had been stripped out like it had never existed. I scrolled until I found the entry that matched my old place. Top floor, city center, converted shop, previous location. The feed window was empty grey now. Beneath it, the notes had been compressed into 3 words: chair, entry, reaction. That is what my involvement boiled down to in whatever log sat behind that page. A tiny sequence: chair, entry, reaction. Someone else's completed task. I was about to shut the laptop when a new line appeared at the bottom of the list. New location added. Under that was a description. Second floor flat, outer city, new build, single occupant. It could have been anyone. There are hundreds of flats like that around Birmingham. Thousands more across the country. On its own, the description meant nothing, but there was a little code beside it. When I hovered over it, a small note appeared, pending approval. I have not clicked it. I tell myself that not clicking keeps some kind of line intact. I live now in a strange version of vigilance. I tape over anything that looks remotely like a lens. I buy my own alarms and fit them myself. I unscrew covers from fittings that were never meant to be touched and shine a torch into the dark gaps behind them. I still wake at odd hours and listen for that particular creak of a board taking weight in the hallway. When it is silent, my mind fills in the rest. I picture my own front door framed in a grainy little window on a stranger's screen. I imagine them leaning forward slightly, the way I used to, waiting for something to happen. You can be cautious. You can cover your laptop camera and shred your post and avoid dodgy links. You can tell yourself you would never go poking around places online that people whisper about. That is all fine. The cameras in my old flat went up before I even knew the site existed. The feed was live before I ever tuned in. The person who shifted my chair and stood by my bed would have done the same in other houses before mine. They will do it in other houses afterwards. What I did, by watching and then asking for a harmless test, was give them permission to prove it to me. The last time I checked, that new entry still said pending approval. Maybe it has nothing to do with me. Maybe it is another single occupant in another anonymous building on the opposite side of the city, boiling pasta right now and checking their phone, unaware that someone has already filed them away under a code. Or maybe not. Either way, this is the part that matters to you. Next time you lock your front door for the night and walk down the hallway towards your bedroom, you might feel a faint pull to turn back and check it one more time. If you do not only think about keys and chains, think about the simple fact that somewhere out of sight, there are people who do not care who you are, only that your life can be summarized in a handful of blunt little words on a list. Chair, entry, reaction. At one point, I thought I was on the safe side of the screen, watching danger happen to other people far away. I am not convinced there is a safe side anymore. I've been thinking about whether I should tell this story or not. It's been 3 years now, and I still can't quite shake the feeling that talking about it might somehow, I don't know, reopen something that's better left closed. But I suppose keeping it to myself hasn't exactly helped either. The thing is, it started so innocently. That's what gets me. I wasn't looking for trouble. I wasn't trying to find something illegal or dangerous. I was just curious. Back then, I was working in a call center in Manchester. It was absolutely soul-destroying work, the sort of job where you watch the clock and every minute feels like an hour. I'd go home to my flat, microwave something for dinner, and spend the rest of the evening online. Not doing anything particularly interesting, mind you, just browsing really. Reddit, YouTube, the usual time wasters. I'd heard people talk about the dark web before, obviously. Everyone has. But I'd always assumed it was either completely inaccessible to ordinary people or just full of scams and FBI honeypots. Then one evening, I was reading something about internet privacy, and the article mentioned how easy it actually was to access. That surprised me. I'd built it up in my head as this incredibly complex thing that required specialist knowledge. Turns out it's not. There's software you can download, free and open source, that lets you browse anonymously. Takes maybe 10 minutes to set up, so I did it. Just like that. Downloaded the software, installed it, and suddenly I was looking at a completely different internet. The first thing that struck me was how amateurish it all looked. Nothing like the slick modern websites you're used to. Most sites were just black backgrounds with green or white text, like something from the early 90s. Lots of broken links. Lots of sites that wouldn't load at all. I spent the first hour or so just clicking around, not really finding anything particularly interesting. There were some forums, a few marketplaces that looked dodgy as hell, sites offering services I had no intention of using. It was simultaneously more boring and more unsettling than I'd expected. But then I found something called the repository. It wasn't advertised anywhere. I found it through a random link on one of those directory pages that list dark websites. The description was vague, something like curated collection of rare materials. No screenshots, no reviews, just an address. When I clicked through, the site was different from the others I'd seen. Still minimal, but cleaner somehow, more organized. The homepage was simple, a search bar and a list of categories. Things like documents, images, media, personal. That last one caught my attention. I clicked on it. A new page loaded with what looked like hundreds of folders, each labeled with just a date and a location. 2019 Birmingham, 2021 London, 2018 Leeds. I picked one at random. Inside were more folders, these ones labeled with what appeared to be initials. I clicked on one of those. inside were photographs. They were just normal photos. Someone's birthday party. A woman in her 30s maybe, blowing out candles on a cake. A group of people laughing in the background. A living room decorated with balloons. The next photo showed the same people sitting around a dinner table. Nothing sinister, nothing obviously wrong with any of it. But I felt uncomfortable looking at them. These were private photographs, family photographs, and they were here on the dark web, organized into folders by someone who definitely wasn't supposed to have them. I backed out and tried another folder. This time, the photos were from someone's holiday, beach shots, sunsets, a couple in their 60s posing outside a restaurant. Again, completely ordinary images that had no business being where they were. I started clicking through more folders, and they were all the same. Personal photographs, clearly taken from people's phones or computers, uploaded and catalogued by location and date. The thing that really disturbed me was how recent some of them were. I found folders from just a few months earlier. Photos of children opening Christmas presents, a family gathered around a television, someone's new car. These weren't old leaked photos from some ancient data breach. These were current, fresh, ongoing. I should have closed it then. I knew I should have. But I kept looking. I started recognizing some of the locations. One folder was labeled 2022 Stockport. That's maybe 8 miles from where I lived. I opened it, and there were dozens of subfolders inside. I clicked on one at random. The photos showed a house I didn't recognize, but the area looked familiar. Someone's back garden, their kitchen, close-up shots of documents on their counter, a gas bill, clear enough to read the address. I looked up the street on Google Maps. It was real. The house was real. These were photographs from inside someone's home in Stockport, taken within the last year or so, and they were sitting here in this collection for anyone to access. My hands felt cold. I closed the folder and sat back from my laptop, trying to work out what I was looking at. Was this hacked phones? Hacked security cameras? I'd read about smart home devices being vulnerable, cameras that people install to monitor their property but don't secure properly. Maybe that was it. Maybe this was just a collection of footage from unsecured devices. Still illegal, still disturbing, but at least it made sense. But then I made a mistake. I searched for my own area. I typed in my postcode, and a folder appeared. I stared at it for a long time before I clicked. My chest felt tight. The folder loaded, and there were 3 subfolders inside, each with a set of initials I didn't recognize. I clicked on the first one. The photos were from a flat I didn't know, showing rooms I'd never seen. Relief washed over me. It wasn't my building. I tried the second folder. Same thing. Different flat, different area, but still within my postcode. The third folder took longer to load. When it did, I felt something drop inside my stomach. It was my building, my actual building. The photos showed the entrance hall downstairs, the one with the post boxes and the door that never locks properly. The next photo showed the stairwell, the one I walked up every single day, the carpet, the scuffed walls, the window on the landing between the first and second floors. Then photos of the second floor corridor, my corridor. My door was visible in one of the shots, right there at the end of the hall, exactly where it should be. I couldn't breathe properly. Someone had been in my building. Someone had walked up those stairs, stood in that corridor, and taken photographs. Then they'd uploaded them here. The photos were dated 3 weeks ago. I stood up from my desk and walked to my window. I lived on the second floor, facing the street. From where I stood, I could see the bus stop across the road, the small Sainsbury's local on the corner, the kebab shop that was always open late. Everything looked normal. A few people walking past, cars driving by, the streetlights casting their orange glow over the wet pavement. Nothing unusual, nothing wrong. I went back to my laptop. My hands were shaking now, and I had to try twice to click on the next photo. It showed my door, just my door, a close-up shot, clear enough to see the number, clear enough to see the small dent near the handle where I dropped my keys once and chipped the paint. There were no photos from inside my flat. That was something. But someone had stood right outside my door and taken this picture. Someone had been that close. I closed the laptop. I didn't shut it down. I just folded the screen down and stepped away from it like it might bite me. I checked my front door. Locked. The chain was on. I looked through the peephole. The corridor was empty, poorly lit as always, the flickering bulb at the far end doing its usual stuttering routine. Everything looked the same as it always did. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept getting up to check the door, to look out the window, to convince myself that everything was fine. In the morning, I told myself I'd overreacted. So what if someone had taken photos in my building? It was probably just some creep with too much time on their hands, documenting random locations for reasons I couldn't understand. It didn't mean they were targeting me specifically. It didn't mean I was in danger. I went to work. I tried to focus on my calls, on the scripts I'd read 1,000 times, on the customers who were angry about their bills or their service, or whatever else they decided to complain about that day. But I kept thinking about those photos. I kept seeing my door, my corridor, my building. When I got home that evening, I checked the dark website again. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I thought the photos would be gone, that I'd imagined the whole thing. But they were still there. My building, my corridor, my door. I clicked through them again, studying each one, trying to spot something I'd missed before, some detail that might tell me who'd taken them or why. Then I noticed something. In one of the photos, the one showing the full length of the corridor, there was a door open, not mine, the flat 3 doors down from me. The light was on inside, and I could just about make out the edge of a sofa, a bit of wall, a corner of a picture frame. I didn't know who lived there. I'd seen the person a few times, a man in his 40s maybe, always wearing a suit, always in a hurry. We'd never spoken beyond a quick nod in passing. I went back to the main folder. There were those 3 subfolders, each with initials. I'd only looked at the third one, the one with photos of my building. I clicked on the first one again, the one I'd dismissed earlier. The photos loaded. A living room I didn't recognize, a kitchen, a bedroom. Personal photos on a wall, too blurry to make out clearly. A bathroom. Then a photo taken from a doorway, showing a sofa, a television, a bit of wall, a picture frame. It was the same flat, the one 3 doors down from me. These weren't just exterior shots. Someone had been inside that flat. They'd walked through it, photographed every room, and uploaded the whole collection. The other subfolder showed a different flat, somewhere else in the building. I recognized the layout, but not the furniture. Ground floor, maybe. I'd never been in any of my neighbors' flats, so I couldn't be sure. But someone else had. Someone had walked through this building, entered at least 2 flats, photographed everything, and uploaded it all to this site. I went back to the photo of my door, just the door. Nothing from inside. Why? Why photograph the interior of other flats but not mine? Had they tried and failed to get in? Had they not tried at all? Was my door just documentation, a marker, something to return to later? That thought sat in my stomach like a stone. I checked the dates again. 3 weeks ago. I tried to remember where I'd been 3 weeks ago. Had I been at work? Obviously. I was always at work. But what about evenings, weekends? I couldn't remember. My days blurred together back then. Call center shifts, home, sleep, repeat. I could have been out. I could have been in. I had no idea. I started checking the site every day. I don't know why. Maybe I thought, if I kept watching, I'd see new photos appear and I'd know something was happening. Or maybe I just needed to feel like I had some control, some awareness of the situation. The folders didn't update. The photos stayed the same. My building, my corridor, my door. Nothing new. But then, about a week later, I noticed something else. The main folder for my postcode had a new subfolder, different initials. I clicked on it before I could talk myself out of it. The photos showed another building, a few streets away from mine. Same setup. Entrance hall, stairwell, corridors, doors, close-ups of specific flats, and then interior shots. Someone's kitchen, their bedroom, a desk with a laptop on it, papers scattered around, all of it clearly visible. This was still happening. Whoever was doing this was still active, still going into buildings, still photographing flats, still uploading everything to this collection. I thought about going to the police. I really did. But what would I tell them? I was browsing the dark web and found some photos of my building. Would they even take me seriously? And what could they do anyway? The site was anonymous. The person uploading the photos was anonymous. There were no names, no identifying information, just initials and locations and dates. So I did nothing. I just kept checking the site, kept looking at those photos, kept waiting for something to happen. Then something did happen. I came home from work one evening, maybe 2 weeks after I'd first found the photos, and my door was open, not wide open, just slightly ajar, maybe an inch or so, enough that I noticed immediately. I stopped in the corridor, my key still in my hand, and stared at it. I knew I'd locked it that morning. I always locked it. I was obsessive about it, especially after finding those photos. I pushed the door open slowly. The chain was off. It had been on when I left. I was certain of that. The flat was dark except for the light from the corridor behind me. I stood in the doorway, listening. Nothing. No sounds. No movement. I stepped inside and turned on the light. Everything looked normal. My shoes by the door where I always left them. My jacket on the hook. The kitchen straight ahead, clean because I hadn't cooked anything in days. I walked through the flat slowly, turning on every light, checking every room. The bathroom was empty. The bedroom was untouched. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. But someone had been inside. I knew it. The door had been locked, and now it was open. The chain had been on, and now it was off. I checked my laptop, still on my desk where I'd left it. I opened it and checked the dark website. The folder for my building hadn't updated. No new photos. I checked the browser history. Nothing unusual. I checked everything I could think of, looking for some sign that someone had used my computer, but there was nothing. Then I noticed my bedside table. The drawer was open, just slightly. I never left it open. Inside was the usual nonsense. Old receipts, chargers, batteries, a screwdriver, some coins. I picked through it, trying to remember what had been there, trying to work out if anything was missing. I couldn't tell. It was just random junk, accumulated over months, things I'd thrown in there and forgotten about. But someone had opened that drawer. Someone had looked through it. I didn't sleep in my flat that night. I grabbed some clothes, my laptop, my phone charger, and I left. I stayed with a friend in Salford, told him I'd had a problem with the heating, and the landlord, was sorting it out. He didn't ask questions. I spent the night on his sofa, checking the dark website every couple of hours, waiting for new photos to appear. Photos from inside my flat, photos of my bedroom, my kitchen, my things, but nothing appeared. I went back the next day. The door was locked, exactly as I'd left it. The flat was empty. Nothing had changed. I checked everything again. Laptop, drawers, cupboards, wardrobes. Everything seemed fine. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock the door properly. Maybe the chain had slipped off somehow. Maybe the drawer had been open all along and I just hadn't noticed. But I knew that wasn't true. I started keeping a record. I took photos of my flat before I left each day. My desk, my bedside table, my kitchen counter. Then I'd check them when I got home, comparing everything to make sure nothing had moved. For a week, everything stayed the same. I started to relax slightly. Maybe it had been a one-off. Maybe whoever it was had moved on to other buildings, other flats. Then I checked the site and found a new folder. My postcode, my building, new initials, the photos loaded, my entrance hall, my stairwell, my corridor, and then my flat, my actual flat, photos taken from inside, my living room, showing my sofa, my television, my bookshelf, my kitchen, showing the mug I'd left by the sink that morning, my bedroom, showing my unmade bed, the clothes on my chair, my bathroom, my desk with my laptop closed on it. They'd been inside again. While I was at work, while I was sitting in that call center reading scripts and taking calls, someone had been in my flat, walking through my rooms, photographing everything. The photos were dated from yesterday, the day before I found them, which meant they'd been inside while I was out. Uploaded the photos that same day, and I'd only just found them now. I looked at every photo carefully. In one of them, the one showing my living room, I could see my coffee table, and on it there was something that hadn't been there before. A piece of paper, white, A4 size, just sitting there in the center of the table. I walked to my living room. The paper was still there. I'd walked past it a dozen times since I'd been home and hadn't registered it. It looked like nothing, just a blank piece of paper. I picked it up. There was writing on one side, handwritten in blue pen, neat and careful. It was my address, my full address, my name, my date of birth, my phone number, my bank details, down to the sort code and account number, my email addresses, my passport number, everything about me, laid out in a neat list, written in handwriting I didn't recognize. Underneath, a single sentence. You should be more careful about your security. My legs felt weak. I sat down on the sofa, still holding the paper. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had gone through my things, found my documents, copied down my personal information, and left me this note. And then they'd photographed it all and uploaded it to that site. I looked at the photos again on my laptop. I zoomed in on the one showing the coffee table. The paper was visible, but the writing wasn't clear enough to read. Just a white rectangle sitting there. They'd taken the photo after leaving the note. They'd wanted me to find it. I thought about calling the police then. I should have called them weeks ago, but now I had proof. Someone had broken into my flat. I had the note. I had the photos. Surely that was enough. But what would the police do? The note wasn't threatening. It didn't say they'd hurt me or come back. It was just information. My information, yes, but nothing you couldn't find if you knew where to look. And the photos? They were on the dark web, yes, but uploaded anonymously from somewhere untraceable. What could the police actually do with any of this? I moved out the next week, broke my lease, paid whatever penalties the landlord wanted, and found a new flat across the city in Chorlton. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I changed my phone number. I closed my old email accounts and made new ones. I cancelled my bank cards and got new ones. I did everything I could think of to separate myself from that flat, that building, that whole situation. For a while it worked. I checked the dark website occasionally, maybe once every few weeks, and there were no new photos of my old building, no new folders with my postcode, nothing. I started to feel like I'd escaped it, like it was over. Then, about 8 months after I'd moved, I checked the site again. There was a new folder, new initials. I clicked on it without thinking. The photos loaded. My new flat, my new building, my new corridor, my new door. I slammed the laptop shut and haven't opened that site since. That was 3 years ago now. I moved again after that, obviously, and then again. I've lived in 4 different flats since then. I don't check the site anymore. I can't. I'm too frightened of what I'll find. The thing is, I don't know why they targeted me. I wasn't special. I wasn't wealthy or important or connected to anything interesting. I was just some nobody working in a call center, living alone, spending too much time online. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that's all it takes. I still think about those photos sometimes, all those flats, all those people, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all catalogued and organized and uploaded for anyone to see. And I wonder how many of them know, how many of them have found their own photos, their own buildings, their own doors. How many of them are living with the same knowledge I have, that someone was there, inside their private space, watching and recording and documenting their lives. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know why. And that's the worst part, really. Not knowing if it's one person or many. Not knowing if they're watching me right now, or if they moved on years ago. Not knowing if the photos are still there, accumulating, expanding, or if the whole site disappeared the day after I last looked at it. All I know is that I was careful with my security before, and I'm even more careful now. I check my locks twice. I take photos of my flat before I leave. I keep my documents locked away. I cover my laptop camera. I do everything you're supposed to do, but sometimes, when I come home from work and unlock my door, I get this feeling, this sense that something's different, that someone's been there while I was out. I'll stand in the doorway, looking at my flat, trying to work out what's changed. And usually, it's nothing, just paranoia, just my mind playing tricks. But sometimes, very occasionally, something will be slightly off. A drawer not quite closed, a chair at a different angle. Something small enough that I can't be certain, but noticeable enough that I can't quite dismiss it. And when that happens, I don't sleep properly for days. I used to think I was pretty good at staying out of trouble. Always handed assignments in on time, never got into fights, kept my head down and minded my own business. The sort of person teachers liked and parents approved of their kids hanging around with. That all changed when I started my second year at Leeds and got put in halls with Danny Morrison. Danny was one of those people who seemed to attract chaos wherever he went. Not in an obvious way. He wasn't violent or particularly reckless, just someone who always knew people who knew people, if you know what I mean. The type who could get you concert tickets when they were sold out, or help you find textbooks that had mysteriously fallen off the back of a lorry. I liked him well enough. He was funny, generous with his mates, and never pressured anyone to get involved with his various schemes. But living with someone means you inevitably get drawn into their world, even when you're trying to keep your distance from anything dodgy. It started small. Danny would get messages at weird hours, people calling him with requests for things that were hard to come by through normal channels. University accommodation with suspiciously short notice periods. Part-time jobs that paid cash and didn't ask too many questions about work permits. Electronics that were significantly cheaper than high street prices, assuming you weren't fussy about receipts or warranties. Most of his business seemed to involve connecting people who needed things with people who could provide them. A middleman operation that kept him just far enough removed from anything obviously illegal, while still making enough money to afford better clothes and nights out than most students could manage. I tried to stay uninvolved, but when you're living on beans and toast while your flatmate is ordering takeaways every night, it's hard not to be curious about how his income stream actually worked. Danny eventually explained that he operated through what he called alternative marketplaces. Websites that functioned like normal classified ads, but were set up to handle transactions that mainstream platforms wouldn't touch. He insisted that nothing was seriously criminal. It was simply a way for people to buy and sell items without having to navigate the bureaucracy required by legitimate businesses. He showed me some of the sites he used, and they looked professional enough. Clean layouts, user ratings, even customer service contact forms. The main difference from normal classified sites was that they were hosted on hidden web addresses that you couldn't access through standard browsers. The products themselves seemed fairly mundane. Electronics, clothing, textbooks, household items, the sort of stuff you'd find on any second-hand marketplace. The prices were good, sometimes suspiciously good, but nothing that screamed stolen goods to anyone who wasn't looking too closely. Danny's role was essentially customer service and logistics. He'd identify people who were looking for specific items, connect them with sellers who could provide them, and handle the complicated bits of arranging payment and delivery, taking a small commission from each transaction while keeping buyers and sellers anonymous from each other. It seemed like a fairly harmless way to make money, helping students and young people who couldn't afford retail prices to find the things they needed. Danny was careful about who he worked with, avoided anything that was stolen or dangerous, and made sure his customers knew exactly what they were getting into. But as I got more familiar with how these marketplaces operated, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the items being sold were clearly targeted at specific types of buyers. Electronics that had been modified in ways that served no obvious purpose except to make them harder to trace. Clothing and accessories that were described using terminology I didn't recognize, but that seemed to mean something specific to certain customers. More concerning were the services being offered alongside physical products. People's advertising skills and capabilities went well beyond simple buying and selling. Data recovery from damaged devices, document reproduction and verification, even what appeared to be identity verification services that could help people prove they were someone they weren't. Danny insisted that he stuck to straightforward retail transactions and didn't get involved with the more complicated services. But the boundaries seemed fluid, and I could see how easy it would be to gradually expand from selling second-hand electronics to helping people with more questionable requirements. The customer base was also more diverse than I'd initially realized. While many were obviously students and young people looking for bargains, there were also buyers who seemed to have serious money and very specific needs. People who were willing to pay premium prices for items that met particular requirements, even when cheaper alternatives were readily available. These higher-end customers often communicated through Danny, rather than dealing directly with sellers, apparently valuing the additional layer of anonymity he provided. They'd send detailed specifications for what they wanted, sometimes including technical requirements that seem far more complex than anything a normal consumer would need. Danny started spending more time managing these premium customers, and I could see that the money involved was significantly larger than his usual transactions. Instead of making a few pounds commission on student textbooks, he was earning hundreds of pounds for arranging single transactions between serious buyers and specialized sellers. The work was also becoming more demanding. Premium customers expected rapid response times, detailed progress updates, and absolute discretion about their requirements. Danny found himself available at all hours, managing communications between people who operated in different time zones and had very specific ideas about how business should be conducted. But what really worried me was how paranoid he was becoming about security. Danny had always been reasonably careful about his online activities, using VPNs and avoiding leaving obvious traces of his marketplace involvement. But his security measures were becoming much more elaborate, suggesting that he was dealing with people who took anonymity very seriously indeed. He started using multiple phones, different laptops for different types of business, even separate internet connections that he paid for with cash, to avoid any link to his real identity. His room began to look like something from a spy film, with various devices and cables that seemed designed to make his online activities as untraceable as possible. When I asked why all this security was necessary for what he claimed was just second-hand retail, Danny explained that some of his customers were prominent people who couldn't afford to be associated with alternative marketplaces. Business executives, politicians, celebrities, people who needed to maintain public reputations but sometimes required access to products or services that weren't available through conventional channels. That explanation made sense up to a point, but it also raised questions about what exactly these prominent people were buying that required such elaborate secrecy. If it was just discounted electronics or designer clothing, why would they care about being associated with second-hand marketplaces? I started paying closer attention to the messages Danny received from his premium customers, trying to understand what kind of products and services were worth paying such high commission rates for. The requests were often vague, described in terminology that seemed designed to obscure rather than clarify what was actually wanted. Customers would ask for documentation packages or verification materials without specifying what these items were supposed to verify. They'd request consultation services or technical assessments without explaining what kind of expertise they needed. But occasionally, the requests were specific enough to be genuinely disturbing. People wanted detailed background information about individuals they claimed to be considering for business partnerships. Others requested access to private social media accounts or email addresses belonging to people they said were involved in legal disputes with them. Some customers wanted help acquiring items that belonged to specific individuals, providing addresses and descriptions that suggested they were planning targeted thefts. Danny insisted that he only handled the communications and logistics, never getting directly involved with whatever his customers actually did with the products or services they purchased. But it was becoming clear that some of these transactions were facilitating activities that went far beyond simple retail commerce. The most concerning development was when customers started requesting information about people in our local area. They'd provide names, addresses, and personal details about individuals living in Leeds, asking for verification services or background research that required someone with local knowledge and access. Danny began receiving requests to visit specific addresses, photograph particular properties, even gather information about people's daily routines and habits. These local reconnaissance requests paid extremely well, often several £100s for what appeared to be straightforward information gathering. But they also meant that Danny was now directly involved in activities that looked suspiciously like stalking or preparation for criminal activity. When I confronted him about this, Danny claimed that the information was being used for legitimate purposes: due diligence for business investments, background checks for potential employees, research for legal proceedings. But he admitted he had no way of verifying what his customers actually did with the intelligence he provided. More troubling was his acknowledgement that some of the people he'd been asked to investigate had subsequently experienced problems. Houses that had been burglarized, cars that had been vandalized, individuals who had received threatening messages or experienced identity theft. Danny insisted these were coincidences, that correlation didn't prove causation, and that he was just providing information that was probably available through other sources anyway. But the pattern was becoming too consistent to ignore. I tried convincing him to stop taking the local reconnaissance requests, pointing out that he could be charged as an accessory if any of his customers used the information to commit serious crimes. But the money was too good, and Danny argued that someone else would just take the work if he turned it down. That's when I started documenting everything I could about his operations. I began keeping records of the customers he worked with, the types of requests he received, and the outcomes for people who had been investigated or targeted, building a file that might be useful if I ever needed to distance myself from his activities or provide evidence to authorities. What I discovered was that Danny's operation was much larger and more organized than he'd admitted. He wasn't just a freelance middleman handling occasional transactions. He was part of a network that specialized in providing intelligence and access services to clients who couldn't or wouldn't use legitimate channels. The network included people with skills in surveillance, data recovery, social engineering, and physical security. Customers could commission comprehensive investigations that included online research, physical reconnaissance, and even direct approach operations designed to extract information from targets. Danny's role was primarily handling local operations in the Leeds area, but he was connected to similar operatives in other cities who could provide coverage across the UK. The organization was sophisticated enough to handle complex multi-stage investigations that required coordination between different specialists and geographic regions. Most disturbing was the evidence that some customers were using these services to target vulnerable individuals for exploitation or harm. People in financial distress who could be manipulated into fraudulent schemes. Elderly individuals whose personal information could be used for identity theft. Young people who could be approached and recruited for various types of criminal activity. I realized that by living with Danny and keeping quiet about his operations, I was potentially complicit in facilitating serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I wasn't directly involved in gathering intelligence or providing services, my silence was enabling activities that were destroying other people's lives. But confronting Danny directly seemed increasingly dangerous. He'd become paranoid about security breaches and was constantly worried about being exposed by customers or competitors. Anyone who posed a threat to his operation was seen as a serious liability that needed to be dealt with. I started making plans to move out of our shared accommodation and distance myself from his activities entirely. But I also knew that simply walking away wouldn't protect me if Danny's customers decided I knew too much about their operations. The people he worked with had demonstrated their willingness to target individuals who posed threats to their interests. And as someone who'd been living with one of their operatives for months, I'd inevitably learn details about their methods and customers that could be damaging if disclosed to authorities. I was trapped between staying involved with activities I knew were harmful and trying to extract myself from a situation that was becoming increasingly dangerous for everyone involved. That's when Danny disappeared. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find his room completely cleared out, all his equipment gone. No note or explanation about where he'd gone or when he might be back. The only trace of his occupancy was a faint smell of cleaning products that suggested someone had worked very hard to remove any evidence of what had been happening in that room. I tried contacting him through the various phone numbers and email addresses I had, but they'd all been disconnected or abandoned. His social media accounts had been deleted, his university enrollment had been terminated, and none of our mutual friends had heard from him since the day he'd vanished. It was as if Danny Morrison had simply stopped existing. The university housing office eventually assigned me a new flatmate, a quiet engineering student who showed no interest in alternative marketplaces or questionable income streams. Life returned to something approaching normal, and I tried to convince myself that Danny's disappearance was just him moving on to better opportunities elsewhere. But I kept monitoring the hidden marketplaces where he'd operated, looking for signs that his network was still active in the Leeds area. What I found was that the services he'd provided were definitely continuing, but with different operatives handling local operations. New people were offering reconnaissance and intelligence services using the same terminology and methods that Danny had employed. The customer base seemed unchanged, and the types of requests being fulfilled were just as concerning as before. Someone had simply replaced Danny in the network's organizational structure, taking over his customer relationships and operational responsibilities without missing a beat. That suggested his disappearance hadn't been voluntary. Either he'd been eliminated because he'd become a security risk, or he'd been reassigned to different duties that required him to adopt a completely new identity. Either way, it meant that the people running this network were serious enough about operational security to make their own operatives disappear when necessary. And as someone who knew details about their methods and customers, I was probably next on their list of potential security risks that needed to be managed. I'm not sure if I should have called the police straight away, but hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? What happened was this. I came home to my flat to find a package that definitely wasn't mine sitting outside my door. Nothing unusual there. Happens all the time in student accommodation, where delivery drivers get confused about flat numbers and names. The label showed my address, but a completely different name. Someone called David Chen, who I'd never heard of. The package was from a medical supply company, which struck me as odd given that most students aren't ordering specialized medical equipment. But I figured maybe this David person had a condition that required particular supplies, and I'd just drop it round to wherever he actually lived once I worked out the correct address. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of just leaving it for the delivery company to sort out, I decided to have a quick look online to see if I could find contact details for the intended recipient. It might save everyone some hassle if I could arrange for him to collect the item directly. Searching for David Chen in Glasgow turned up nothing useful. Too common a name. But when I looked more closely at the return address on the package, I noticed it wasn't from any medical supply company I could find online. The address led to what appeared to be a generic business park with multiple tenants, none of whom seemed to be in the medical supply business. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started digging deeper into where this package might actually have come from. The more I searched, the more I found myself following links to increasingly obscure websites that seemed to exist in corners of the internet I'd never encountered before. Eventually, I ended up on sites that required specific access methods and weren't indexed by normal search engines. Places where medical supplies were being sold without the usual regulatory oversight and customer verification that legitimate companies would require. The supplies being offered weren't your typical pharmacy items. These were specialized medical devices, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that would normally require prescriptions or professional medical supervision to obtain legally. Most concerning was that many items were being marketed for uses that had nothing to do with legitimate medical treatment. Substances described as useful for behavioral modification or compliance enhancement, devices that could be used for restraint or monitoring, even chemicals that seemed designed for incapacitating rather than treating people. I realized I might be holding a package containing materials that were intended for harming rather than helping someone. The medical supply company was a front for distributing items that could be used for assault, kidnapping, or worse. But that raised the question of who David Chen actually was, and why someone was having these materials delivered to an address near mine. Either he lived in the area and was involved in activities that required access to dangerous medical supplies, or someone was using a false name and approximate address to receive materials they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The package was heavier than I'd initially noticed, and when I shook it gently, I could hear what sounded like multiple small containers or vials moving around inside. This product is definitely not what you'd expect from normal medical supplies. I tried to research David Chen more systematically, looking through university records, local business directories, and social media to see if I could find anyone by that name who might legitimately be expecting medical deliveries. What I found instead were references to the same name being used in connection with various questionable online activities, forum posts about acquiring controlled substances, marketplace reviews for sellers of restricted items, even what appeared to be requests for services that couldn't be discussed on normal platforms. The name seemed to be a commonly used alias for people who needed to maintain anonymity while purchasing items or services that weren't available through legitimate channels. I was probably holding a package intended for someone involved in serious criminal activities, delivered to an address close enough to mine that they could collect it without being traced to their actual location. But I had no way of knowing whether the intended recipient was planning to use these materials against specific victims, or whether failing to deliver the package might prompt them to investigate what had happened to their order. If David Chen was expecting delivery of materials he planned to use for harming someone, discovering that his package had been intercepted might make him desperate enough to take risks to recover it. That could put me in danger if he decided I was a threat to his activities. On the other hand, if I delivered the package as intended, I'd be facilitating whatever crime he was planning to commit against innocent victims who had no idea they were being targeted. I decided the safest option was to dispose of the package without opening it or trying to return it to its intended recipient. If David Chen was involved in legitimate medical treatment, he could reorder his supplies through proper channels. If he was planning to harm someone, denying him access to these materials might prevent serious crimes. But getting rid of medical supplies safely required more thought than just throwing them in the bin. If the package contained controlled substances or hazardous materials, improper disposal could create environmental problems or give other people access to dangerous items. I tried to research proper disposal methods for unknown medical materials, but most guidance assumed you knew what substances you were dealing with and had obtained them legally in the first place. Eventually, I decided to take the package to the university health center and explain that I'd received someone else's medical delivery by mistake. They might be able to dispose of it safely or contact appropriate authorities if the contents appeared suspicious. But when I arrived at the health center, the staff seemed unusually interested in the package details and asked more questions than I'd expected about how I'd received it and what I knew about the intended recipient. Their reaction suggested they were familiar with packages containing questionable medical supplies and might have dealt with similar situations before. The health center staff seemed to have protocols for handling suspicious medical deliveries that weren't part of their normal patient care procedures. After providing detailed information about the package and signing several forms, I left thinking the situation was resolved. The health center would handle disposal appropriately, and I could forget about David Chen and whatever he'd been planning to do with his medical supplies. But that evening, I received a phone call from someone claiming to represent the medical supply company, asking about a delivery that had apparently gone missing from my address. They seemed to know specific details about the package and were very concerned about recovering their materials quickly. When I explained that I'd turned the package over to university authorities because it had been delivered to the wrong address, the caller became agitated and insisted that the materials were urgently needed for a legitimate medical emergency. They offered to arrange immediate collection from the health center and seemed willing to pay substantial compensation for any inconvenience I'd experienced due to the delivery error. The level of concern and urgency seemed excessive for a simple delivery mistake, especially from a company that was supposedly just sending routine medical supplies to a regular customer. I started to suspect that David Chen and the medical supply company were working together to recover materials that were much more valuable or dangerous than normal medical equipment. When I checked with the university health center the next day, they told me the package had already been collected by someone claiming to represent both the medical supply company and the intended recipient. The collection had happened within hours of my dropping it off, suggesting that David Chen and his associates had been monitoring the situation and were prepared to act quickly to recover their materials once they discovered where the package had ended up. But most disturbing was that the person who'd collected the package had provided detailed information about me, my name, course details, and home address, as proof that they were authorized to recover materials that had been mistakenly delivered to my location. They'd been watching me carefully enough to gather personal information that could be used to convince university staff that they had legitimate reasons for collecting the package I'd turned in. That meant David Chen and his associates now knew exactly who I was and where I lived, and they understood that I'd been curious enough about their activities to investigate the package rather than simply ignoring the delivery error. I'd gone from being an innocent bystander who'd received someone else's mail to being a person of interest for people who were involved in illegal medical supply distribution and potentially much more serious criminal activities. The package I'd tried to dispose of responsibly had instead led me into direct contact with people who now had reason to consider me either a potential threat to their operations or a possible recruit for activities that required access to the specialized medical supplies they'd been trying to obtain. When I got home that night, there was another package waiting outside my door, this time addressed to me personally and containing a handwritten note thanking me for my assistance with the previous delivery and inviting me to participate in what was described as a lucrative opportunity for students who were interested in discrete medical supply logistics. You know how sometimes you lose touch with people and wonder what happened to them? Well, I found out what happened to my old flatmate, and I really wish I hadn't. I was trying to find someone who could make me a fake ID. Nothing serious, just something that would get me into pubs without having to carry my passport around Manchester. My real driving license had been stolen along with my wallet, and getting a replacement was taking weeks because of some bureaucratic nonsense with DVLA. Someone at uni had mentioned there were places online where you could get decent fake documents made, so I spent a few evenings browsing hidden sites that specialized in that sort of thing. Most were obvious scams, asking for hundreds of pounds up front, but eventually I found what looked like a legitimate service run by someone who actually knew what they were doing. The site was simple but professional. Examples of their work, pricing for different types of documents, even customer reviews that seemed genuine. What caught my attention was that they offered to meet clients in person for document handovers, which seemed safer than trusting the post with something like a fake ID. The person running the operation called themselves Dockmaster and claimed to be based in the Northwest. When I sent an inquiry about getting a driving license made, they responded quickly with details about their process and pricing. About £80 for a basic fake that would pass casual inspection. More if you wanted something that could fool professional scrutiny. But it was the photograph on their profile page that made me do a double take. The image showed someone's hands holding a newly printed driving license, demonstrating the quality of their work. But I recognized the hands immediately. The scar across the knuckles from when Jake had punched the window during Freshers Week. The distinctive silver ring he always wore on his middle finger. Jake had been my flatmate for 8 months before he vanished. He was studying business at Manchester Met, was always short of money, and was constantly looking for ways to make quick cash without having to get a proper job. He'd tried everything from selling energy drinks at raves to offering essay writing services to international students. Then one day in February, he'd simply disappeared. Left his room exactly as it was, didn't take any clothes or personal belongings, just stopped coming home. His phone went straight to voicemail. His university login hadn't been used, and his bank account showed no activity after the day he vanished. I'd reported him missing after a week, but the police weren't particularly interested. Young men disappeared from shared accommodation all the time, they said. Usually it was drugs, or debt, or family problems they didn't want to discuss. Most of them turned up eventually, living rough, or staying with friends they hadn't told anyone about. But Jake hadn't seemed like someone who would run away from problems. He was actually quite sensible about money and relationships, never got involved with anything too risky or illegal. The sudden disappearance was completely out of character for someone who usually overthought every decision. Now I was looking at what appeared to be his hands in a photograph advertising illegal document services. Either he was alive and working as a forger, or someone else was using his identity to run a criminal operation. I decided to place an order with Dogmaster to see if I could learn more about who was really behind the service. I submitted my photograph and personal details, explaining that I needed the document quickly and was willing to meet in person to collect it. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike. They could have the license ready within 3 days, and we could arrange to meet at a location in Manchester city centre. The handover would take place in a public area. They suggested the food court at the Arndale Centre during busy periods when there would be plenty of people around. What struck me was the writing style. The messages were formatted in exactly the same way Jake used to write emails, short paragraphs, specific punctuation habits, even the same tendency to over-explain simple instructions. If this wasn't Jake himself, it was someone who had studied his communication patterns very carefully. I agreed to the meeting and waited for further instructions about the exact time and location. Part of me hoped it would actually be Jake, that he'd somehow gotten involved with document forgery and would have a reasonable explanation for why he'd disappeared so suddenly. But another part of me worried that someone else was using his identity for reasons I didn't want to think about. The final message about the meeting contained details that convinced me this really was Jake. The suggested meeting point was a specific bench near the Waterstones in the Arndale Centre. the exact same spot where we'd arranged to meet during Freshers' Week when he was helping me find accommodation. Nobody else would have known that location was significant to us. But if Jake was alive and operating as a document forger, why hadn't he contacted any of his friends or family? Why had he left all his possessions behind and allowed people to think he might be dead? And how had he acquired the skills and equipment needed to produce professional quality fake documents? I started researching what was involved in document forgery, trying to understand what kind of operation Jake might have gotten himself involved with. It wasn't just a matter of having a good printer and some cardstock. Producing convincing fake IDs required specialized equipment, access to security features, and knowledge of exactly how legitimate documents were constructed. Such a setup would cost thousands of pounds and take months to establish properly. This was not something a cash-strapped student could assemble independently, even if he possessed the technical knowledge. That suggested Jake was working for someone else, possibly someone who had recruited him for his clean background and lack of obvious criminal connections. Young men without records were valuable for operations that needed to maintain a legitimate front while conducting illegal business. But it also raised darker possibilities. Maybe Jake hadn't chosen to disappear at all. Maybe he'd been recruited against his will, or coerced into participating through threats against his family or friends. The document forgery operation might be just one part of a larger criminal enterprise that used missing persons as expendable workers. I tried to investigate potential connections between missing person cases, specifically seeking young men who had vanished from university accommodation under comparable circumstances. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of cases across different cities, all involving students who had vanished without explanation, leaving behind personal belongings and active social lives. Most of these cases had received minimal police attention, classified as voluntary disappearances unless there was evidence of violence or coercion. The missing persons were usually described as having financial problems or academic struggles that might motivate them to start fresh elsewhere. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Someone was systematically targeting vulnerable students, making them disappear in ways that wouldn't trigger serious investigations, and at least some of them were probably being forced to work in illegal operations like the document forgery service I discovered. The day of the meeting arrived, and I positioned myself in the Arndale Centre early to observe the area around the designated meeting point. I wanted to see who showed up and whether they appeared to be working alone or as part of a larger group. At exactly the agreed time, someone approached the bench where we were supposed to meet. From a distance, it looked like Jake. Same height and build, similar clothing style, even the same way of walking that I'd observed during the months we'd shared accommodation. But when he got closer, I could see that something was wrong. His appearance was different in subtle ways. Hair cut shorter than he used to wear it, weight loss that made his face look gaunt, an overall demeanor that seemed more cautious and nervous than the confident person I remembered. Most disturbing was the way he kept checking his surroundings, constantly scanning the crowd as if he was expecting trouble or watching for specific people. This wasn't someone meeting a client for a routine business transaction. It was someone who felt threatened and was taking precautions against unknown dangers. I watched from across the food court as Jake waited for nearly 20 minutes, checking his phone repeatedly and growing increasingly agitated when nobody approached him. Eventually, he got up and walked away, moving quickly through the crowd toward one of the center's exits. I followed at a distance, trying to see where he was going without getting close enough to be noticed. He moved through the building like someone who knew exactly where the security cameras were positioned, taking routes that kept him out of direct surveillance as much as possible. Outside the Arndale Centre, Jake headed toward the northern quarter, walking quickly and continuing to check behind him every few minutes. I stayed as far back as I could while keeping him in sight, but the streets were busy enough that following someone without being noticed was relatively easy. He led me to a small internet cafe on a side street, the kind of place that catered to people who needed anonymous online access. Through the window, I could see him settling at a computer terminal in the back corner, positioned so he could watch both the entrance and the street outside. I waited across the street for about an hour, watching the internet cafe and noting who else came and went. Most of the customers seemed to be using the place for legitimate purposes. Tourists checking email, students working on assignments, people who didn't have reliable internet access at home. But there were also a few individuals who behaved differently, using the computers for short periods and paying in cash before leaving quickly. People who seemed more concerned with anonymity than convenience, possibly conducting business they didn't want traced back to their normal internet connections. When Jake finally emerged from the internet cafe, he looked even more nervous than before. He spent several minutes standing in the doorway, scanning the street carefully before stepping outside. Then he walked quickly toward the tram station, moving like someone who needed to get away from the area as soon as possible. I decided not to follow him any further. If Jake was involved with people who made him this paranoid about surveillance, getting too close might put both of us in danger. Instead, I went into the internet cafe to see if I could learn anything about what he'd been doing during his visit. The manager was helpful when I explained that I was trying to locate a friend who might have been using their services. He couldn't provide specific details about what customers did online, but he confirmed that the person I described was a regular visitor who always paid cash and never stayed for more than an hour at a time. More interestingly, he mentioned that this customer always used the same computer terminal, the one in the back corner that Jake had chosen. That terminal was popular with people who valued privacy because it was positioned away from the main seating area and had additional software installed that provided better anonymity protection. This setup would be particularly useful for someone conducting illegal business online, such as running a document forgery service through dark web marketplaces. I tried contacting Dockmaster again through the original website, explaining that I'd been unable to attend the meeting due to unexpected circumstances. I asked if we could reschedule, hoping to get another chance to make contact with Jake in a safer environment. But this time, there was no response. The website remained active, still advertising document services and accepting new orders, but my messages to Dockmaster went unanswered. Either Jake had recognized me at the meeting and realized his cover was blown, or something had happened to prevent him from continuing to operate the service. Over the next few weeks, I kept monitoring the website to see if there were any changes or updates. The service remained available, but the response times for customer inquiries became longer and more inconsistent. Eventually, new orders stopped being accepted entirely, and the site displayed a message saying the service was temporarily unavailable due to technical difficulties. I tried visiting the internet cafe again, hoping to catch Jake during one of his regular sessions, but the manager said he hadn't seen him since the day I'd followed him there. Either he'd found a different location for his online activities, or he'd stopped using the service entirely. The most disturbing possibility was that Jake's employers had discovered his identity had been compromised and had decided to eliminate the security risk. People involved in serious criminal operations didn't usually tolerate workers who attracted unwanted attention, especially when those workers were supposed to be untraceable missing persons. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining how I'd found Jake would require admitting to browsing illegal websites and attempting to purchase forged documents. And without concrete evidence that he was being held against his will, they might not take the information seriously. People often assumed that young men who disappeared and later turned up working in illegal operations had chosen that path voluntarily. Proving coercion or trafficking would require more evidence than just recognizing someone's hands in a photograph on a criminal website. I started monitoring missing person databases more systematically, looking for other cases that might be connected to the document forgery operation or similar criminal services. What I found suggested that Jake's situation wasn't unique. There were dozens of young men who had disappeared from universities and later been spotted in circumstances that suggested involvement with illegal activities. However, the majority of these sightings were brief and inconclusive. People thought they'd seen missing persons in different cities, working in shops or restaurants, but the individuals had disappeared again before any contact could be made, as if someone was systematically moving them around to prevent them from being tracked down by friends or family. The document forgery website eventually went offline entirely, replaced by an error message claiming the domain had expired. But similar services continued to operate on other sites, offering the same types of illegal documents with the same professional quality and customer service standards. I sometimes wonder if Jake is still out there somewhere, working for people who use missing persons as expendable labor in criminal operations, whether he chose to disappear or was forced into it, and whether he has any way of escaping from whatever situation he's gotten trapped in. The worst part is knowing that there are probably dozens of other families wondering what happened to their missing sons and brothers, never realizing that their loved ones might be alive, but unable to make contact because they're being held by people who profit from making inconvenient individuals disappear. People who understand that a missing person presumed dead is much more valuable than a living person who might eventually find a way to ask for help. Okay, so I'll tell you what I know, and I'll try to tell it straight, which is harder than it sounds when you spend 22 years learning that the straight version is rarely the complete one. I was a detective sergeant with Police Scotland for over 2 decades, Lothian and Borders originally, then the merger, then a transfer to the Serious Crimes Unit in Glasgow that I'd wanted for years, and which turned out to be exactly as grinding as everyone warned me it would be, and exactly as necessary as I'd always believed. I retired at 51. Not pushed. I want to be clear about that, because people assume. My knees had been bad for years, and my marriage had been bad for longer, and I looked at the men around me who'd done 30 years and assessed what the 30 years had done to them, and I made a decision. I moved back to Edinburgh, where I grew up, and I rented a flat in Leith, and I took up running badly, and I did some consultancy work for a legal firm that wanted someone who knew how investigations actually worked, and I tried to become a person who slept through the night. That last part went fine, mostly, better than I'd expected. I'm telling you this so you understand what I brought to what happened, not just the professional experience, the habits of mind, the specific way that 22 years of looking at the worst things people do to each other reshapes how you see everything. You stop being surprised mostly. You stop expecting people to behave as well as they're capable of behaving. That's not cynicism, or it's not only cynicism. It's pattern recognition. And pattern recognition is what eventually made me understand what I was looking at, about 6 weeks after I first stumbled onto it. 6 weeks. I keep coming back to that. 6 weeks of looking at something and not seeing it clearly. Me, Someone who'd interviewed killers and built cases from nothing, and read crime scenes the way other people read books. 6 weeks. That should tell you something about how well it was constructed. It started with a favor for an old colleague. Helen, retired now herself, living up in Perthshire with her partner and her dogs, had been contacted by a woman whose adult son had gone missing 3 months earlier. The son, a man in his late 30s called Fraser, had been living in Dundee, working in logistics, separated from his wife. The wife had reported him missing. The police had investigated and found nothing that suggested anything other than a man who had chosen to leave his life, which does happen, and which is not a crime, and which therefore sits in a difficult position, investigation-wise. Helen knew the family distantly, friends of friends, and she rang me and asked if I'd take a quiet look. Nothing official, just see if anything didn't fit. I said yes because I had the time, and because I trusted Helen's instincts, and because the mother had apparently said something that Helen couldn't let go of. She'd said Fraser wouldn't leave without telling me, not because they were unusually close, but because they had a specific arrangement. He rang her every Sunday, had done for years, and he'd never missed one without warning her first, not once. And then one Sunday, he just didn't ring, and he hasn't rung since, and the police said this was consistent with a man who had decided to walk away from his life. Maybe. It's consistent with other things too. I met the mother in a cafe in Perth, 60-odd, composed in the way that people are composed when they've been composed for so long that it's become structural rather than chosen. She talked about Fraser for an hour. I listened. I asked questions that probably seemed strange, about his routines, his money habits, whether he'd been sleeping differently, whether he'd been vague on the phone in the weeks before he disappeared. She answered all of them. At the end, she gave me a bag with Fraser's laptop in it. She'd been holding it since the police had returned it, hadn't opened it, wasn't sure why she hadn't. I took it back to Edinburgh on the train. Nothing on the laptop seemed wrong at first. I went through it carefully over 2 evenings. Browser history, downloads, deleted files recovered with a basic tool I'd used since my last few years in the job. He'd been a regular internet user without being a heavy one. News sites, football, a recipe site he'd visited with surprising regularity, which is one of those small human details that stays with you. Email unremarkable, social media minimal. He'd had accounts but barely used them. Last activity on most platforms several months before he disappeared. There was a folder of documents relating to his finances. I looked at those carefully because money is almost always relevant. His accounts were ordinary. He wasn't in serious debt. He wasn't, as far as I could tell, hiding money or receiving money from unusual sources. On the third evening, I found the forum. It was in a partition of the browser history that the basic recovery tool initially sorted into a miscellaneous category, URLs that didn't resolve to anything recognizable, accessed outside the pattern of his normal usage, always late at night, always between 11 and 2 in the morning. There were 9 visits over the course of about 5 weeks, ending 12 days before he disappeared. The URL was a string of characters that didn't correspond to any named site. I tried accessing it and got nothing. Whatever had been there was gone, or had moved, or required credentials I didn't have. What I could see was the cached content. Fragments, mostly. Text that had been stored temporarily on the machine and which the recovery tool had pulled back to the surface. I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen a lot of things in my working life. I've sat in rooms with people who'd done things to other people that I've never discussed outside those rooms and never will. I thought I had a reasonably stable upper limit on what could disturb me, The cached content revised that estimate. What I could reconstruct from the fragments was a community, a forum, organized around a specific category of content. The content was recordings, real recordings of real people being killed, shared and discussed among members of the forum with the engaged interest of a hobbyist community. Ratings, commentary, requests, ongoing threads about future content. The language was particular, technical, with its own vocabulary for describing what was shown in each recording and how it compared to previous ones. That part I could process. Horrible, but processable. I'd encountered material like this in my last years in the job, not often, but enough to have a framework for it. What I couldn't process, not immediately, was what I found in one of the fragments, a thread, dated 5 weeks before Fraser disappeared, discussing a planned recording, discussing, in the specific technical language of that community, a subject, male, late 30s, based in Dundee. I sat in my kitchen in Leith for a long time after that. The rain was doing what Edinburgh rain does in February, which is less falling than simply existing, a permanent damp atmosphere. I sat and I looked at what I had and I did what I was trained to do, which was to assess it without rushing to a conclusion. The description in the thread was not specific enough to be unambiguous. Male, late 30s, Dundee. That's a lot of people. It could be coincidence. Investigators who have been out of the job for a while sometimes see patterns that aren't there, connections their trained minds assemble from insufficient data. I was aware of that possibility. I held it alongside the other possibility, the one that was considerably worse. Then I looked at the date again. The thread was dated 5 weeks before Fraser disappeared. The last visit Fraser made to the forum was 12 days before he disappeared. The thread would have been active during his visits. He'd seen it. I need to stop here and tell you something that I've only admitted to one other person, which was my therapist, whom I started seeing about 4 months after all of this was over. When I understood that Fraser had seen the thread, had read on this screen, on this laptop I was holding on my kitchen table in Leith, a discussion of what was going to be done to him, my first response was not the analytical one. It was something closer to grief, a grief for a man I'd never met, for the specific horror of that knowledge, for the nights he must have spent between seeing the thread and disappearing, knowing what he knew, trying to decide what to do with it, because he had 12 days, and whatever he decided to do, he did it alone, because there's no record of him telling anyone, no email, no text, nothing to his mother, nothing to his estranged wife. 12 days of knowing and saying nothing. That's what I kept coming back to in the months after. Why he said nothing. Whether he tried to run and didn't manage it, or whether he froze, or whether there was something else going on that I still don't fully understand. I've turned it over, and I don't have a clean answer. People respond to extreme fear in ways that don't follow logical scripts. That's something 22 years taught me that's actually true. I gave everything to Police Scotland through a contact I still trusted. The laptop, the recovery, the cached fragments, all of it presented as clearly as I could manage, given that I'd obtained it through channels that were informal, to put it generously. My contact did what she could with it. There was an investigation. I was interviewed several times and gave the same account each time and was told on each occasion that the investigation was ongoing. Fraser has not been found. That's the part I still don't know how to sit with. He's still on the missing persons register. The forum is still being investigated, or was the last time I was told anything, which was 8 months ago. The cached fragments were enough to establish that the forum existed and what it contained, but not enough to identify individuals or to confirm that the thread about the late 30s male from Dundee referred specifically to Fraser rather than someone else. There are 3 possible explanations. Fraser saw the thread and ran, and is living somewhere under a different name and is fine. Fraser saw the thread and ran, and didn't get far enough, or the thread described someone else. And Fraser's disappearance has an entirely separate explanation that nobody has found yet. I can assign rough probabilities to each of these explanations if I try, which I've stopped doing because it doesn't help, and I'm not sure the probabilities are meaningful anyway. What I know is this. A man rang his mother every Sunday for years. He stopped. Before he stopped, he visited a forum 9 times in 5 weeks, at night, and the last visit was 12 days before he disappeared. On that forum, there was a thread describing a planned recording involving someone matching his description. That's what I know. Everything else is inference, and I've been wrong before. And the cost of being wrong here is not inconsiderable. I still consult for the legal firm. I still run badly. I sleep through the night less than I used to, which is not what I expected retirement to bring, and which I'm managing, more or less. My knees are worse than ever. The habit I developed in 22 years of looking at a situation and asking what doesn't fit. I can't turn it off. I know that. It's not a switch. But I've learned slowly that there's a difference between applying that habit usefully and applying it in circles around the same set of facts until you've worn a groove in yourself that leads nowhere. Fraser's mother still rings Helen occasionally. She still doesn't know what I found on the laptop, or not the full version. We made a decision about that, Helen and I, that I'm still not certain was right. The edited version we gave her, that we'd found evidence Fraser had been involved in something online that the police were now investigating, was true as far as it went. Whether it went far enough is something I've discussed with a therapist and will not resolve here. I think about the recipe site, the one he visited regularly, more than you'd expect. I looked at it once, after everything. Just looked, just the site itself, not any specific page. It was a straightforward cooking website, nothing remarkable. He'd presumably been making meals from it, that's all. A man in his late 30s, living alone after a separation, teaching himself to cook properly. That detail should mean nothing in the context of everything else. It's the one I come back to most. I needed some extra money while I was at university, so I started tutoring kids online. At the time, it seemed harmless enough. Being a student in London meant living on about £20 a week after rent and bills. So when I saw an advert for online tutoring that paid £15 an hour, I jumped at it. I was studying English literature at King's College, decent enough grades, and I'd always been good at explaining things to people. It appeared to be an easy way for me to earn money while working from my cramped dorm room. The website looked professional. Clean design, proper company registration details, even testimonials from parents talking about how much their children's grades had improved. They specialized in one-to-one tutoring for secondary school students who were struggling with English, history, and similar subjects. Nothing that required specialized qualifications, just patience and the ability to help teenagers understand their coursework. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my university details, uploaded copies of my A-level certificates, wrote a brief explanation of why I wanted to tutor students. Within a couple of days, I got an email saying I'd been accepted and could start taking on pupils immediately. The system worked through video calls scheduled at times that suited both the student and tutor. Parents would book sessions through the website, pay in advance, and the company would take a small commission while passing the majority of the fee directly to the tutor. Everything seemed legitimate and well organized. My first few students were exactly what I'd expected. Teenagers from middle-class families whose parents were worried about their GCSE results. Most of the students were pleasant, but they were having difficulties with essay writing and literary analysis. The sessions went well, and I started getting positive feedback from both students and their parents. But after a few weeks, I began noticing some odd things about the platform. The technical setup was more sophisticated than it needed to be for simple tutoring sessions. The video calling software had features I'd never seen before. Multiple camera angles, audio recording capabilities, even options for screen sharing that seemed designed for much more complex interactions than homework help. More concerning was the level of security around the sessions. Students and tutors were both required to use specific software that could only be downloaded from the company's website. The program included identity verification features that took photographs during each session, supposedly to ensure that the registered tutor was actually the person conducting the lesson. But the software also monitored much more than that. It tracked everything happening on my computer during sessions, which programs were running, what websites I had open, even how I was interacting with the tutoring platform. When I asked the support team about this, they said it was standard security practice to prevent fraud and ensure the quality of their educational services. The students I was assigned also seemed carefully selected in ways that didn't quite make sense for a random tutoring service. They were all roughly the same age, around 14 or 15, and came from similar backgrounds, well-spoken, articulate, from families that clearly had money, but weren't necessarily academic high achievers. What struck me as particularly odd was that none of them seemed to have friends or siblings who might also benefit from tutoring. Usually, if a service worked well for one child in a family, parents would recommend it to other families or sign up additional children. But every student I worked with appeared to be an only child from a household where tutoring was treated as a very private arrangement. The sessions themselves were also structured differently than I'd expected. Rather than focusing purely on academic subjects, there was always a significant amount of general conversation. Students were encouraged to talk about their daily routines, their family life, their interests and hobbies. The company's training materials emphasized the importance of building rapport and understanding each student's personal circumstances. Initially, I thought this was just good educational practice. Understanding a student's background helps you tailor your teaching approach. But gradually, I realized the conversations were following very specific patterns, with students being guided to reveal detailed information about their home lives, family relationships, and daily schedules. The company provided detailed session reports that tutors were required to complete after each lesson. These reports included not just academic progress, but comprehensive notes about what the student had discussed regarding their personal life, where they lived, what their parents did for work, what activities they participated in outside school, even details about family holidays and social events. When I questioned why this level of personal information was necessary for tutoring sessions, the company explained that they were building comprehensive learner profiles to help match students with the most suitable educational approaches. Understanding a child's complete circumstances allowed them to provide more effective support and identify potential barriers to academic success. But the more sessions I conducted, the more uncomfortable I became with the amount of personal information I was gathering about these teenagers. Some of them were incredibly open about details that seemed far too private to be relevant to their education. Family arguments, financial problems, even information about when their parents would be away from home. I started paying closer attention to the other tutors working for the platform, trying to understand whether they were having similar experiences. The company had a private discussion area where tutors could share teaching tips and support each other. But most of the conversations felt oddly scripted and superficial. When I tried asking direct questions about the personal information requirements or the unusual technical setup, other tutors either didn't respond or gave answers that sounded like they were reading from company training materials. Nobody seemed willing to discuss any concerns about the platform's practices or policies. That's when I started looking more carefully at the company itself. The business registration details were legitimate, but when I tried researching the company's history and background, I found very little information. They claimed to have been operating for several years and to work with hundreds of families, but there was almost no online presence beyond their official website. More troubling was the discovery that the company was registered as providing educational consulting and family support services, rather than simple tutoring. The business description suggested they offered much more comprehensive services than just academic support, including what they called youth development programs and family liaison services. When I searched for these broader service categories, I found connections to organizations that specialized in working with vulnerable young people. Some appeared to be legitimate charities and social services, but others were more difficult to categorize. Companies that offered intervention services and family mediation without clearly explaining what those services actually involved. The most disturbing discovery was that some of the families using the tutoring service weren't paying the fees themselves. Instead, payments were being made by third-party organizations that seemed to specialize in providing support to families going through difficult circumstances. Social services departments, family courts, and even seemingly private investigators were involved. I tried accessing some of the session recordings to review what information I'd actually been collecting from students. The company claimed that all sessions were recorded for quality assurance purposes, and tutors were supposed to be able to access their own recordings for professional development. But when I logged into the system, I discovered that the recordings contained much more than just the video calls I'd been conducting. The software had been capturing audio from my computer's microphone throughout entire sessions, including conversations I'd had with flatmates and phone calls I'd made while the tutoring program was running in the background. Even more concerning was evidence that the program had been accessing my computer's camera and microphone outside of scheduled tutoring sessions. There were recordings of me in my room when I thought I was completely private, captured during times when I hadn't been logged into the tutoring platform at all. The company had essentially turned every tutor's computer into a surveillance device, monitoring our personal lives as comprehensively as we were monitoring the students we were supposed to be helping. I immediately stopped conducting sessions and tried to uninstall the tutoring software from my computer. But the program had embedded itself much more deeply into my system than a simple application should have been able to do. Even after following the official uninstallation process, I could see that components of the software were still running and potentially still monitoring my activities. When I contacted the company to demand an explanation and request immediate termination of my account, I received an automated response explaining that tutors were required to give 30 days notice before ending their contracts. During this notice period, they would remain responsible for any students they'd been working with and would need to complete detailed handover reports for each pupil. The handover reports required comprehensive summaries of everything I'd learned about each student's personal circumstances, family background, and daily routine. Essentially, the company required me to compile detailed profiles for whoever would take over their educational support. I refused to complete the handover reports and demanded immediate account closure. But the company's response was much more threatening than I'd expected. They reminded me that I'd signed detailed contracts when joining their platform, including clauses about confidentiality and data protection responsibilities. More specifically, they pointed out that I now had access to sensitive information about multiple minors and their families. If this information was misused or disclosed inappropriately, there could be serious legal consequences for everyone involved. The company had a responsibility to ensure that all personal data collected through their platform was handled properly and securely. The implication was clear. If I tried to expose what I discovered about their operations, they would claim I was violating the privacy of the children I'd been tutoring. The families who trusted me with information about their personal lives could potentially take legal action if they discovered I'd been sharing details about their circumstances with unauthorized parties. I was trapped by the same surveillance system I'd been unknowingly helping to operate. I tried researching what had happened to other tutors who'd worked for the platform, looking for anyone who might have spoken publicly about similar experiences. But I could find almost no trace of former employees or any discussions about the company's practices beyond their official marketing materials. Either previous tutors had been convinced to stay quiet through similar threats, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing their experiences. The few references I could find to people who'd worked for the company suggested they'd simply moved on to other jobs without making any public statements about their time as tutors. The most disturbing possibility was that the tutoring service was just the visible front for a much larger operation, that the detailed personal information being gathered about students and their families was being used for purposes that had nothing to do with education. Young people from wealthy families would be valuable targets for various types of criminal activity: kidnapping, burglary, identity theft, or even more sophisticated fraud schemes that required detailed knowledge of family circumstances and routines. The company had found a way to systematically gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining complete legitimacy. Parents were voluntarily paying for a service that gave strangers comprehensive access to their children and detailed information about their family lives. And the tutors, like me, were unknowingly collecting the information that made these families vulnerable to whatever the company's real clients had planned for them. I still don't know what happened to the students I was tutoring or whether their families ever realized what kind of information they'd been sharing. The tutoring platform is still operating, still recruiting new tutors and signing up new families who think they're just getting help with their children's education. But I've never been able to completely remove their surveillance software from my computer. Sometimes I catch glimpses of processes running that shouldn't be there, or notice that my microphone has been active when I haven't been using any applications that should require it. The company claimed they'd closed my account and deleted all associated data, but I suspect they're still monitoring my activities, making sure I don't try to warn potential victims or expose what I discovered about their operations. After all, I now know exactly how their system works and what kind of information they're really collecting. That makes me either a valuable asset or a dangerous liability, depending on whether they think I can be trusted to stay quiet. And given what I've learned about how they operate, I'm not sure which category is more frightening to be placed in. I didn't go on the dark web because I wanted anything illegal. I know that's what people assume, and I understand why, but that wasn't it. The truth is I was tired and embarrassed about what I was tired of, and I wanted to ask a question without it attaching itself to my real name forever. It felt reasonable at the time. There are things you don't want preserved as a permanent version of yourself. The place itself wasn't dramatic when it loaded. Everyone assumes that as soon as you access it, you see dead bodies or drugs or all kinds of unspeakable things. but it wasn't like that at all. It was mostly text, broken links, and abandoned pages. To be honest, it felt neglected rather than dangerous. Eventually, I found a forum that looked active enough. Plain layout, no images, just threads and timestamps. People talking about money, loneliness, family problems. Ordinary things written carefully. I made a username without thinking about it and posted my question. It was personal, but not extreme. Something about my relationship that I couldn't ask anywhere else without people I knew seeing it. I closed everything down and made a cup of tea, expecting nothing to come of it. When I came back, there was already a reply. It was calm and thoughtful, which was a relief. What unsettled me was that it quoted a sentence I was certain I'd deleted before posting. I went back to check my message. The sentence wasn't there. I assumed I'd misremembered. That was the simplest explanation. I replied politely and left it alone. The next morning, there was a private message waiting. It said, "You didn't need to explain that part. I already knew what you meant." It shouldn't have bothered me, but it did. The tone felt familiar, as though it was continuing a conversation I didn't remember having. I didn't reply and logged out. A few days later, I went back to the forum out of idle curiosity. There was another message from the same account. "You're not good at leaving things alone. That's why you're here." I blocked the account, annoyed more than frightened, and told myself that was the end of it. A week later, a message arrived from a different username, then another, and another. Different accounts, same tone. Sometimes the messages referenced drafts I'd never submitted, phrases that existed only briefly on my screen before I thought better of them. I kept telling myself there had to be a technical explanation, something I didn't understand about how the site worked. But that became harder to believe when one message arrived late one evening saying, "You always pause before you put the key in the lock. You look up first." I had never written that anywhere. That was just something I did, a habit I developed after watching too many crime documentaries. I stopped using the forum after that, but the messages followed me. My anonymous email began receiving parts of text that matched things I'd written privately and deleted. A half-finished paragraph from a document I'd started and abandoned. A sentence typed into my notes app and deleted minutes later. I changed passwords obsessively, enabled every security setting I could find, deleted the email account and created a new one. The messages arrived there too, within hours. After that, I stopped writing things down. No drafts, no notes, no half-formed thoughts on my phone. It sounds absurd, but it reached a point where typing felt like feeding something. The tone of the messages shifted. They became less curious and more assured. Less about what I'd already done, more about what I would do next. You'll go to the shop at 7:15 because you'll realize you have nothing for breakfast. I'd read messages like that 10 minutes beforehand, heart racing, trying to decide whether to obey or resist. Some nights I stayed in out of spite. Other nights I went anyway, because hunger and habit were stronger than fear. Either choice felt like losing. I began checking my inbox before making decisions, the way people check the weather. I replayed my days looking for patterns, trying to work out how I'd made myself predictable. Gradually, my routine stopped feeling like choices at all. I thought about going to the police, but I couldn't imagine explaining it without sounding unwell. Someone sending anonymous messages from obscure forums isn't a story people take seriously unless it comes with something visible and violent, so I tried to solve it privately. I moved. I didn't go far, just across town to a different area, but I told almost no one the new address. I stayed off social media. I paid cash where I could. For nearly 2 weeks, nothing happened. I slept again, cautiously, and started to believe I'd escaped whatever had latched onto me. Then a message arrived at the new email address. You unpacked the kitchen first because you can't stand not knowing where the mugs are. You left one box in the hallway because you liked the idea of leaving quickly. I sat on the kitchen floor staring at my phone because there was no explanation that made sense anymore. If this was digital, moving hadn't helped. If it was physical, moving hadn't helped either. The messages became more frequent after that, and more unsettling in how calmly they described my thinking. I'd begun second-guessing small things constantly, whether I'd locked the door, whether I'd closed a window, whether I'd actually done something, or just thought about doing it. I did look for cameras. Spent an entire afternoon checking every corner of my flat, every smoke detector, every electrical socket. Found nothing, which somehow made it worse. Then the messages started including other people. Your neighbor in 4B leaves for work at 7:40. She doesn't lock her door properly. The person you saw at the bus stop this morning will be there again tomorrow, same time. He noticed you noticing him. I started seeing the world the way the messages described it. Started noticing the same people in the same places. Started wondering if they were noticing me back. Started feeling watched in a way that had nothing to do with cameras. The message that finally made me understand came 3 months after I'd first posted that question. You think you're the only one I'm talking to? I'd assumed, stupidly, that this was personal, that whoever was doing this had fixated on me specifically for some reason. But that message made me realize it wasn't personal at all. It was systematic. I was just one of many people being watched. The forum wasn't a support space. It was a sorting mechanism. Post a question, reveal yourself, become interesting enough to track. I changed everything again. New email, new phone number, new flat in a different city entirely. Started over completely. And for almost 6 months, nothing happened. I began to think I'd finally escaped. Then one evening, I came home to find my door unlocked. Not broken into, not forced, just unlocked, as though I'd left it that way myself, though I knew I hadn't. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but there was something new. A piece of paper on my kitchen table, printed text, single sentence. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to become interesting. I moved out that night, stayed with a friend, didn't go back for my belongings for nearly a week. When I finally did, escorted by my friend who thought I was overreacting, everything looked normal. The note was gone, but my laptop was open. I'd left it closed. I was certain of that. I took it to someone who knew about these things, paid them to check it for malware, spyware, anything that might explain how someone had been reading my deleted drafts and tracking my movements. They found nothing, said the laptop was clean, said I was probably just stressed and imagining patterns that weren't there. I stopped trying to explain it to people after that. The messages have been less frequent since then, but they haven't stopped. They arrive every few weeks, sometimes months apart, always to whatever new email I'm using, always knowing details they shouldn't know. You still write things and delete them. You're reading this now wondering if I'll know. That last one arrived 2 days ago, the day after I started writing this account down, trying to make sense of it all, trying to create some kind of record that proves I'm not imagining this. I keep thinking there will be a final message, something that ends it or explains it, or gives me a clear action to take. But I don't think that's how this works. Yesterday, I came home to find my door unlocked again. This time, there was no note. But my laptop was open to a document I'd been working on. This document, this account of everything that's happened. Except there were additions. sentences I didn't write, inserted between my own words, small changes to what I'd written, making it slightly different, more accurate, if I'm honest. I don't know if I'm supposed to be frightened or if this is just what happens now. I asked one private question in a place that promised anonymity, and instead of being answered, I was noticed. And being noticed, it turns out, means someone has a key to wherever you go. I'm going to post this somewhere public, not the dark web, somewhere normal, where it might actually matter, where someone might see it and understand. Though I suspect by the time anyone reads it, there will be changes I didn't make, additions I didn't write, because the messages aren't the worst part anymore. The worst part is knowing that someone can get in whenever they want, that they've been in, that they might be in now while I'm out, reading whatever I've written, leaving traces of themselves that I'll only notice later. That's what stays with me. Not the messages themselves, but what they represent. Not surveillance from a distance, but proximity. Not watching, but entering. I asked a question I was embarrassed about, and the answer, it turns out, is that some places don't just remember what you say. They remember where you live. About 2 years ago, when things weren't going particularly well in my life, someone suggested finding an online support group. It seemed like reasonable advice at the time. A way to connect with people dealing with similar issues, get some perspective from others who'd been through what I was going through. Nothing dramatic or unusual, just the kind of thing people do nowadays when they need help and don't quite know where else to turn. The group I eventually found seemed perfect, welcoming, supportive, full of people who understood exactly what I was dealing with. It felt genuine, like I'd stumbled across something really valuable during a difficult period. Looking back now, I suppose there were small things that should have made me question it. But when you're vulnerable and someone's offering understanding, you don't tend to look too closely at the details. And that's the problem, really, because it wasn't a support group at all. It was a data collection operation targeting vulnerable people, and everything I shared there over 3 months, my fears, my routines, my personal struggles, was compiled into a profile that's been sold more times than I can count to people who see emotional vulnerability as something worth exploiting. I'm a pharmacy assistant working in Plymouth. Been doing it for around 9 years now. It's steady work, dealing with prescriptions and customer queries. Nothing particularly stressful under normal circumstances. But 2 years ago, I went through a difficult divorce that left me struggling with anxiety and insomnia. I'd wake at 3 a.m. with my mind racing, unable to settle, feeling isolated and overwhelmed by changes in my life I hadn't chosen and couldn't control. My GP prescribed some medication for the anxiety and suggested counseling, which helped to a degree. But what I really wanted was to talk to people who'd been through similar experiences, who understood the specific challenges of rebuilding life after a marriage ends. Professional therapy felt formal and clinical. I wanted something more personal, more immediate, the kind of peer support that comes from shared experience rather than professional expertise. I found the group through a recommendation on a women's health website. It was called Moving Forward Together, described as a safe space for women recovering from relationship breakdowns. The website looked professional and compassionate, with testimonials from members who'd found comfort and practical advice through the community. There was a simple registration process requiring an email address and some basic information about your situation. Then you'd receive login details to access the private discussion area. I registered one evening when I couldn't sleep, filled out a form explaining I was recovering from divorce, and struggling with anxiety and insomnia. Within hours, I received a welcome email with instructions for accessing the group's discussion platform. It was set up like a private social network, with message boards for different topics, member profiles, and direct messaging capabilities. The group seemed genuinely supportive. There were around 50 active members, all women apparently going through or recovering from relationship difficulties. They shared stories about their experiences, offered advice about practical matters like finances and childcare arrangements, provided emotional support during difficult moments. The tone was warm and understanding, exactly the kind of community I'd been hoping to find. I started participating regularly, posting about my struggles with anxiety and sleep, responding to others who were dealing with similar issues. People were kind and empathetic, sharing their own experiences and suggesting things that had helped them. One woman recommended specific relaxation techniques that she'd found useful. Another suggested herbal remedies that had helped her sleep. A third shared details about how she'd managed the financial challenges of living alone after years of shared expenses. The group felt safe enough that I found myself sharing quite personal information, details about my daily routine and how anxiety was affecting my work, specific fears about being alone that made me hypervigilant about home security, information about my financial situation and concerns about managing on a single income. The kind of vulnerable honesty that comes from feeling understood by people in similar circumstances. One aspect of the group that seemed particularly helpful was a feature called Accountability Partners. You could request to be matched with another member for more private one-to-one support, someone you'd check in with regularly to share progress and challenges. I was matched with a woman who called herself Sarah, who'd apparently been through a difficult divorce 3 years earlier and was now helping newer members navigate their own recovery. Sarah and I messaged frequently, sometimes daily. She asked detailed questions about my situation, always framing them as genuine interest in helping me work through challenges. What specific aspects of living alone made me most anxious? What times of day did I feel most vulnerable? Did I have family nearby who could provide support? What were my work hours like? And how did that affect my ability to manage household responsibilities alone? I answered all her questions honestly, grateful for someone who seemed genuinely interested in understanding my situation. I told her about my morning routine and how I'd struggled to get motivated to leave for work, about coming home to an empty house in the evenings and feeling the absence of another person more acutely then, about lying awake at night, worrying about things I'd never worried about when I wasn't living alone, unusual sounds outside, whether doors and windows were properly secured, whether anyone knew I was by myself. Sarah would respond with understanding and practical advice. She'd share similar experiences from her own recovery, suggest specific strategies for managing anxiety, ask follow-up questions that showed she was really listening and thinking about my situation. It felt like genuine friendship developing, the kind of connection that helps you feel less alone during difficult times. After about 3 months of active participation in the group, I started feeling better. The anxiety was more manageable, I was sleeping more consistently, and life as a single person was becoming normal rather than frightening. I participated less frequently in the group discussions, not because I was unhappy with the community, but because I simply needed it less. I check in occasionally, but mostly I was moving forward with my life, which was the entire point. Then, about 6 months after I'd largely stopped participating, I received an email from someone claiming to be a journalist investigating online support groups. She explained that she'd found evidence that moving forward together wasn't what it appeared to be, and she was trying to contact former members to warn them about what their personal information might have been used for. I was skeptical at first, thinking it might be spam or some kind of scam. But the journalist provided specific details about the group that convinced me she was legitimate. She explained that Moving Forward Together was operated by people who specialized in gathering detailed personal information from vulnerable individuals, information that could be used for various forms of exploitation, including targeted fraud, stalking, and burglary. She discovered this whilst investigating a series of burglaries targeting single women, all of whom had at some point participated in online support groups for relationship recovery. The pattern had been subtle enough that police hadn't initially connected the cases, but the journalist had noticed similarities in how the victims had been selected and the timing of when they were targeted. The journalist had managed to gain access to back-end systems used by the people running Moving Forward Together, and what she found was disturbing. The group wasn't a genuine support community. It was a sophisticated information-gathering operation designed to extract detailed personal information from emotionally vulnerable women under the guise of peer support and friendship. Every post made in the group was being analyzed and compiled into individual member profiles. The direct messages, the accountability partnerships, the private conversations where members shared their most vulnerable moments, all of it was being recorded and organized into comprehensive dossiers about each participant's life, fears, routines, and circumstances. My profile included everything I'd shared over those 3 months: my work schedule at the pharmacy and typical routines, my home address, which I'd mentioned in context of discussing my neighborhood and feeling isolated there, detailed information about my anxiety triggers and specific fears about living alone, notes about my financial situation and what valuables I owned, even analysis of my sleeping patterns and what times I was most likely to be home versus away. But the profile also included information I'd never shared directly, analysis based on what I'd written, inferences about my psychology and behavior, assessments of my vulnerability to different types of exploitation, notes indicating I was particularly susceptible to authority figures and likely to comply with demands from people presenting themselves as official or helpful, observations about my tendency to trust people who seem understanding and supportive. The journalist showed me screenshots of the dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. It was organized like a database of vulnerable targets, searchable by location, living situation, specific vulnerabilities, and types of exploitable information available. My profile was listed under single women in the Plymouth area with documented anxiety and security concerns. The listing emphasized the quality and detail of information available. It highlighted that I'd willingly shared intimate details about my fears and routines, that I'd been open about my financial situation and possessions, that I'd documented specific times when I was home alone and feeling most vulnerable. All of this was presented as valuable intelligence for anyone interested in targeting me for fraud, burglary, stalking, or other forms of exploitation. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 8 different accounts over the past 18 months. 8 separate people or organizations had paid money for comprehensive information about my personal life, my vulnerabilities, my routines, my fears. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the journalist had been working with police to try to trace some transactions and identify who was purchasing these profiles. What made it particularly insidious was how the information had been gathered. I hadn't been tricked into sharing personal details through obvious phishing or fraud. I'd voluntarily provided everything, believing I was participating in a genuine support community, trusting that my vulnerability would be met with compassion rather than exploitation. The entire operation was built on weaponizing the instinct to seek help and connection during difficult times. The journalist had identified around 200 women whose profiles were being sold through the same marketplace, all of them having participated in various online support groups operated by the same organization. Groups for relationship recovery, bereavement support, health anxiety, financial stress. Any community where people were likely to share detailed personal information while seeking help and understanding. Several women whose profiles had been purchased had subsequently been victims of crimes. Burglaries timed to occur when they were reliably away from home. Sophisticated fraud attempts targeting their specific financial vulnerabilities. Stalking by individuals who'd used the profiles to learn their routines and locations. The journalist had documented around 15 cases where profile purchases correlated clearly with subsequent victimization. I contacted the police after speaking with the journalist. They were already investigating the operation based on information she'd provided, and they took detailed statements from me about my participation in the group and what I'd shared. They explained that prosecuting these cases was complicated because the information had been voluntarily provided. Even though the context was deceptive, the act of compiling and selling the information might be illegal, but proving that members had been deliberately deceived required demonstrating the group's true purpose. A detective showed me more details about how the operation worked. The people running it had created dozens of different support groups covering various life challenges. Each group appeared independent, with different branding and website designs, but they were all operated by the same organization, collecting information for the same marketplace. The accountability partnership feature was particularly calculated, pairing vulnerable members with supposed peers who were actually employees, trained to extract specific types of information through empathetic conversation. Sarah, my accountability partner, wasn't a real member who'd recovered from divorce. She was someone employed to build trust with me and systematically gather details about my life that could be valuable to potential buyers. The detective walked me through evidence they'd gathered about Sarah specifically. Her real name was something else entirely, and she'd been matched with around 40 different women across various support groups, always playing the role of recovered peer offering help to newer members. She had scripts for different scenarios, guidelines for what information to prioritize, training in how to build trust and encourage vulnerable disclosure. Learning that those months of what felt like genuine friendship had been calculated, manipulation was devastating in a way that's difficult to articulate. Sarah's empathy had been performance, her understanding had been strategic, and every vulnerable thing I'd shared with her had been recorded and packaged for sale to strangers who viewed my emotional struggles as exploitable weaknesses. The police investigation eventually led to arrests of several people involved in operating the support groups and marketplace. But the profiles themselves had already been widely distributed. My information, along with hundreds of other women's detailed personal disclosures, existed in private collections of people who downloaded them before law enforcement shut down the marketplace. I had to make significant changes to my life to feel even marginally safe after discovering this. I moved to a different area within Plymouth, stopped using my previous routines, closed down most of my social media presence. I'm hypervigilant about what information I share online now, even in contexts that seem genuinely helpful and supportive. The experience has made me deeply suspicious of online communities and reluctant to seek help even when I need it. What haunts me most is thinking about the 8 unknown buyers who purchased my profile. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me specifically? What did they plan to do with knowledge of my fears and routines? The journalist and police identified connections to some crimes, but most buyers remained untraced, their intentions unknown. their continued interest in my information impossible to assess. I also think about the other women whose profiles were sold through that marketplace. How many of them still don't know what happened, still believe they participated in genuine support groups, still trust that their vulnerable disclosures were held in confidence by compassionate peers? The journalist contacted everyone she could identify, but there were gaps in member information, and many women who'd used pseudonyms that couldn't be traced to real identities. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I struggle to trust people now, particularly when they seem understanding or supportive. I question whether kindness is genuine or calculated, whether people asking about my well-being actually care, or are gathering information for purposes I don't understand. The suspicion affects my relationships and makes it difficult to accept help even from people who genuinely want to provide it. I joined that support group looking for help during a difficult time in my life. I shared my fears, my struggles, my vulnerable moments, believing I was participating in a community of mutual support and understanding. Instead, I was providing detailed intelligence that was compiled, analyzed, and sold to people who viewed my emotional vulnerability as exploitable weakness. That's what I think about now when I see online support groups advertised. Not whether they're genuinely helpful or moderated by caring people, but whether they're information gathering operations targeting vulnerable individuals. Whether the supportive responses and empathetic questions are genuine or strategic, designed to extract valuable personal details that can be packaged and sold to buyers with malicious intent. The profiles exist. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, 8 different people or organizations possess comprehensive information about my life during my most vulnerable period. Information I shared voluntarily, believing I was seeking help from people who understood my struggles. That knowledge has changed how I navigate the world, making me cautious where I used to be trusting, suspicious where I used to be open, isolated where I used to seek connection. I sought help when I was struggling, and that decision to reach out left me permanently compromised. My vulnerability was weaponized, my trust was exploited, and my most private struggles were converted into a product sold to strangers whose interest in me is anything but compassionate. That's the price I paid for trying to find support during a difficult time, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. The text message was clearly meant for someone else, but when I tried to let them know they'd sent it to the wrong person, I discovered they already knew exactly who I was. It arrived on a Tuesday morning while I was getting ready for lectures at Birmingham University. A simple message with just an address in Moseley and a time, 3 p.m. today. Nothing else. No context, no name, no explanation of what was supposed to happen at that location. I assumed it was a scheduling mix-up. Someone trying to arrange a meeting or delivery who'd mistyped a phone number. Happens all the time, especially with university students constantly sharing contact details for group projects and social arrangements. I sent back a quick reply explaining that they'd reached the wrong person and might want to check their contact list. Simple courtesy that would hopefully ensure their actual intended recipient got the message they needed. The response came within minutes, and it made my stomach drop. Instead of acknowledging the mistake, they sent back a message that included my full name, my university course details, and my home address in student accommodation. Information that a random wrong number shouldn't have had any way of knowing. When I asked how they knew my personal details, the response was even more unsettling. They claimed we'd been in contact before and seemed genuinely surprised that I didn't remember our previous conversations. They referenced specific topics we'd supposedly discussed, and mentioned arrangements we'd apparently made for ongoing communication. But I had no memory of any previous contact with this number, and the conversations they described didn't match anything I'd actually participated in. Either they were confusing me with someone else, or something much stranger was happening. I decided to check my phone's message history more carefully, looking for any previous contact with that number that I might have forgotten. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of messages between my phone and theirs, dating back several weeks, showing conversations that I was certain I'd never had. The message threads showed me apparently agreeing to meet with this person, sharing personal information about my daily routine, and even discussing plans for activities that I would never have consented to participate in. But I had no memory of sending any of these messages or having any of these conversations. Either someone else had been using my phone, or the message history had been fabricated in some way that made it appear I'd been in regular contact with a complete stranger. When I tried to call the number to demand an explanation, it went straight to a voicemail system that didn't identify the account holder. The recorded message was generic and professional, giving no indication of who might be behind the mysterious communications. I started documenting everything: screenshots of the message history, records of when I'd supposedly sent messages that I didn't remember writing, even details about the conversations that had apparently taken place without my knowledge or participation. The pattern suggested that someone had been impersonating me through my own phone, conducting conversations and making arrangements as if they were me, while somehow preventing me from being aware of this activity. But the technical explanation for how this could happen was unclear. Unless someone had physical access to my phone, it should have been impossible for them to send messages from my number without my knowledge. I tried researching whether phones could be compromised in ways that would allow remote access to messaging functions, and found that sophisticated malware could potentially provide that level of control over someone's device. If my phone had been infected with surveillance software, someone could potentially monitor my activities, access my contacts and personal information, and even send messages that appeared to come from me while keeping me unaware of their activities. The realization that my phone might be completely compromised was terrifying. If someone had that level of access to my device, they could potentially monitor everything I did, every conversation, every location I visited, every piece of personal information I stored or accessed. But proving that my phone had been compromised would require technical expertise I didn't possess, and explaining the situation to university IT support or police would involve admitting that I'd been having mysterious conversations with unknown individuals about topics I couldn't remember discussing. Meanwhile, the messages from the mysterious contact continued arriving, with increasingly specific references to plans and arrangements that I supposedly knew about but had no actual knowledge of. They mentioned meeting locations around Birmingham, times when I was apparently expected to be available, and even payments for services that I'd supposedly agreed to provide. All presented as if these were normal ongoing arrangements that I should obviously remember and honor. When I tried to refuse to participate in whatever activities they thought I'd agreed to, they seemed genuinely confused and concerned about my apparent memory problems. They offered to provide documentation of our previous agreements and suggested that I might need medical attention if I was experiencing serious memory loss. The gaslighting aspect of the situation was almost as disturbing as the technical violation. Someone was systematically making me question my own memory and sanity while maintaining the pretense that our interaction was completely normal and consensual. But the most troubling development was when they started providing evidence of the arrangements I'd supposedly made. Photographs that appeared to show me in locations I didn't remember visiting. Documents that seemed to bear my signature on agreements I'd never seen before. Even financial records showing payments made from accounts in my name. Either I was experiencing serious memory problems that were affecting my ability to recall significant portions of my recent life, or someone had created comprehensive fake evidence of activities and agreements that had never actually occurred. The sophistication required to fabricate such detailed false documentation suggested this wasn't a simple prank or misunderstanding. Someone had invested significant resources into creating a false history of interactions and arrangements that could be used to manipulate me into participating in activities I would never have agreed to voluntarily. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar situations. Mysterious communications claiming previous contact and arrangements that the recipients had no memory of making. What I found were scattered reports of people who discovered they were apparently participating in activities they had no knowledge of, with comprehensive documentation proving their involvement in arrangements they couldn't remember agreeing to. Most victims initially assumed they were experiencing memory problems or psychological issues, but investigation eventually revealed that they'd been targeted by sophisticated manipulation operations that used technical compromise and false documentation to create fake histories of consent and agreement. The operations were designed to make targets question their own memory and judgment, while gradually drawing them into activities that became increasingly difficult to escape from or explain to others. But proving that the false documentation was fabricated required technical and legal expertise that most individuals couldn't access, especially when the fake evidence appeared professionally created and legally valid. Meanwhile, the people behind these operations could continue manipulating their targets while maintaining plausible deniability about coercion or fraud. Since the victims appeared to have willingly participated in all documented activities, I realized that I was probably being targeted for recruitment into some form of illegal activity, with the mysterious contact and false communication history being used to establish a foundation of apparent consent that could be used to justify increasingly serious demands. But extricating myself from the situation would be complicated by the fake evidence suggesting I'd already agreed to participate in activities I knew nothing about. Simply denying involvement would make me appear unreliable or dishonest, especially if the false documentation was professionally convincing. The safest approach seemed to be compliance with whatever minor initial requests they made, while gathering evidence that might eventually prove the fraudulent nature of the supposed agreements and arrangements. But each small compliance would provide additional material for creating more comprehensive fake documentation of my voluntary participation, making it even harder to prove coercion if the demands escalated to obviously illegal activities. I was trapped between immediate compliance and long-term manipulation, with no clear way to escape from a situation that had been designed to become progressively more difficult to resist or expose. When my phone rang at exactly the time and date mentioned in that first mysterious text message, the caller ID showed my own number calling me. Picture a scenario where you've worked somewhere for 8 years, put in the overtime, covered for colleagues when they called in sick, never missed a deadline, and then one Tuesday morning, your manager calls you into his office and tells you the company is restructuring. Your position is being eliminated, effective immediately. Security will escort you out, and they'll post your belongings within a week. That's what happened to me 3 months ago. My name is Martin, I'm 42, and until recently, I was a project coordinator at a logistics company in Reading. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills, and I was good at it. The manager who fired me was a man called David Henley, someone who'd been brought in 6 months earlier to implement cost-cutting measures. He'd barely spoken to me before that Tuesday, but he delivered the news with the kind of professional detachment that suggested he'd done this many times before. What made it worse was that I knew the restructuring was selective. 3 people from my department were let go, but they kept on 2 others who did essentially the same work, just less efficiently. The decision seemed arbitrary, personal even, though I couldn't understand what I might have done to warrant being singled out. The first few weeks after losing the job were occupied with practical concerns. Updating my CV, applying for positions, dealing with benefits paperwork, explaining to friends and family why I was suddenly unemployed. But as the rejections started coming in and the savings began dwindling, the anger began building. Not just frustration at the job market or the economic situation, but genuine rage at David Henley specifically. I found myself thinking about him constantly, imagining confrontations where I tell him exactly what I thought of his management style, scenarios where he'd face consequences for his casual destruction of people's livelihoods. The fantasies became increasingly violent over time, though I told myself it was just a way of processing the stress and disappointment. Late one evening, after another day of fruitless job searching, I found myself researching David Henley online. Not for any specific purpose, just curiosity about the man who'd upended my life. His LinkedIn profile, company photos, mentions in trade publications. Nothing particularly revealing, but it felt like I was learning something useful about my enemy. The search led me to forums where people discussed workplace grievances and unfair dismissals. Most of the posts were routine complaints about bad managers and corporate policies, but some were more extreme. People talking about revenge fantasies, sharing stories about bosses who'd faced various misfortunes, discussing hypothetical scenarios that went well beyond anything I'd imagined. One forum in particular caught my attention. The discussions were coded and vague, but seemed to revolve around more serious forms of retaliation than just complaining online. Users would reference services and contacts in ways that suggested real-world consequences rather than just fantasy. The tone was matter-of-fact, practical, as if they were discussing hiring a tradesman rather than something far more serious. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and trying to understand what was actually being offered. After several weeks of lurking, I received a private message from someone who'd noticed my browsing patterns. They didn't introduce themselves with any dramatic usernames or obvious criminal references, just someone called Mike, who seemed to understand what I might be looking for. The conversation that followed was surprisingly normal. Mike asked about my employment situation, my financial pressures, my feelings about the people responsible for my difficulties. He seemed genuinely sympathetic, offering practical advice about job searching alongside more pointed questions about my former manager. Sometimes he'd ask oddly personal things, how well I slept at night, whether I had family who worried about me, if I'd ever felt capable of crossing lines I wouldn't normally cross. I assumed it was just thorough customer service. Over several exchanges, Mike gradually introduced the idea that some workplace problems required more direct intervention than traditional legal channels could provide. He provided links to sites that looked like professional service directories, complete with user reviews and detailed pricing. The services range from relatively minor harassment to more permanent solutions. Everything was presented with corporate professionalism. No dramatic threats or criminal iconography, just matter-of-fact discussions of problems and solutions. The option I found myself considering was listed as executive adjustment services. The description was euphemistic but clear enough, and the reviews suggested genuine experience rather than imagination. The details felt just real enough, never specific enough to be incriminating. Mike seemed to sense my interest without me explicitly stating it. his messages became more focused on practical considerations, timelines, payment methods, information requirements for service providers. He spoke like someone managing a service contract, not arranging a crime. What made it feel legitimate was the systematic approach. They required detailed information about the target, including daily routines, security arrangements, and personal circumstances. The data collection process was thorough and professional, suggesting genuine operational capability rather than simple fraud or fantasy. I found myself gathering information about David Henley without quite admitting what I was planning to do with it. His home address, his car, his typical schedule, his family situation. The research felt purposeful and focused, giving me something constructive to do with the anger and frustration that had been building for months. The information gathering became increasingly detailed over time. I started following his routine, noting his lunch preferences, his gym schedule, his weekend activities. Not obviously stalking, just casual observation that helped me understand his patterns and vulnerabilities. The knowledge felt powerful, like I was finally taking control of a situation that had previously been entirely outside my influence. Mike's messages became more specific as I provided information. He would reference details I'd shared, suggest additional areas for research, and gradually build a comprehensive profile of David Henley's daily life. The collaboration felt professional and goal-oriented, like working on a legitimate project rather than planning something illegal. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my own circumstances that seemed oddly convenient. Job interviews for positions I didn't remember applying for. Meetings arranged by recruitment consultants I'd never contacted. Opportunities appearing with timing that felt deliberate. The interviews were for positions similar to my previous role, with companies that seemed legitimate enough. But the conversations would drift into uncomfortable territory. Questions about workplace stress, my thoughts on management accountability, whether I'd ever considered taking matters into my own hands when official channels failed. The interviewers seemed more interested in my emotional state than my professional qualifications. I began to wonder whether Mike's organization provided services beyond just executive adjustment, whether they were also involved in monitoring and managing clients, ensuring that people considering their services received appropriate guidance and support throughout the decision-making process. The job opportunities became more pressing over time. Offers for temporary positions that would require travel, consulting arrangements that would take me away from Reading for extended periods, opportunities that seemed designed to interrupt my research and planning activities. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental. Mike's messages became more urgent as well. He mentioned limited availability for executive adjustment services, suggested that delays might affect pricing or scheduling, emphasized the importance of making decisions quickly before opportunities disappeared. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. I arranged to meet Mike in person to finalize the arrangements, not at his suggestion, but because I wanted to confirm that I was dealing with legitimate professionals rather than elaborate scammers. The meeting was scheduled for a pub in central Reading, public enough to feel safe but private enough for sensitive discussion. Mike turned out to be exactly what I'd expected, middle-aged, professionally dressed, the sort of person you might encounter in any business context. But as we talked, I began to notice things that seemed inconsistent with the straightforward transaction I'd imagined. He seemed to know more about my personal circumstances than I'd shared in our online conversations. Details about my financial situation, my housing arrangements, my social connections. When I asked direct questions about operational details, his answers became vague. He couldn't provide specific timelines, wouldn't explain methods, seemed reluctant to discuss practical aspects. Instead, He focused on my motivations. He wanted to understand why I felt David Henley deserved this level of intervention, whether I'd considered alternatives, how I planned to deal with the aftermath. The conversation felt more like a psychological evaluation than a business meeting. When I pressed for concrete commitments and timelines, Mike suggested that I needed more time to consider the decision properly. He recommended taking a few weeks to think through all the implications, perhaps exploring some of the job opportunities that had been appearing, reconsidering whether this level of intervention was really necessary. The meeting ended without any definitive arrangements being made. Mike gave me his contact details and suggested I should reach out when I was completely certain about proceeding. But something about his demeanor suggested that he expected me to change my mind rather than follow through with the original plan. Over the following days, I found myself questioning everything about the interaction. Whether Mike was actually connected to the services I thought I was purchasing, whether the whole setup was legitimate, whether I'd been dealing with professionals or something else entirely. By that point, the job offers had become more frequent and attractive. Legitimate positions with real companies, offering salaries that would resolve my financial difficulties immediately. Again, the timing felt too convenient, as if someone was actively working to provide alternatives to the executive adjustment services I'd been considering. I also started noticing that people seemed to recognize me more often. Once, a stranger mentioned the street I lived on in a casual conversation, though I didn't recall seeing him before. Another time, a shop assistant asked how my job search was going, though I'd never discussed it with anyone at that store. When I tried to contact Mike again, his account had been deactivated. The forums I'd been using showed error messages, and the service websites appeared to be under maintenance. All evidence of the executive adjustment option had become inaccessible. The job offers continued arriving though. Positions that seemed specifically designed for my skills and experience, with companies that had apparently heard good things about my work despite my recent unemployment. Opportunities that would require relocation, keeping me busy and providing new focus for my attention. I accepted one of them eventually. A project coordination role with a company in Birmingham, better salary than my previous position, responsibilities that felt familiar and comfortable. The interview process was surprisingly brief, and they seemed eager to have me start as soon as possible. 3 weeks after starting the new job, I learned that David Henley had been found dead in his home. Apparent heart attack, no signs of foul play. Nothing suspicious according to the police investigation. He was 45, no previous health problems, found by his wife when she returned from visiting her mother. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental, but I had no way of determining whether his death was connected to my previous planning or simply random misfortune. I'd never completed any arrangements with Mike, never paid for any services, never provided final confirmation that I wanted to proceed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been part of something larger than I'd understood, that my research and planning had been monitored and incorporated into activities I hadn't been aware of, that what I started had finished itself, with or without my permission. The new job kept me busy enough to avoid dwelling on questions I couldn't answer. My colleagues were friendly. My manager was supportive, and the work environment felt positive in ways my previous employment never had. Life improved substantially, making it easier to forget about the strange period of unemployment and planning. Sometimes I wonder if it all started long before I lost that job.